Chapter 1414. After dawn, Yu Dilong and Lu Yunzhang left the inn on Luo Street and came to the entrance of the courtyard. They squatted on the left and right like two door gods. Waiting was really boring. Lu Yunzhang yawned and patted his mouth. He asked casually, "Earthworm Yu, do you know what's the most important thing after spring this year?" Yu Dilong was wondering if his junior sister, Wang Sheng, was used to living with the white fox face. He wondered if she had found one or two brand new famous swords in Beimang, and if she had fought with anyone. He didn't hear what Lu Yunzhang, who often claimed to be the loudspeaker of the pugilistic world, was saying. After all, nothing good could come out of Lu Yunzhang's mouth. Yu Dilong didn't understand what Wang Xing meant. Lu Yunzhang was also used to Yu Dilong's absent-mindedness, so he said to himself, in the past there were a total of 7 reviews for the civil and military reviews, general reviews and rouge reviews. They would put the military reviews as the finale and put the rouge reviews at the end. This time, the auspicious Talisman review, which was jointly reviewed by Nailan Yusi and Xie Guanying, is different. It seems to pay special attention to the civil and military reviews. They actually put the military reviews at the front. Yu Dilong replied, "Oh." Lu Yunzhang asked curiously, "Aren't you curious about our master's ranking on the martial arts review?" Yu Dilong said casually, "That's not fair. Doing this when master is seriously injured. If master's ranking isn't good, I'll find trouble with them after Beiliang defeats the Beimang barbarians, and I've learned martial arts." Lu Yunzhang rolled his eyes and said, "This year there are a total of 14 people on the martial arts rankings. The 4 grandmasters and the top 10 experts have been reintroduced. Master, Tuoba Bodhisattva, Dong Tai, and Chao Changqing are known as the world's 4 grandmasters. Next is the top 10 experts. It's said that there's no ranking. Liyang has Chen Jibao, Su Yambing, Gu Jiantang, Mount Hui Xinyuan Qingfeng, and the head of the Wu family sword tomb. Beimang has Huyan Daguan, Luo Yang, Hong Jingyan, Morong Baoding, and Deng Mao." Yu Dilong frowned. How come that white fox face, the tall Guanyin sect master, and the white-browed old man who likes to eat swords are not on the list? I think they're all pretty good. Lu Yunchang joked. In the future, when you find Xie Guanying and Nailan Yusi, ask them yourself. How would I know why? Yu Dilong nodded his head seriously. Lu Yunzhang said in surprise, "Are you really going?" Yu Dilong turned to look at him and asked, "Do you know what the Sihiyuan anti-pay mentioned is?" Lu Yunzhang nodded and said, "There are many such courtyards in the Central Plains. They are divided into multiple entrances and exits. Many rich people's mansions are quadrangles." Yu Dilong asked in a low voice, "That would cost a lot of silver, right?" Lu Yunzhang curled his lips and said, "There's only one street in the entire county city, Jade Mountain. If you spend a few taels of silver, you can get it for 40 to 50 taels at most." Yu Dilong said angrily, 45 taels is not enough? Lu Yunzhang, who was carrying the great frost saber on his back, picked his earwax. "You're the only one who's short-sighted. As our master's disciple, isn't it easy for you to ask for a courtyard in Mount Qingliang? That place is valuable. Even 10,000 taels of gold can't buy it. Look at how many officials and generals are in Beiliang. Isn't only Deputy Administrator Song Dongming the only one who can have a residence in Mount Qingliang?" Yu Dilong sneered. "What do you know?" Lu Yunzhang retorted. "You don't even know shit." Yu Dilong reached out to touch the hilt of his cold saber. Lu Yunzhang suddenly stood up. "Yu Dilong, do you really think I'm afraid of you? My great frost saber has long been thirsty for blood." At this moment, Su Fengnian held his waist with one hand and opened the door with the other. When he saw his 2 disciples at the door at daggers drawn, he said in annoyance, "If you want to fight, get lost and fight further away." Yu Dilong looked at his master's complexion and said with guilt and horror, "Master, why are you injured again? Could it be that there were Beimang assassins last night?" Su Fengnian's expression was strange, and Lu Yunzhang's smile was even stranger. This fellow fawningly said, "Master, I'll help you get on the horse later. Don't sprain your waist again." Su Fengnian kicked Lu Yunzhang away from the doorsteps. "Take the horse and set off for the Liangzhou Protectorate." Yu Dilong asked cautiously, "Master, are you really okay?" Su Fengnian put on a stern face and said in all seriousness, "There are some defeats that can't be recovered after losing. The older a man is, the more this is the case." Yu Dilong thought carefully. Master is already a grandmaster. It seems the enemy is very powerful. By the way, Master, is Auntie Pei all right? Su Fengnian was about to speak when Lu Yunzhang shouted, "Auntie Pei, let's go with Master. Master's waist can't take it anymore. It's difficult for him to get on the horse." Lu Yunzhang mounted his horse and galloped away. Su Fengnian and Yu Dilong mounted their horses one after another. Su Fengnian said with a fake smile, "Yu Dilong, go and beat up your junior brother." Yu Dilong clenched his right fist with his left hand and rubbed it fiercely. His face was filled with killing intent. Then the child asked, "Master, what's the reason?" Su Fengnian asked, "Does eldest senior brother need a reason to beat up youngest junior brother?" Yu Dilong spurred his horse and chased after Lu Yunzhang. Su Fengnian looked at the child's back and chuckled. "Just like how you miss Wang Sheng. There's no need for a reason." Su Fengnian took a deep breath and looked back at the courtyard. "Let's go." The word love does not know where it begins or where it rests. Does not know where it begins or how it is resolved. Does not know where it ends. From the clan that lived in luxury to Xiangfan City in Qingzhou, to northern Liang, where the sky was higher than the central plains. He lived by the shore of Tidehark Lake on Mount Qingliang, and finally came to a poor little county in Yanji County. Like a rootless and weak reed, Pei Nanwei had never felt so at ease, even though she had to deal with daily necessities such as rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. Princess Liang's rouge rating, Princess Liang's rouge rating, and Madame Liang's rouge rating. She lazily got out of bed and made breakfast as usual. Last time, she was busy the whole afternoon for the New Year's Eve dinner. She made 8 or 9 dishes, and then placed 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks on the table. She sat at the table and thought about the vegetable garden in the corner, and the slightly larger vegetable garden in the back of the courtyard. When would there be a harvest? She thought that after breakfast, she would open the chicken coop and see if there would be a surprise. She thought about the more than 20 taels of silver she got from the county government last night, and the more than 30 taels of silver she saved before. According to the price of the masons and carpenters in Bishan County, she could build a decent small courtyard house. Unfortunately, the world in Yuzhou was not peaceful now. If it was last year, she could save a lot of money. Pei Nanwei looked around. Last year, she bought a lot of things for the New Year's Eve. At that time, she was distressed and secretly complained that she shouldn't be so extravagant. Now the price had increased, which made her feel more and more that she was actually quite good at managing the house. Pei Nanwei cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks and said to herself, "It doesn't matter if you don't come often. It's good that you can come. So don't die." She suddenly blushed and said softly, "What's the number 1 in the world?" You still went out rubbing your waist. In the hinterland of Aquarius State in Beimang, the ice and snow melted and everything grew green. A horse galloped along the back of the hillside to the top of the mountain. A girl was running behind the horse. In addition to the huge sword box on her back, she also had many swords tied with hemp ropes. She looked like a Jianghu swindler who sold swords to cheat people. The person sitting high on the horse was an extremely attractive woman. She was Nangong Push, the champion of the last Rouge evaluation. Chun Yu, who was second place, only got the evaluation of not inferior to Nangong. In the new evaluation of the second year of Xiangfu, there were more than 14 people in the Wushu evaluation, but there were only 4 people in the Rouge evaluation. This person, who was given the nickname White Fox Face by His Royal Highness, was still on the list. The other 3 people were Chun Yu, who was about to be married to the new king of Liaodong, Zhao Wu, Jiang Anai of West Chu, and a woman who was raised in a house and unknown to people called Huyen Guanyin. According to the obscure description of the Rouge evaluation, she should be a woman from the grassland of Beimang. In the end, she was kidnapped by Su Fengnian, the king of Beiliang, and kept as a mistress. Chapter 14-15. Ever since Wang Sheng entered Beimang, she had been running behind Mr. Nangong. Many times she had to stop and was required to run her qi. The girl had fainted 7 or 8 times. She was like a smart child who met the most demanding private school teacher. who wanted the child to recite the classics in her sleep, regardless of whether it would spoil the growth or not. It should be noted that except for the red sandalwood sword case, Wang Sheng's other famous swords could only slightly hide the sword qi in their scabbards. Every time the girl was exhausted and her qi was disordered, the unruly famous swords of the past would come out to add fuel to the fire. The thin sword Moosefish, the 3-inch blade dogwood forged by the Confucian sage of the old northern Han, the Taoist talisman sword Yellow Crane, the sword that pierced through the abdomen of the emperor of Dongyue in the past, the Xiaojiao, with the tip of the sword exhaled like spring thunder, the Yu sword that clashed with the sword qi of other famous swords, and the goose yellow sword that was as lively as a girl in love. The sword case and the 7 swords made Wang Sheng look like a funny hedgehog. As she and Elder Nangong headed north, there was no lack of discerning northern Mang experts who wanted to kill and rob them. Elder Nangong never cared if the young girl could deal with them or not, always watching with folded arms. Only when Wang Sheng was injured by sword energy that was like a flood bursting through a dike, would he save the young girl. Then he would tail those extremely unlucky northern Mang martial practitioners from a distance that was neither too far nor too close. Every time the young girl leisurely woke up, she would be thrown into the battlefield by Elder Nangong, repeating this process until Wang Sheng successfully killed someone. Before this, in eastern Jianzhou, the two had encountered a Beimang cavalry of more than 1,000 people. Mr. Nangong also threw her directly into the battlefield. Wang Sheng, who could only control 3 or 4 swords at most, was in a frenzy and killed more than 300 Beimang cavalrymen with 7 swords. Her life was hanging by a thread. When she was about to use all the swords in the sword case, Mr. Nangong rushed into the battlefield and knocked her unconscious. When Wang Sheng woke up, she found that the Beimang barbarians were all dead and Mr. Nangong, whose clothes were as clean as new, was standing among the corpses. On the top of the mountain, Baihuer led the horse and looked into the distance. She asked, "Do you know why the saber is always inferior to the sword?" Wang Sheng shook his head. If her master wanted her to practice the sword, then she would practice the sword. His master had once said that he was the best sword embryo in the world, and that it would be a pity if he didn't practice the sword. In fact, Wang Sheng felt somewhat regretful. Although his master often used swords, his master's martial path had begun with saber training. Therefore, Wang Sheng would occasionally envy the glib-tongued Lu Yunzhang, especially when she heard that Elder Nangong, who wore the spring thunder embroidered winter twin sabers on his waist, had once given a saber to her master who had traveled the Jianghu twice. This made the young girl even more reluctant to tell others. Baihuer patted Wang Sheng's head and said softly, "People are afraid of being serious, and things are afraid of being serious. Wang Sheng, if you don't want to be his dispensable disciple for the rest of your life, then think about this problem carefully." Although Wang Sheng did not understand, he still nodded his head out of habit. Baihuer smiled and said, "There are millions of swords in the world, and they all have a master. As long as you can defeat her in the future, your master will have a whole new level of respect for you. In this world, there has never been a woman who has become the most powerful person in the world." Wang Sheng exclaimed in surprise and said timidly, "Elder Nangong, are you talking about that West Chu princess with the surname Jiang? But she has been able to fly on her sword for a long time. I can't defeat her, right? And I heard that she's really good looking." Baihuer sighed and said, "You silly girl." Wang Sheng tiptoed slightly and fastened the few loose swords tightly. He then looked up and smiled at Elder Nangong and said, "Sir, if my master is no longer the most powerful person in the world in the future, you can take his place." Baihuer patted the young girl's head and said helplessly, "You're really silly." Wang Sheng hesitated for a moment and finally plucked up the courage to ask, "Sir, can I ask you a question?" Baihuer said softly, "You want to ask why you came to Beimang?" Wang Sheng nodded slightly. The most beautiful woman in the world raised her head slightly and laughed heartily. "Wang Sheng, do you know what realm I'm in? I'm still stuck at the mysterious finger level. When I left the Tide Listening Pavilion, it's not that I couldn't reach the celestial state, nor that I couldn't become a master in the next martial arts evaluation. It's just that to me, as long as I'm not the most powerful person in the world, it's meaningless." Baihuer loosened the reins and gently pressed her hands on the hilts of the spring thunder and winter embroidered sabers. He took a step forward and said, "Just one more step." This was the first time the young girl Wang Sheng saw Elder Nangong in such high spirits. It was really beautiful. The Dongyue sword pool had countless engravings on the legendary cliff. Among them, the two words sword pool in the ancient seal script of the Great Qin dynasty and deep water, high mountain, long sword qi written by Chao Sheng of the Dafeng dynasty were the most charming. Beside the sword pool, there were mountains and rocks. The water in the pool was green and the water rose and fell. The height of the water varied throughout the year. However, what was special about the sword pool was that during the rainy seasons of spring and summer, the water level of the sword pool would decrease and fall. The 7 words deep water, high mountain, long sword qi could be seen from top to bottom. On the contrary, during the second half of the rootless heavenly water season, the height of the water did not drop the word deep, leaving only the solitary word water in sight. The Song family of the sword pool had existed for more than 600 years, much longer than the Dongyue kingdom. However, ever since the Wu family's sword tomb appeared, the sword pool, a holy land of swords, had become a place of regret in the eyes of many. Unlike the Wu family's sword tomb, which worshipped ancient swords, the Song family had persisted in the principle of, the old man is better than the new sword, but the new sword is better than the old, in the hands of the previous grandmaster, Song Nianqing. Every swordsman of the Song family who had achieved success in swordsmanship had to throw his old sword into the sword pool before leaving for Jianghu and personally go to the sword furnace to forge a new sword. Outsiders had always been puzzled by this, and felt that it was a beautiful wish of the old man, the new sword. After Song Nianqing's death, Cai Qingshan, who had once been the guest of Prince Zhao Yi of Guangling, returned to the sword pool after being expelled. This grandmaster of swordsmanship who had never had a disciple had finally belatedly taken in 2 disciples. The young man was a brilliant disciple of the Song family, and the young girl was an unpolished jade covered in dust. The 3 of them stood on a huge rock of the spring god lake in the sword pool that was engraved with the words, "The enemy of 10,000." The rock was as large as a small mountain, square and extremely majestic. The old man without a sword lowered his head and looked at the deep and ancient spring water. His voice was hoarse as he said, "My senior brother was defeated by Li Chenggang back then. He didn't commit suicide but rather he died from injuries." The family head, Song Nianqing, had died in the pugilistic world outside the sword pool last year. It wasn't because he had died of old age, but because he had used all of his 14 new swords. He had even sacrificed his life to use a sword at the level of an earth immortal. However, he was still killed openly. I'm telling you these 2 things because I want you to understand one thing. Other than the sword tomb of the Wu family, there are many swordsmen who don't care about the sword pool. There are many more than you can imagine. Cai Qingshan probably felt that this truth was too cruel for the 2 children. He laughed and said self-deprecatingly, "Other than an old man like me, the sword pool has a reputation in Jianghu. You should call him senior brother, Li Yibai. He has no hope of reaching the peak of swordsmanship. Compared to people of the same age like Wu Luding of the Sword Tomb, swordsman Sui Hua and Qi Xianxiao of Longhu Mountain, the gap is not only in swordsmanship and sword moves, but also in vision and breadth of mind. So you are the last seeds of the sword pool. Tell me, is there anyone you must surpass when practicing swordsmanship?" The youth with a jade-like face had a lively personality. He smiled brightly and said, "First senior brother Li Yibai, then you master. After that, we will go to the sword tomb of the Wu family and look for Dong Tai. If we can't find him, we will go to Beiliang." At this point, the youth pointed at the girl beside him and complained, "Master, Junior's sister is no different from many of the girls in the sword pool. She secretly admires the king of Beiliang, Su Fengnian. Every time we gather and talk about that guy, they tsk. Their eyes are like the water of the pool under our feet, green and shiny. Master, this is too outrageous. That guy surnamed Su is the mortal enemy of our sword pool. In any case, there isn't a man in the sword pool who doesn't want to use a sword to kill Su Fengnian." The girl's delicate face flushed red. She flew into a rage out of humiliation and shouted, "Song Tinglu, shut your stinky mouth. No one will treat you as a mute." Then the girl looked at her master guiltily, afraid that she would make her master unhappy. Cai Qingshan dismissed it with a smile and said with emotion, It's not a bad thing that love lasts for a long time. Su Fengnian. Has he become the Li Chenggang in the hearts of my generation? At this moment, an old woman with white hair and vicissitudes of life staggered over Chai Qingshan, and the youth walked down from the boulder. The youth ran over to help the old woman and shouted with a smile, "Great-grandmother, are you here to enjoy the scenery while the sun is good?" The old woman stroked the youth's head with a kind gaze. "Tinglu, remember to learn the sword well from your master. You have to be diligent. As for whether you can master it or not, it's up to you. Remember, if you go out in the future, you have to come home properly." Chai Qingshan nodded in greeting. The old woman smiled and nodded. After the three of them left, the old woman sat by the pool with a serene bearing. She smiled and said, "Nianqing, I used to wait for you. I waited for many years and many times. No matter how long it took, I would always be able to wait for you to come home." She folded her skinny hands on her knees. Her red hair from back then had gradually turned white. In her life, she was used to staring at his back. The words between husband and wife might not even be as much as the teachings between husband and disciple. Every time he left the sword pool and returned to the sword pool, she would stand at the entrance of the sword pool. He never looked at her. She did not regret it. Chapter 14-16. The old man closed his eyes and murmured, "Nianqing, now you're the one waiting for me." In Jiangnan's water town, there were many small bridges and flowing water. The young man nicknamed Bamboo wandered the streets of the town for an entire day before returning home in the dusk. His mother had closed the cloth shop and was preparing food at home. The young man buried his head in eating. The woman who had brought her son to this town the year before last said softly, "Eat slowly. No one will steal from you." The young man only cared about wolfing down the food. The woman smiled. "Your brother one is already married. I don't expect you to find a good girl like the young lady of the Liu family. It's fine if you can just kidnap one back." The young man's mouth was full of food as he mumbled, I know. She sighed. "Don't just stay outside all day doing nothing. I don't want you to earn money. It's just that it's not good for a man to always be doing nothing. When a woman marries, she always likes to find a man who has work to do. Even if she's poor at the beginning, she'll have something to look forward to. Her days will be more comfortable." The young man suddenly slammed the bowl in his hand onto the table. His face was full of anger as he roared, "Yes, I'm not doing proper work. But even if I'm like my father, what's the use? My father is famous for being an honest man, isn't he? Anyone who does farm work would give him a thumbs up, right? What's the result? Didn't he leave us behind for so many years? We don't even know if he's dead or not. If he comes back one day, I won't recognize him as my father. Bastard." Her eyes were red. She was originally a gentle woman. Although her voice trembled, she said with an unquestionable attitude, "You're not allowed to talk about your father like that." The young man got up and left the stool. He squatted at the door and sulked. The woman turned her head and secretly wiped her tears with her sleeve. After clearing away the bowls and chopsticks, she carried a small stool to the door and said softly, "I'll warm the food for you in the pot. When you want to eat, just let me know." The young man lowered his head and choked out, "Mother, I don't want to get angry at you. I'm just complaining about my father. He let you down." The woman smiled and said, "How did your father let your mother down? Your father, ever since he knew me, has never said a harsh word to me, nor has he lost his temper once. For so many years, the crops have been taken care of by him alone. He has never allowed me to work in the fields, not even once. Every time he went to the market in town, he didn't forget to bring back some hairpins, rouge, and other small things. Back then, I complained that he was wasting money. Every time your father said he understood. But every time, your father would still buy them. Your mother, I only complained about your father verbally, but I liked him in my heart. Which girl in the village doesn't envy your mother for marrying into a good family?" The young man said angrily, "It's my father's fortune to be able to marry you. He should love my mother so much." The woman smiled and stroked her son's head. "When you find a wife in the future, you have to treat her as well." The young man was still resentful. "Anyway, he's definitely not like my father. Once he left, there was no news of him for several years. He didn't even know how to send a letter home. The woman smiled gently and didn't say anything. The young man suddenly said, "Mother, Brother Wenhua said that I shouldn't mingle in the pugilistic world. He said that when he has saved enough money, he can buy that restaurant from the shopkeeper around this autumn. In the future, he wants me to help him do odd jobs, and I agree." The woman said happily, "That's a good thing. You know so many friends, but only your brother Wenhua truly cares for you. In the future, when you help him with things, put in more effort. Don't think too much about money. Your father said that we humans can't climb out of money once we fall into it. That's the life of a lifetime of hard work. It looks like we don't have to worry about food and clothing, but it's actually not comfortable." The young man smiled. My father can say such things?" The woman pretended to hit him. The young man suddenly asked, "My father's name is Wang Mingyin?" The woman, who was just pretending to give her son a chestnut, now really hit her son's forehead. She laughed angrily and said, "How can a son call his father's name directly?" The young man smiled and said, "Mother, let me tell you, there used to be a man called Wang Mingyin in the Jianghu. He was very powerful. His brother was Wang Mingyang, who guarded Xiangfan City for 10 years. He was the only high-ranking official that even the prince of Northern Liang couldn't do anything about. Wang Mingyang himself was also very powerful. He was the 11th martial arts master in the world. The Wang family of the two brothers was even more terrifying. I've heard of a scholarly saying, generations of Jianing. It probably means that many generations of the family were high-ranking officials and dignitaries. Mother, do you want to hear about the Jianghu deeds of the guy with the same name as our father?" The woman shook her head and smiled. "I don't want to hear about it." The young man looked at the sky and stood up. "Brother Wen said yesterday that he asked me to find him for a drink when I have time. It seems that he heard something happy. I'll go now." The woman hurriedly stood up. "Bring some cloth." The young man rolled his eyes. "Brother Wen doesn't care about this." The woman glared at him. "It's good that he doesn't care. Our Wang family has to put ourselves in his shoes." The young man made a face. "That's what my father said too, right?" The woman went to the inner room and brought back 2 pieces of cloth. She handed them to her son. After drinking, walk slowly on the way home. The young man took the cloth and left the house as fast as he could, saying that he knew. The woman saw that her son didn't close the door. She shook her head helplessly and went to close it. When she was about to bolt the door, she paused. In the end, she didn't completely close the door. She turned and walked into the house. "Mingyin, your son has grown up. He's like you." On the great snow plateau of Mount Hui, the Xianyuan family's reputation couldn't reach the top of Jianghu even in the hands of Xianyuan Great Plate. Now, not only had it suppressed the Taoist master's mansion of Longhu Mountain, it could even look down on the Dongyue sword pool. In the whole world, perhaps only the Wu family's sword tomb could be on par with it. All of this was attributed to the woman in purple who was in charge of the Moonless Tower. Countless Jianghu heroes willingly prostrated themselves under her purple clothes. When she had a place in the martial arts review, the Great Snow Plateau, which had become the newest holy land in Jianghu, was even more crowded. There were so many mountaineers that it was impossible for people to go down the mountain. When her name didn't appear in the Rouge Review, countless young chivalrous men in purple who admired her felt injustice. They clamored that they would teach Nalin Yusi and Xie Guining a lesson. The former 4th prince, who was now the emperor, had come to visit but was refused at the door. In addition, the king of Bailiang had asked the Fish Dragon Gang to escort the books in the Tide Listening Pavilion Martial Library to Mount Hui. These 2 things undoubtedly had great influence on the Jianghu people who liked to make groundless accusations. Many people speculated that the reason why the emperor didn't like Su Fengnian so much was not only because of the old grudge between the previous emperor and the vassal kings of Bailiang, but also because of jealousy. This kind of wild speculation, which was originally sneered at by the Liang officialdom, began to gain a firm foothold after the emperor personally sent people to the Moonless Tower of Mount Hui with the inscription, "Invincible in the world." The whole Jianghu had a better impression of the new emperor, who was famous for his various literary and administrative actions after ascending the throne. After all, the 2 previous emperors of Liang were both iron-fisted monarchs who liked to pass on the Jianghu. The current emperor didn't treat the Jianghu people kindly, but at the very least he didn't have any deep hatred for them. This was worth celebrating even if it wasn't the new year. Xianyuan Qingfeng stood under an old cassia tree. After Mount Hui's chief guest, Huang Fangfua, left the mountain, and the purple-clothed woman, who was the Mount Hui mountain master and the Wulin alliance leader, was obsessed with martial arts. Huang Fangfua, who had reached the Finger Mystery realm, became more and more powerful. However, even though he was second only to one person and above tens of thousands of people in Mount Hui, Huang Fangfua was more cautious than before. He didn't dare to cross the line. In the past, in order to increase her realm, she had absorbed the internal energy of countless Jianghu masters. Her cruel methods were even worse than those so-called Jianghu devils. The latter would at least pay attention to the fact that a rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its burrow. She had started from killing the retainers of Mount Hui from the very beginning. Only when no one was worthy of her attention did she target the masters outside the mountain. Now, after the battle with Wang Xianji, her martial arts attainment and realm had improved by leaps and bounds. Some of the secret manuals sent by the Tide Listening Pavilion made her even more powerful. Xianyuan Qingfeng asked calmly, "How many second-grade masters are there on the mountain?" Huang Fangfua replied respectfully, "There are 6 people willing to serve Mount Hui. There are 11 people who are only willing to add flowers to the brocade." Xianyuan Qingfeng sneered, "Flowers to the brocade?" Huang Fangfua felt a chill all over his body. Xianyuan Qingfeng kept her hands behind her back. She raised her head and looked at the leaves of the cassia tree. Her tone turned gentle. "Flowers to the brocade, charcoal in the snow, frost in the snow, oil in the fire, cotton in the wind, and a knife in the heart." Then she mocked herself. "What kind of woman do you think I am?" Of course, Huang Fangfua wasn't naive enough to think that she was talking to him. He left silently. She waited until Huang Fangfua was far away. At that time, "You used the luck of the Imperial Jade Seal to help me stabilize my realm. I didn't accompany you to Shengwu City to deal with Han Shengxian. But later, Wang Xianji went to find trouble with you. We don't owe each other anything anymore. Now I have Zhao Huangchao and useless monk's martial arts experience. I don't need those boxes of secret manuals at all. Do you want to do a big deal with me again?" Xianyuan Qingfeng was silent for a moment. "Or do you think we're even?" Dunhuang City. In a hidden house that no one cared about, a plump woman bent down to protect a toddler who had just learned to walk. The toddler wobbled as he reached out to grab the bead curtain hanging at the door. As the child's mother, her eyes were filled with doting, love, guilt, and regret. She crouched down and hugged the child. The adult's cheek touched the child's cheek. She said softly, "Su Nianliang, my little sweet potato, when you grow up, you must find your father." Chapter 14-17. The 3 of them took a detour to Green Deer Cave Academy. The 3 of them stopped at the foot of the mountain and gave the horses to the academy's odd job workers to feed them. Then they walked up the stairs. Although Su Fengnian was in a hurry, he climbed the mountain slowly. It was on this mountain path that he once had a thrilling battle of life and death with Gao Shulu. After that he obtained the celestial physique. Miss Wang Xianji also wore that inappropriate mink hat to stop her. It was like throwing an egg against a rock. When Su Fengnian rested in a pavilion halfway up the mountain, he looked at the mountains and rivers of Yuzhou. For some reason he remembered the scholar who said, "Ancestor, please die." Su Fengnian leaned against a bright red pavilion pillar that the academy had repainted at the beginning of the year. He muttered to himself, "Xianyuan Jingcheng, I gave books to Mount Hui last year. Perhaps your daughter was suspicious and thought that I wanted to do some business with her. In fact, I just wanted to have more Jianghu seeds. Xianyuan Qingfeng thought that I didn't know what Zhao Huangchao did before he died. I just didn't want to pursue the matter. If she wants to be the Wulin alliance leader as a woman and be Mount Hui's Wang Xianji, then let her be. In another 100 years, the number of heavenly phenomenon cultivators will probably be rarer than the current Earth immortals. There won't be any scholars who can read books and reach the Confucian saint realm. Back then you said, an ant trying to shake a tree is worthy of respect and overestimation. I didn't feel anything back then. Now that I think about my situation in Beiliang, I can't help but feel sad." Lu Yunzhang, whose bruises hadn't completely disappeared, whispered, Master, it's fine to go to Bishan County. After all, there's such a beautiful woman like Aunt Pei. It's not good to be left out. But here in Green Deer Cave Academy, I can hear the sound of those scholars even from halfway up the mountain. My head hurts. Master, what do you think you're doing here? I'll tell you in advance. If there's no second Aunt Pei and you're only here to listen to people recite books, I'll really get angry. When the time comes, I'll raise my sword and slash it down again and again, chopping those scholars into pieces. Hu Yulong said angrily, Lu Yunzhang haven't hit me enough? Believe it or not, I'll beat you to death. Lu Yunzhang also stomped his feet and looked at Su Fengnian with a resentful expression. He said aggrievedly, Master, you're biased toward eldest senior brother. It's fine that you gave old Monster Wang's secret manual to him for safekeeping, but you even gave your grandfather's saber manual, which he painstakingly worked on for his entire life, to eldest senior brother. I was picked up by the roadside and given to my stepmother to raise, right? Su Fengnian bent 2 fingers and gently knocked on Lu Yunzhang's head. He smiled and said, It's not that I'm stingy or biased towards you, Dilong. It's just that those 2 items are not to your liking. When I have some martial arts insights in the future, as long as I have the opportunity to compile them into a book, I will only give them to you and not you, Dilong and Wang Sheng. Su Fengnian said softly, Continue up the mountain. Lu Yunzhang, who was following behind Su Fengnian, glanced at Hu Yulong smugly. The latter rolled his eyes. Su Fengnian asked with a smile, Have you ever thought of a question? Why are Buddhist temples built at the foot of the mountain while large Taoist temples are at the top of the mountain? As for Confucian academies, they tend to be halfway up the mountain. Lu Yunzhang said without hesitation. Bald donkeys like incense money. They're afraid that pilgrims will be too tired from climbing the mountain. Those Taoists seek immortality and ascension. Naturally, they have to choose a place closest to the immortals. They recite sutras and flatter them every day so that the immortals can hear them. As for what the scholars think, it's probably because the foot and top of the mountain have been occupied, so they can only build houses halfway up the mountain. Master, isn't my explanation very reasonable? Su Fengnian didn't comment and continued asking, Dilong, what do you think? Yu Dilong was just a shepherd boy. He had never seen any Taoist temples or academies in his life. He had no understanding of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, so he was naturally confused. However, since his master had asked, the child could only bite the bullet and think about it. He finally understood what Lu Yunzhang meant by having a headache. Thankfully, his master was understanding. He quickly turned his head and said with a smile, If you can't figure it out for the time being, don't think about it. But when you grow up and encounter something that you can or can't think about it more. If you can or can't do it, there's no harm in doing it. In life, when there's no need to worry about self-preservation, you only want to have a clear mind and ignore the wishes of others. It's fine if you don't want to be a land immortal. Yu Dilong nodded vigorously and said, I'll remember. The 3 of them arrived at the entrance of the Green Deer Cave Academy. There was a rule that martial artists had to take off their armor and sabers. Of course, it was set by Su Fengnian himself. However, Yu Dilong was unwilling to take off the big saber, and Lu Yunzhang was also unwilling to part with the long saber he nicknamed Big-Footed Wife. The 2 of them could only wait in the open square outside the academy. Su Fengnian took off the Bailiang saber from his waist and placed it in a large bamboo basket placed on both sides of the entrance. There were already 6 or 7 luxurious long swords with beautiful sword tassels inside. Now, Bailiang didn't allow private individuals to carry sabers. Otherwise, they would be thrown into prison by the roaming cavalry. There was no mercy. Otherwise, Su Fengnian estimated that there would be 6 or 7 Bailiang sabers inlaid with pearls and jade in the basket. The Liang Imperial Court didn't forbid academies from all over the world. Shangyin Academy was the most famous private school in the world. However, the Zhao clan didn't support it. The founders of the academies were mostly local famous scholars and scholars. Very few local officials were appointed as mountain elders or cave masters. Bailiang was an exception. Under the personal supervision of Su Fengnian, the current dozen or so academies in Bailiang, Yuliang, and Lingling were not only funded by Mount Qingliang and the local government, But officials were also not allowed to obstruct or suppress the academies. For example, the cave master of the Green Deer Cave Academy was the leader of the local imperial censors, Huangchang. Although these academies were the Pure Land established by Su Fengnian, the Northwest vassal king, those scholars didn't care about the milk is the mother. When the war in Yuzhou was urgent, especially when the two cities of Crouching Bao and Xiaoguang were conquered, the academy's curses and criticisms were the loudest. Then it more or less spread to the common people, and people's hearts wavered. Not only did the meritorious generals like Yan Wenwan hate this, even the Yuzhou provincial governor Hu Kuei and the Liangzhou provincial governor Tian Peifong, who was born as a scholar, both expressed their concerns to Deputy Administrator Song Dongming. However, the insightful people like Administrator Li Gongda knew that the direction of the academies depended on how the king of Beiliang would decide. Of course, most of the local officials in Beiliang felt that these embroidered pillows who dared to embarrass the king of Beiliang would not have a good ending. Especially when Yu Luandao and Wan Qi made contributions outside the gourd mouth and eased the war in Yuzhou. They all felt that it was time to kill the chicken to warn the monkey and kill the evil wind and rain. Then Su Fengnian walked into the Green Deer Cave Academy, which was full of books. Because he had only met Huang Chang and the others at the gate of the academy, and there were many foreign scholars in the academy, no one in the Xanadu recognized him. They only thought that he was a Beiliang aristocratic family who came to the academy to study. Su Fengnian entered a library. The lectures in the academy were mainly about Confucian classics, history books, poetry and literature, and sometimes about current politics. Today's lecture was hosted by a great Confucian scholar. The library was spacious, and there were more than 100 futons on the ground for the scholars to sit on. However, there were still not enough futons, so Su Fengnian, who entered from the back door, could only sit casually at the back. The great Confucian scholar, who was only a juror in the imperial examinations, was explaining the art of making. It was a little suspicious that a 9th-level master was wantonly commenting on a grandmaster of martial arts. However, after Su Fengnian listened carefully for a moment, he still felt that he had benefited a lot, especially when it came to guessing questions. The scholars of Liangdi were going to the capital to take the imperial examinations in the spring. Perhaps there would be a few more people who could pass the imperial examinations. Ever since Su Xiao, Beiliang had turned a blind eye to the scholars flowing out of the capital. From Yanjieshi to Yao Baifeng entering the capital to take up a post, Su Xiao did not purposely make things difficult for them. Su Fengnian was also happy to see Sun Yin succeed. The reason was simple. Li Yishan had once made an analogy. When a baby bird grew up, it would feed its mother, let alone a human. At the time, the youth His Royal Highness was still puzzled. Li Yishan smiled and said that perhaps only 1 or 2 of the 10 people would be grateful to Beiliang, but that was enough. If the 10 people were confined in Beiliang and cut off their path to fame and official career, then 8 or 9 of them would harbor hatred towards Beiliang. Chapter 14-18. Next, the great Confucian picked a few topics that were not so boring, and allowed the young scholars to express their opinions. They talked about the emperor's establishment of the 6 pavilions, the order for 12 painting masters to paint the portraits of the meritorious officials of the spring and autumn period, and their views on the emperor allowing the portraits to be placed in the temple of meritorious officials, and the imperial ancestral temple. Most importantly, the great Confucian smiled and asked the scholars to guess whether the old Prince Liang would be among the portraits. If so, who would be the painter? Would it be He Lu, who had the reputation of family of He, family of Lu, family of wealth? Or would it be little Yuqi, who was famous for his paintings of Buddha, ghosts and deities, especially the Thousand Hands Eye exorcism wall? Or would it be Zheng Xixuan, who had recently presented his poems and paintings to the emperor himself? There was a lot of discussion in the library, and it was very lively. Su Fengnian was a little emotional. After Zhao Zhuan set a trap for the 10,000 Yu cavalry in Ji Bei, and then demonstrated his power in the northwest at the Ministry of War, he quickly combined strength with gentleness. There was a rumor outside the palace that the emperor wanted to lose out on Su Zhao's posthumous title, and wanted to posthumously promote General Su Xiao. As for this loss, of course, it was caused by the then Grand Secretary, Zhang Jiulu, and his new emperor, Zhao Zhuan, and his new dynasty were trying their best to remedy it. If this was the work of the head of the secretariat, Su Fengnian would not be surprised. But if it was Zhao Zhuan's idea, then it was very worrying. Su Fengnian was not worried about the narrow-minded emperor of Liang. On the contrary, the more Zhao Zhuan did not care about trifles, the more dangerous Beiliang's situation would be. Zhao Zhuan harbored great enmity toward Beiliang, or perhaps toward Su Fengnian. The matter of Ji Bei and the transport of water had already been made clear. The more Zhao Zhuan gave Su Xiao, the more he would demand from Su Fengnian. What he gave was fake, and what he wanted was real. But in the eyes of the Liang court, this kind of choice was very reasonable. Su Fengnian was lost in thought, and then he was suddenly disturbed by a quarrel. It turned out that the 7 or 8 foreign scholars and local scholars who were in opposing camps had suddenly begun to quarrel. They were arguing about when Bei Meng would take Xiaoguang City and how stable Huta City was. Neither side had any objections to the fall of Xiaoguang City under the assault of more than 200,000 Yuzhou soldiers. However, the local scholars of Beiliang felt that they could at least hold on for another 10 to 15 months. The foreign scholars, on the other hand, had learned from the example of Crouching Bao and Wanhe, believed that Xiaoguang City could be taken in the near future. As for Huta City, which was known as the most majestic town in the northwest, the quarrel was even more intense. The former felt that if they could hold on for a month, they would have succeeded, while the latter almost blindly believed that Huta City could become the second pillar of the Central Plains, Xiangfan City, the pillar of Bei Meng's cavalry. During this period of time, there was a clear confrontation. Both sides argued that Su Fengnian had personally appeared at the mouth of the gourd and crippled Bei Meng's supply line. They quarreled until their faces turned red. The foreign scholars believed that the son of a rich family should not sit under the awning. They said that Su Fengnian's childish act of risking his life was because he wanted to be a hero whose name would go down in history. It was a childish attitude that caused mischief. Not only could he not be praised, if he were the emperor he would be impeached and punished. After all, the Beiliang scholars were a little clumsy with words. Many of their rebuttals were not able to express their ideas. The scholars who went to Liang were well-read, and could always come up with a chain of sages' principles to mock and ridicule. In the end, the Beiliang scholars who lost the quarrel were indeed natives of Beiliang. They almost rolled up their sleeves and used their fists to reason with those bastards who just stood there and talked. In the end, a scholar from the Shangyin Palace glared at them and scolded them as barbarians who added fuel to the fire. This completely messed up the situation. For a moment, fists and saliva flew around Su Fengnian. It was very lively. The Beiliang scholars originally thought that they would not be at an advantage in the quarrel because they were tall and strong, so they would not be at a disadvantage. They did not expect that the two foreign scholars had practiced martial arts and were proficient in both the pen and the sword. Su Fengnian, who had been sitting on the ground all this time and had been implicated, raised his hand to block the sole of one of his shoes and gently pushed it away. Very quickly, he had to turn his head to avoid someone's spit, and then support a scholar who had been beaten until he staggered backward. The Beiliang generals who had climbed the mountain to study and left their swords in bamboo baskets were angered when they heard a little about it. They practically jumped over the heads of many scholars and entered the battlefield, turning the disadvantageous situation around in an instant. The great scholar who had once been in charge of lecturing in the Shangyin Palace, but was fond of military studies, did not feel that it was a disgrace to the refined. Not only did he not harshly berate them, he even smiled and stroked his beard. He sat on the ground and commented on the martial arts of both sides. The foreign scholars who dared to come to Beiliang would not have the courage and insight if they did not have a bit of courage. Therefore, the fight became more and more intense. Very quickly blood was spilled. Even so, no one retreated. First, the generals who had come because of the Beiliang's reputation entered the battlefield as reinforcements. Their actions quickly resonated with all the Beiliang scholars in the library. They all got up and ran wildly toward the battlefield behind the library. Soon after, there were also foreign scholars who gathered together as fellow countrymen from the various daros and provinces of Liang to help out. The great scholar was still not in a hurry. He watched as the number of scholars who were sitting decreased. Many scholars with small arms and thin legs also got up and rushed over. Even if they did not fight, they would still encourage others to join in the fight. Su Fengnian helped the locals a few times, but he had a sense of propriety. He only helped them block a few moves that were too heavy. He also secretly pulled back a few steps when one of the generals kicked him viciously in the groin. In the end, the battle behind the library came to an end. The gongs sounded and the soldiers retreated. Both sides confronted each other aggressively and stared at each other, ready to start the next big battle at any time. Su Fengnian, of course, stood on the side of the local scholars. Beside him, there was a dandy from a general family in Yuzhou who had blood seeping out of the corner of his mouth. He grimaced in pain and turned his head to Su Fengnian, who had blocked a fist for him. He said with a smile, "Brother, thanks for just now. When we go down the mountain, I'll treat you to a drink with girls. I've long disliked this bunch of bastards. Oh right, I'm Yang Huizhi from Shirlu County. When you get to the county, say my name and I'll guarantee that you'll be safe. Of course, don't do anything like killing and robbing. Even I don't dare to do such things." Cave Master Huangshang heard the news and rushed over. He ran into the library and shouted angrily, "The academy is a place for scholars to cultivate and live in peace. What are you doing? If you have the strength to fight, go join the army at the Beiliang border." Huangshang didn't look at the two groups of people who were clearly divided. He sighed softly to the calm Confucian lecturer and said, "Xueji, you don't even control them a little." The Confucian scholar called Xueji smiled and casually pointed at a calligraphy painting hanging on the wall behind him. "We scholars are not afraid of being unreasonable, but we are afraid of not being reasonable. It's better to be calm and to fight. It's better than holding it in and waiting to be dealt with in the future. Revenge is never too late for a gentleman." Many years later, when those with high positions in the officialdom teach those with low positions, those with low positions bully those who aren't officials, and those who aren't officials can only bully the common people. Wouldn't that be too scary? It's better for everyone to finish fighting today and vent their anger. Then we can sit down and continue talking. Cave Master, I'm waiting for them to calm down after they can't fight anymore. Then I'll enlighten them a little. These half-baked people in the library usually sway a lot. If they don't suffer, they won't remember anything. Huangshang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said helplessly, "Old Shueyuyu." Huangshang suddenly saw a figure out of the corner of his eye. His heart immediately shook. Right now, the officialdom of Beiliang was waiting to see a good show from the various academies. Huangshang absolutely supported the scholars' discussion of politics. However, he was worried that the academies on the mountain were interfering with the military affairs at the border and causing the people below the mountain to be unsettled. Although the king of Beiliang had promised him and the officialdom not to interfere with the academy's affairs, he had also said that the academy would not be punished for their words. He had even protected the scholars from the disaster of war and the humiliation of martial artists. However, Huangshang still didn't quite believe that the young and impetuous king of Beiliang would really be a hands-off shopkeeper. Moreover, it was the academy that had caused trouble first. Therefore, when the Green Deer Cave Master saw Su Fengnian appear on the battlefield, he immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Was Su Fengnian going to make things difficult for him? The seeds of learning in Beiliang hadn't even taken root yet, and he was going to give up halfway? Huangshang was indeed a stubborn person. The colder his heart, the more unwilling he was to back down. He took a few steps forward and asked Su Fengnian directly, "Has the king of Beiliang come here to denounce us? Is he going to close the academy? Is he going to forbid the scholars of Beiliang from studying?" Su Fengnian shook his head and looked at the words. He said calmly, "I originally just wanted to take a look and then leave. However, I am much more at ease now. The words on the wall are, 'Important matters of 1,000 years require the most consideration.'" Su Fengnian looked around and said with a smile, "I hope that all of you scholars will think about it carefully. Only after you have thought about it will you speak louder. You and I will encourage each other." Su Fengnian faced the great scholar and bowed slightly with his hands clasped in front of him. "This principle was taught by teacher. Su Fengnian has learned from your teachings." Xueji should have hurriedly stood up to return the greeting, but for some reason at that moment, this old Confucian scholar who had been depressed in Shangyin Academy forcibly placed his buttocks back onto the prayer mat, straightened his back, and silently accepted the greeting. Long after the young king of Baliang and cave master Huangshang left the library, Shueji still didn't move. The old man finally lowered his head and reached out to touch the ground outside the praying mat. Who said that the soil of Baliang can only produce horses and armor, but not scholars? Shueji faced the group of young scholars who still hadn't recovered from their shock. He raised his hand and pressed down, his expression full of high spirits. All of you sit down. I, Shueji, will finally talk about how to think. This is the kind of thinking that scholars of my generation should have. Chapter 1419. The mountainhead of Green Deer Cave Academy. Huangchang saw Su Fingyan off alone. On the way down the mountain, the two of them did not speak much. Huangchang was exhausted because his momentum had been exhausted by the first spurt of energy. Since the young king of Qingliang did not come to the foothills of Green Deer Cave Academy to settle accounts with his students, then Huangchang did not have a target to shoot at. After all, he could not give Su Fingyan an inch and ask for a foot by asking for more positions in the local government offices. Mount Qingliang was already very generous in allowing scholars to hold important positions in various provinces, counties and counties. Even if Huangchang's face was even thicker, he could not open his mouth. The more silent Su Fingyan was, the more nervous Huangchang became. When they were near the foot of the mountain, the old man sighed and smiled bitterly. Your Highness, your knife is always on this old man's neck, but you don't cut it off or take it away. This old man feels uncomfortable. How about you give me a quick answer? If you really can't, then I'll say it from the bottom of my heart. Let someone else be the headmaster of the Green Deer Cave. The academy is like a field of crops. It's hard to get some good seedlings. If your Highness thinks I'm not taking care of it well, then let someone else be obedient. Don't take out your anger on those seedlings. Su Fingyan didn't stop. He said slowly, Teacher, you worry too much. There's nothing wrong with the scholars of the academy discussing the military and politics of Baliang. There's nothing wrong with the more you debate, the more confused you become. Huangchang nodded as if relieved of a heavy burden. Su Fingyan continued, but as headmasters and teachers, you have to take advantage of the situation and not look on coldly. I'm not asking you to speak good words for the Baliang Frontier Army, because that's meaningless. I hope that the scholars who have taken root in Baliang understand one thing. The reason they can point out the country is because there are people dying on the front lines every day. It's those dead people and the Baliang Frontier Army who are about to die in battle that make Baliang's territory not have a wisp of smoke. No matter whether they won or lost on the battlefield, they were not wrong at all. Of course, it's not a problem to scold me, Mount Qingliang, or the Baliang Protectorate for not properly dispatching troops, or for making a mistake in their plans. However, if you have the intention of watching the fire burn across the river, and rejoicing in other people's misfortune, Baliang has always politely declined such a scholar. You can go back to wherever you came from. Mount Qingliang can still afford this little bit of traveling expenses. Huangshang's expression became serious again. Su Fingyan glanced at the old man, and smiled indifferently. You always feel that there's something wrong with other people. You always think that if I don't help the people, who can I do it? Reading books is to cultivate righteousness, not to cultivate arrogance and viciousness. I myself am a person who has been through this. All day long, I complain about the heavens and accuse others. When I look around, all I see is injustice. The depression in my heart is even more difficult to suppress. Perhaps you've never experienced such a thing in your life, which is why I made a special trip to Green Deer Cave Academy to say a few words. Huangshang was half believing and half doubtful. You really only said a few words? Su Fingyan smiled. With regards to the scholars of the academy discussing military affairs at the border, it's better to let things flow. I will have the government gift the various academies a few sets of the essentials of military supplies written by Chen Jibao. Why don't you let a great scholar familiar with military affairs take the lead in explaining it? First, understand the history of cold knives, guns, crossbows and horse policy in Baliang, and understand how we manage the army in Baliang. Only then can you talk about the important matters at the border. Huangshang sighed emotionally. What a good, it's better to let things flow than to let things flow. Huangshang hesitated for a moment before adding, Your Highness has handled this matter beautifully. Huangshang was famous for being stingy with words of praise. This kind of bootlicking was truly difficult to speak of. It could be seen that Su Fengnian's visit to the academy had indeed made the old man very satisfied. Su Fengnian laughed self-deprecatingly. Technical work as a reward? Huangshang, who no longer held any grudges in his heart, spoke more freely. I only know how to study. I dare say that in less than 5 years, Liang will have a whole new level of respect for Beiliang's literature and classics. Before Su Fengnian mounted his horse and left, he said to Huangshang, on the eve of the Qingming festival, please bring the scholars of the academy to the Steel Forest on Mount Qingliang. There will be a libation ceremony there. Huangshang was stunned for a moment before replying in a low voice, as it should be. Leaving Green Deer Cave Academy, the three of them galloped on. Lu Yunchang asked, Master, are we going to the Beiliang Protectorate or to Huta City, which is currently at war? Su Fengnian said unhappily, go back to the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. Don't worry about anything else. Yu Dilong shouted, Master, I want to go to Huta City to kill the barbarians. Su Fengnian was silent for a moment before suddenly saying, Dilong, go to Liuzhou with Yinchang. Go to Qingsong City and secretly protect Yangguangdo and Qinshiliang. If a war really breaks out, you can do as you see fit. I allow you to make your own decisions. At a fork in the road, Lu Yinchang was pleasantly surprised. He rubbed his hands and said, Master, then we'll have to split up now. Su Fengnian nodded and did not forget to remind him, Yinchang, when you're on the battlefield, keep an eye on your senior brother. Don't let him kill until he's blinded by madness. In short, none of you should die in Liuzhou. Your real battlefield is the Jianghu in the future. Yu Dilong grinned and said, Master, after I've paid off the big guy's debt, I'll be rewarded. Master, don't forget to reward me. I still have to send it to Auntie Pei. She needs a lot of money to build the courtyard house. We can't let Auntie Pei borrow money from outsiders, right? Su Fengnian laughed and scolded. You're already siding with outsiders at such a young age? All right. If that day really comes, the Beiliang Frontier Army won't forget to give you a copper coin. Lu Yunchang laughed and said, a married daughter is like spilled water. Yu Dilong raised his fist and said anxiously, who are you calling a girl? Are you itching for a beating? Do you want me to help you beat it? Su Fengnian stopped his horse at the fork in the road. He smiled as he looked at the backs of the two horses chasing each other. Suddenly he whipped his horse and moved forward. In the past, the young man in brocade robes angrily whipped Liangzhou City. The awakening of hibernation had passed, and the spring equinox was approaching. Su Fengnian rode alone along the heavily guarded road to Huaiyang Pass in the north of Liangzhou. At this time, not only was the war in Beiliang getting heavier and the world in chaos, but after Ko Jianghuai resigned and retired to the countryside, the young commander of the West Chu Line, Xie Shibian, assumed the position of commander of the Eastern Line. He fought 3 battles in a row in 10 days. Xie Shibian, who had previously defeated Yan Zhenchuan's Iron Cavalry and Yang Shenxing's Jizhou's elite infantry, was once again met with the expectations of the West Chu imperial court. He was defeated in succession and was forced to retreat. The West Chu Navy led by Chao Chongqing finally stopped holding back and began to push downstream. In order to reduce the pressure on Xie Shibian on land, they began to confront the navy of Guangling Prince Zhao Yi. On the other hand, the Prince of Yanqi, Zhao Bing, led 100,000 elite soldiers and marched northward. At the same time, the commander of the southern expedition, General Lu Xingxiang, led tens of thousands of soldiers from Nanjing's Ji camp to the south, coordinating with the southern army. The imperial court's situation was good. After Yuan Tingshan made a good start in Ji Bei, Tang Taizuang, who was Gu Jiantong's trusted general along with Kai Nan, also took the initiative to attack on the eastern line, and beheaded 6,000 Beimang. For this reason, the Emperor of Liang ordered Tang Taizuang to go to the capital to replace Lu Xingxiang as the assistant minister of the Ministry of War. This general, who had the reputation of fierce tiger general, came to the capital just after the other assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Su Gong, stepped into the Tu Liao. Therefore, after Wu Zongxian and Fan Changho, the new chess saint of Liang, 10th Dan, were said to have entered the capital one after another. There was also the saying of Dragon General Su Gong, and Fierce Tiger General, Dragon General Su Gong, and Fierce Tiger General. Chapter 1420. Liang Imperial Court was flourishing with each passing day, and the people were reassured, which only served to accentuate the unrest in the northwest. It was rumored that after Beiliang Road lost Huagong and Wanhe, the last barrier outside the pass, Xiaoguang City, was also on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, Huta City, the northernmost city outside Liangzhou Pass, was also in imminent danger. What made the people of Liang even more disappointed and angry was a rumor that Yozhou's Huta City, which was said to be able to hold off more than 100,000 Beimeng cavalry, was said to be under the command of Yang Yuanzhan. Up until now, the 300,000 troops of Beimeng had actually increased instead of decreasing. The people of Liang, especially the people of the capital, naturally began to speculate whether or not the Beiliang barbarians had thrown in their lot with the Beimeng barbarians. Otherwise, how could there be more and more people fighting in this world? Huta City, which was north of Huayang Pass and south of Longyan Flat, had always been said to be the best. In Su Zhao's hands, he had placed as many as 30,000 troops in this majestic town. There were nearly 10,000 cavalry and more than 20,000 infantrymen. All of them were old soldiers who were good at fighting. In addition, there were Huayang Pass and Liuya and Fuling as support. Behind this line of defense there were Jinyuan, Qinghe and Zhongzhong passes, as well as Xianqian and Xinwu cities as the two flanks of defense. Behind them were the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, Great Ancestor Gu's infantry, and Hezhonghu's cavalry. Unlike Yozhou's Huta City, which was passively taking a beating, to the north of Liangzhou, other than Huta City, Liuya, Fuling and Huayang Pass, where the protectorate was located, all had the strength to mobilize cavalry. It was precisely because of this flexible and powerful fighting force roaming the rear that Huta City's defense was filled with the bravery of everyone facing death calmly. When Su Fengnian walked into the protectorate's conference hall under the escort of a group of white horses, Chu Lushan was in the middle of discussing the situation with Su Weisheng and the cavalry's deputy commander, He Zhonghu, and the others. Seeing Su Fengnian's arrival, they didn't exchange any pleasantries. Su Fengnian took the opportunity to join in without any delay. Of course, Chu Lushan couldn't completely ignore Su Fengnian, the king of Beiliang. Therefore he gave a brief summary. Cripple Lu of Huta City is arrogant. He said that he could defend Huta City alone for a year and a half without any problem. He asked us, Liuya, Fuling and Huayang Pass, to launch an attack based on the premise that Huta City could not be lost. At the critical moment, the 10,000 elite cavalries in Huta City could even go out to fight at any time. Right now, we are calculating how Fatty Dong's 100,000 Dong family's private soldiers will be used, and when they will be used. Up until now, the northern Meng troops attacking the city are still the border soldiers from Gusai Prefecture. We've given them nearly 1,000 catapults in batches of 300, and they've been attacking the city day and night. It just looks very lively. Cripple Lu said that he wasn't used to it at first, but now the Tiger Head City's defenders don't care about those disgusting catapults at night at all. They eat and sleep as usual, and there are no problems with their morale. At this point, Chu Lushan couldn't help but chuckle softly. All the armies are like crying children who want milk. They can't wait for a few dozen people to die before they talk about the situation, as if it was a pile of eggs. Only our Beiliang Frontier Army is an exception. We are afraid that our parents will be worried. Even if we are beaten until we are covered in blood, we will grit our teeth and bear it. Chu Lushan continued. Luya and Fuling's two cavalry armies have already taken the initiative to attack twice. The results of the battle weren't great, but they forced northern Meng to not let loose and besiege the city. Otherwise, if those 1,000 stone catapults were to open up on all fronts, not to mention attacking Tiger Head City, even attacking Tai and City would be quite imposing. During this period, Beimeng sent out a light cavalry of 30,000 men in an attempt to intercept Liuya's cavalry and give us an opportunity to attack Huayang Pass. They didn't succeed in besieging the city and attacking the reinforcements. Instead, we easily slaughtered 6,000 of them. If it wasn't for Dongjue sending people to help us, we could have killed another 10,000 men. Our cavalry pushed northward to Huta City, and each of us threw out a barbarian's head. Your Highness, you didn't see the faces of those barbarians on the front lines. It was as if they hadn't been able to shit for months. Su Fengnian smiled knowingly and asked, "How many casualties did Yang Yuanzhan suffer in Yuzhou?" The veteran general He Zhong suddenly laughed heartily and said, "There are already more than 50,000 casualties. In addition to the successful interception by Your Highness and Yulwandao with the Yochi, they may have added more than 100,000 men from Jinha and Dongha, but they were actually just putting on a show. Those two prefectures should have been given to the two Liaodong lines. In the end, they used them so early. Beimeng has a lot of controversy. Everyone is cursing the king of South Courtyard for robbing Peter to pay Paul. Some people have already suggested handing over the military power to Tuoba Bodhisattva. If it wasn't for the order of peace, Dongzhuo might have already packed up his things and left." Su Fengnian looked at the sand table and nodded. He said softly, "We don't need to rush to a decisive victory. We just need to wear down Beimeng's patience bit by bit. The battlefield has always been an extension of the court. We should aim for this battle at the end of the second year of Xiangfu. If we succeed in fighting until Dongzhuo loses the king of South Courtyard, it will be our Beiliang's victory. The following 3 years of Xiangfu will be much easier." Su Weisheng nodded quietly, agreeing with Su Fengnian's words. It was obvious that no fault is a merit, and was extremely conservative. Chu Lushan glanced at Huta City on the sand table. "Then we must first ensure that Huta City is not lost. We must not let Dongzhuo have a chance to breathe." Su Fengnian said calmly, "Therefore, even if Lu Jinu and Huta City can't defend it, we must defend it. Send a message to him." In the past, Huta City was used as the Great Wu Castle in Yuzhou. Now it's different. He can die, but Huta City cannot be lost. Therefore, whenever Huta City is about to fall, no matter what method we use, we must immediately let the Protectorate know. Then even if we have to use Jinyuan, Qinghe Heavy Tomb, and Xuanqin Shinwu, we must reduce the pressure on them. Even the 10,000 Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, and the 8,000 Heavy Cavalry, can be used at the critical moment." He Zhonghu and a few famous old generals looked at each other, wanting to say something but hesitating. In Beiliang's plan, after a certain amount of Beimeng's military strength was depleted, all the Great Wu Castle in the 3 cities of Yuzhou could be lost. They could also lose North Pass Town in Liangzhou. There was no need to defend to the end at all costs. Was it worth it for Dongzhuo? Great Ancestor Gu closed his eyes, and began to silently consider the battle situation, and weigh the pros and cons. He Zhonghu unconsciously looked at Beiliang Protector General Chu Lushan. The great king of Beimeng's South Courtyard had once been defeated by him. Logically speaking, Chu Lushan should be the one to refute this suggestion. However, in He Zhonghu's eyes, Chu Lushan did not speak. Instead, he interlaced his fingers on his abdomen and quickly scanned the sand table. At this moment, when even Chu Lushan did not speak, probably only Su Weisheng dared to speak. She frowned and said, "If the definition of Huta City is changed, the entire defensive line of Liangzhou will change. This will have a huge impact on Lingzhou behind us." Su Fengnian replied, "Even if Su Beiji empties the entire Lingzhou and the area around Lingzhou, Liangzhou's provisions will not be affected." Great Ancestor Gu muttered to himself, "Fighting outside the country? Although this is Great Ancestor Gu's greatest dream, is it really suitable for Northern Liang, who has been sparing no effort to expand their territory?" This was definitely the first time Su Fengnian had displayed such an unyielding stance on the matters of the border. The atmosphere in the Protector General's house was particularly solemn. Su Fengnian suddenly asked, "Commander Yuan asked for the armor I wore at the time. He said it was the Protector General's idea?" Su Weisheng's expression was strange. Chu Lushan chuckled and said, "I originally wanted to display it in this hall to look imposing. Later on, I thought about it and had someone send it to Huta City. Cripple Lu then gave it to someone else." Su Fengnian was confused. Chu Lushan withdrew his smile and said, "He gave it to our first Beiliang general to die in battle." Su Fengnian lowered his head to look at the sand table. "I know, it's Ma Ji from Huta City. At the time in the courtyard inside the city, he sat at the very back. Because he scolded me, he didn't dare show his face." Chapter 14:21. In the hall, except for Su Fengnian and Su Weisheng, the governor of Beiliang Chu Lushan, the cavalry commander Yuan Zhuozong, the deputy commander Zhou Kong, and the infantry deputy commander Chu Lushan were the 4 people with the highest positions and the greatest authority. As for Su Fengnian's proposal to defend Huta City to the death, neither Chu Lushan nor Yuan Zhuozong expressed their opinions for the time being. It was Zhou Kong who argued with Great Ancestor Gu first. During the Spring and Autumn War, Great Ancestor Gu was famous for proposing the theory of the world situation, and proposing that Southern Tang must fight outside the country as the policy of protecting the country. However, it was Great Ancestor Gu, who seemed to have a strong sense of attack, who disagreed and did not agree with the Beiliang Frontier Army to help Lu Jinu defend Huta City to the death. On the contrary, it was Zhou Kong, who came from the Partridge headquarters camp, who agreed with Su Fengnian's point of view. Great Ancestor Gu did not care that Su Fengnian was on the spot and said mercilessly, "This kind of hasty change of strategy is more harmful to the Beiliang Frontier Army than the change of generals. How can the national affairs be trifled with?" Zhou Kong also argued, "Water is impermanent, and soldiers have no solid formation. What's wrong with waiting for an opportunity to act?" In addition to the rhetorical question, Zhou Kong said something meaningful. "When we made the military strategy of Beiliang in Yuliangliang province, the general and Li Yishan were still there. At that time, the original intention was that Beimeng would go south to the Central Plains through Beiliang and Jizhou. The Beimeng barbarians only regarded Beiliang as an impregnable city. Even if they could not go around the city directly, they would only place 500,000 to 600,000 soldiers here to impede our Beiliang Frontier Army, instead of attacking the 3 provinces of Yulianglia province today. Strategies and rules are dead. But our Beiliang soldiers are alive. The more than 100,000 border cavalry in Liangzhou are not to be trifled with." Zhou Kong kept saying, "our Beiliang," and mentioned Beiliang's early military and border cavalry. The old general's meaning was obvious. Great Ancestor Gu was an outsider who came late, but he was only the second in command of the infantry. Beiliang respected the cavalry, even more so in Liangzhou, so Great Ancestor Gu should be sensible at this time and place. In fact, the army was similar to the imperial court. Great Ancestor was ranked army was not only ranked, but also paid attention to family background. In Beiliang, those captains and generals who joined the cavalry camp from the infantry had to take a long time to get along with each other. The Northern Liang border army naturally had no objections to Great Ancestor Gu, who had been promoted by Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian frowned, but didn't say anything. Great Ancestor Gu didn't turn hostile on the spot, but his expression didn't look good either. He said coldly, "I'm just stating facts. No one denies that our border cavalry in Beiliang isn't strong enough. We only have strong combat power, but it doesn't mean that our leaders and soldiers can be squandered. War on the battlefield is like a game of chess. A national player who only knows how to play the game of chess, even if he can conquer an orphan or even slay a dragon, will lose more than gain in the overall situation. I don't want Beiliang's army to be a chess player who has the strength of a 10th Dan national player, but only the vision of a 6th Dan chess player. Beiliang now controls 4 provinces, and there are hundreds of cities, military towns, strategic passes, and impregnable passes in these 4 provinces. Don't you need to weigh the pros and cons of using Huta City as a chess piece to decide the survival of more than 100 chess pieces?" Zhou Kong clicked his tongue and said, "Why do I feel like it's Chen Jibao talking?" Great Ancestor Gu finally said angrily, "You bastard! Today, in front of General Zhou and the King of Beiliang, I'll tell you that the Beiliang army shouldn't deny Chen Jibao. Even the King of Beiliang has clearly proposed that the essentials of military preparation shouldn't be banned in the border army. Why can't you have a copy of it in your Liangzhou cavalry army? Zhou Kong, do you want to learn from Zhong Hongguo and be an impenetrable leader of the border army? You've disliked me for a long time, and I've disliked you for a long time too." Usually, the commander of the cavalry army, Yuan Zhuozong, would be a peacemaker. He would even help Great Ancestor Gu, an outsider, to reunite the family. He was like a mother-in-law. When his son quarreled with his daughter-in-law, he would really help his son by helping his daughter-in-law. But today, since Su Fengnian was here, Yuan Zhuozong practiced the silent meditation and relaxed his mind. Chu Lushan was full of mischievous tricks. and he beamed as he watched the two vice-marshals blush with interest. Su Fengnian said calmly, "Those who are qualified to discuss here are all level 3 and level 2 officials. It's time to talk openly. But in the case of Huta City, we can find loopholes and fill in the gaps. But the decision to guard it for a year will not change." This sentence was said to Great Ancestor Gu. Then Su Fengnian said to Zhou Kong, "Don't ban Chen Jibao's military supplies. General Zhou, after you go back, take the lead to copy a volume. Including the commandant, all the lieutenants and generals can't be exempted. After you copy it, send it to the Protectorate of Bailiang. I'll review it myself. Whoever asks someone to write it for him or refuses to copy it, I'll go to your army and have a talk with him. If we can't reach an agreement, I'll send him to Yuzhou as an infantryman." Zhou Kong had a bitter expression as he carefully haggled. "Your Highness, that book has over 100,000 words, and a single volume has close to 10,000 words. Right now, the war is in full swing, so why don't we wait until we have time?" Su Fengnian said with a fake smile. "Then let's have a talk first. Do you want to drink some wine, and ask my second sister to cook some dishes to go with the wine? After we eat and drink enough, General Zhou can go to Yuzhou." Zhou Kong hurriedly waved his hand and said with a smile, No, I'll stay up late to copy the book. Those lieutenants and commandants under my command will finish copying it within 10 days. After the two deputy commanders of infantry and cavalry left the Protectorate of Bailiang and went to their respective cities, Yuan Zuozong said with a smile, "It turns out that each of them will be beaten 50 times. Su Fengnian said worriedly, "Zhou Kong was beaten 50 times, but Great Ancestor Gu may feel that he was beaten 500 times. Yuan Zuozong asked, "Do we need to stop him and have a private talk with him? General Gu is not that kind of stubborn person. As long as it makes sense, he will listen to it." Su Fengnian was a little helpless. "But the problem is that I don't have the confidence to make sense. At that time, it will add fuel to the fire and make Great Ancestor Gu more insistent. It's better to be like now. I'm deliberately mystifying him. Great Ancestor Gu doesn't know whether I'm selling elixirs or dogskin plasters. He can only pinch his nose and do as I say." Su Fengnian saw that there were only his second sister, second brother Yuan, and Chu Lushan in the hall. He said with a wry smile, "Now we are family. Finally, I don't have to pretend to be a master." In addition to laughing at the two old generals, Chu Lushan's eyes were more on the sand table. In fact, the Protector General of Bailiang had always been famous for his political and military achievements. He had always been looked down upon and underestimated by the entire Central Plains imperial court. Especially after the older generation of the Central Plains passed away one after another, Chu Lushan was only occasionally mentioned by people, because he led thousands of cavalry to Shu province. Compared with Yan Wanwan and Chen Jibao, he was much inferior. He was even inferior to Yuan Zuozong, who showed his brilliance in the Battle of the Princess Tomb. At that time, people were very shocked that Chu Lushan, who was only a level 4 official, was appointed as the Protector General of Bailiang. However, the Bailiang army and its archenemy, Beimang, were not surprised. From this, it could be seen that the Liang imperial court generally did not care about Bailiang. What the eye did not see, the heart did not feel troubled. Chu Lushan had a saying that was widely spread among the upper echelons of the Bailiang frontier army. From the first time this fatty saw the sand table, he was intoxicated. In his early years, whether there was a war or not, he liked to stare at the sand tables of various countries in a daze. No one knew what was so interesting about these things. It was only when Wu Su asked him once that Chu Lushan told the truth. He said, "It is the same principle as reading a book. After reading a book 100 times, its meaning will be revealed." Later on, when the Su and Zhao separated from each other, Chu Lushan's home in Bailiang had no less than 100 sand tables of various sizes. It was rumored that the largest one took up the entire building. There was no place to stand on the first floor. If one wanted to see the sand table, one had to go straight up the stairs to the second floor to look down. Chu Lushan looked at the sand table at the northernmost city of Liangzhou, Huta City, and then at the southernmost city of Yuzhou, Xiaoguang City. He softly said, "It's not that Huta City can't be defended for a year. I've thought of a reason that might be able to convince Great Ancestor Gu." Chapter 1422. Chu Lushan continued. Choosing Dong Zhuo from Beimeng as the king of the South Courtyard, and mobilizing millions of troops from the beginning to attack Beiliang in 3 different directions meant that Beimeng had completely given up the idea of attacking the south from Jizhou and Liao. It also meant that there must be loopholes in the strategy we made back then. What we need to do is not just to mend it, but to completely destroy it in some places. Beiliang also predicted the worst situation at the beginning, but at that time it was like fighting against an enemy. Well, for example, it was like fighting against the old god of sword Li Chungang. We guessed that the old man might use the green dragon sleeves, or the sword opening heaven gate as soon as he came up. Su Weisheng whispered. At that time, we only thought that he was one of the 2 strongest men, but we didn't expect that he would use both at the same time. Chu Lushan continued. That's good. The fiercer the battle in Huta City is, the more dangerous the defense line in Liangzhou is, and the greater our chance to win by surprise will be. Back then, Yuan Zuozong suddenly smiled and said. Chu Lushan disagreed with the strategy made by Li Yishan back then. He thought it was too righteous, and only thought about how not to lose, instead of how to win. Chu Lushan smiled. Now that I think about it, we had to do that at that time. Without more than 20 years of blanking, there would be no room for leeway today. Chu Lushan slowly raised his head and looked at Su Fengnian. Then, a dazzling and flattering smile blossomed on his face. He chuckled and said, Your Highness gave me the idea. Otherwise, with this little brain of mine, I would not have been able to think of it even if I cracked my skull. Perhaps only at this time could people think of Lu Qiu, or who competed with Li Gongda for the title of the best flatterer in Beiliang. Su Fengnian laughed and scolded. Be serious. Chu Lushan continued to be nonchalant. Didn't Your Highness think of it long ago? It's just that the risk is too high and you know that great ancestor Gu won't agree. Su Fengnian nodded. Su Weisheng watched the mouth of Yuzhou province on the sand table as he said, It's hard to attack. Su Fengnian said in a deep voice, As for whether it will be difficult to defend or easy to defend, we have given Beimeng a chance. Yuan Zuozong squinted his eyes and said, Therefore, Beimeng gave up the opportunity to attack all the fortresses with Luanhe City and Wobo City as the core. Fortunately, Qi Danghua, who was also one of Su Zhao's foster sons like Yuan Zuozong and Chu Lushan, was not present. Otherwise, he would have a headache about why he was so stupid. Su Fengnian muttered to himself. Beimeng was aiming to flatten Beiliang and then rushed to the Central Plains. The civil officials of the Taiping Order were to be used in Jizhou, Hezhou and the following Huainan province. They didn't plan to waste them in Beiliang. Under this type of situation, Yozhou's unwillingness to fight to the death and Northern Meng's unwillingness to surrender made it, so that after Yang Yuanzhan's army paid a tremendous price to break through Crouching Bao and Luanhe City's defenses, the Wu Castle strongholds around Crouching Bao and Luanhe City were almost completely destroyed. Of course, from the current situation, the pros and cons are half and half. The good thing is that it will make it easier for Northern Meng's cavalry to move about within the calabash. However, if we place Northern Meng's most powerful counterattack in Yuzhou, then Yang Yuanzhan's 35 great army that had just received reinforcements will suffer. Chu Lushan added. If we want to reverse the situation and force Yang Yuanzhan to retreat, we have to invest at least 50,000 of our most elite cavalry. We have to succeed in one battle. We have to wipe out Yang Yuanzhan's elite cavalry at the critical moment. Therefore, we must not lose Huta City. If we lose Huta City, we will lose Liuya and Fuling cities, as well as Huayang Pass. Once we pull the battlefront back to the Qingyuan Heavy Tomb region, and allow Dong Zhuo's army to comfortably push southward and spread out the battlefront, it will be difficult for us to even have 5,000 cavalrymen, let alone 50,000. Therefore, for the sake of Huta City, we might have to sacrifice 40 to 50,000 people in the second year of Xiangfu City. However, for the sake of Huta City, many of them will die. Chu Lushan revealed a gloomy smile as he stared at the mouth of Huta City on the sand table. If all 35,000 people die here, we'll have built a huge Jingguan temple. Yuan Zuozong sneered. It's as good as West Rampart. Su Fengnian took a deep breath before saying, Second brother Yuan. But if so, before Su Fengnian finished his words, Yuan Baixiong, who was always serious in speech and manner, said softly for the first time, We're family. Chu Lushan suddenly wanted to put his arm around Yuan Zuozong's shoulder with a flattering look. However, Yuan Zuozong slapped his hand away, saying, I'm not familiar with you. Chu Lushan scolded. I'm just a little fatter. Prince is just a little more handsome. Why do you judge people by appearance? Su Fengnian laughed. Stop. You're not a little fatter, and I'm not a little more handsome. Su Weisheng looked at the aggrieved and long-winded protector general, the king of Bailiang, with a gentle smile, and Yuan Baixiong, who was full of heroic spirit. She also laughed. Unexpectedly, great ancestor Gu and Zhou Kong did not leave Huaiyang Pass immediately. Instead, they drank in a restaurant with little business. Zhou Kong waited for the dishes to be served with a straight face. What? Do you think you haven't quarreled enough in the Protector General's office? Surnamed Gu, I'm more than willing to drink and chat with the prince when he's free. However, I can't drink or piss in the same pot with you. Great ancestor Gu laughed. It's just that today is different from the past. If you were a general of Southern Tang in the past, I would have knocked you down with a punch if you dared to talk like this. When I beat you down and you can't say anything, I'll be the only one who can say anything unreasonable. When Zhou Kong heard these coarse words, he didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed. Quarreling is one thing. I don't like you, great ancestor Gu, but I, Zhou Kong, have never denied that you did things very manly in Southern Tang. Otherwise, even if I couldn't stop you from becoming the deputy commander of the infantry, I would have taken the lead to cause trouble at Prince's side. In the end, I would have troubled you. However, to be honest, you're just lucky. It was Gu Jiantang who attacked Southern Tang. If it were me, Bailiang, even if you really fought at the gate of the country to defend it, it would still be useless. Great ancestor Gu poured himself a cup of wine and laughed softly. Whether you believe it or not, being the deputy commander in Bailiang, no matter how much you old generals dislike me, is still much more comfortable than fighting the enemy in Southern Tang. It is because I understand that outside of the battlefield, your cavalry army might not see eye to eye with me, but if we really fight, if 10,000 people have to die for me, great ancestor Gu, the infantry vice commander, then you definitely won't only lose 9,000 people. For a general, there's nothing more comfortable in the world than this. Therefore, the worse you scold me, the more I want to treat you to a drink, so that one day, we won't have to visit each other's graves. Zhou Kong couldn't help but laugh. In the end, great ancestor Gu just wants to be happy for yourself. Great ancestor Gu laughed. If I'm not happy for myself and you scold me, do you think I'd be willing to stick my hot face to your cold butt? You're just a deputy commander, but your position is higher than mine? Zhou Kong was stunned and sighed. Let's just drink today and not talk about military affairs. Anyway, we won't be able to reach an agreement. We can't piss into the same pot, but according to what you said, I think there's no problem drinking a pot of wine. In the end, the two old men were dead drunk. During this period, Zhou Kong and great ancestor Gu cursed at each other for a long time. This made the shopkeeper of the restaurant, who knew the prominent identity of the two, tremble with fear. He was afraid that the two big shots would fight because of a disagreement. At that time, their personal guards outside the restaurant would be attracted. Wouldn't his small restaurant be torn down easily? However, at the same time, the restaurant manager, who was still a soldier, also felt honored. These two were the deputy commanders of Bailiang's army, who didn't know that any deputy commander of Bailiang was more than enough to be a general in Liang Imperial Court. In a small courtyard of Su Weisheng's temporary residence in the Protectorate office, Su Fengnian took out the two chess boxes from his bag. However, Su Weisheng didn't want them, saying that she didn't need them. Su Fengnian could only put them away resentfully. After a moment of silence, Su Fengnian squatted beside Su Weisheng's wheelchair and sighed softly. After going through Jianghu 3 times, I finally understand why you didn't want me to struggle in Jianghu. Su Weisheng asked, why do you say that? Su Fengnian smiled and said, people in Jianghu want to live a meaningful life. As Su Zhao's son, I probably want to live a meaningful life. Su Weisheng shook her head and said, don't flatter me, and don't boast about yourself. From the beginning to the end, I just want you to live well. It's that simple. Our mother, father, your master, and even Yuan Zuozong and Chu Lushan didn't want you to die a meaningful life. They would rather you live a meaningless life. Su Fengnian sighed and said, I see. Chapter 14:23. There's one more chapter in the afternoon, and one more in the evening. It's not that I'm splitting it up on purpose. The earlier I upload it, the earlier I can read it. Moreover, each chapter will definitely have at least 4,000 to 5,000 words. P.S. A lot of foreshadowing, but in the end, it will become a magnificent battle. After Su Fengnian arrived at Huayang Pass, Su Weisheng went south to return to Mount Qingliang the next day. The remaining Su Fengnian also began to live in seclusion, not interfering in the affairs of the protectorate. Qi Danghua, who was stationed on the Qingyuan front line, would occasionally ride his horse over to relieve Su Fengnian's boredom. The two would often leave the pass together under the banner of hunting. They would bring several hundred elite cavalry to approach Huta City and watch the flames and smoke of battle from a distance. If they encountered a small group of Beimeng horses, they would be treated as an appetizer for Qi Donggua's white feather guards, who were the most skilled in cavalry and archery in the Beiliang frontier army. The protectorate naturally didn't dare to raise any objections to this. They only secretly scattered many crossbowmen on white horses outside the pass to guard against any accidents. On this day, it was the spring equinox. Thunder roared, wheat sprouted, and the sun rose. A total of 42,000 li. Su Fengnian rode out alone in the early morning. In order not to burden the protectorate and the crossbowmen, he didn't go north to Huta City. Instead, he leisurely headed east to Fuling City. One of the 50 or so crossbowmen on guard duty didn't dare to disturb the king of Beiliang's relaxation. However, probably because he wanted to personally witness the elegance of Su Fengnian, one of the 4 great grandmasters of the world. The commander of the archery team also put in some thought. He allowed the 50 or so riders under his command to have the opportunity to move to within 200 paces of Su Fengnian. However, after that, they had to quickly retreat, otherwise they would be dealt with according to military law. Su Fengnian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he just pretended that he didn't see anything. Su Fengnian looked up at the clear sky and suddenly laughed. When he was young, he didn't understand why a cloudless sky was considered good weather. He always felt that the clouds floating in the sky were beautiful, especially the fiery clouds. When he was young, in the prison-like Dantong Pass, he would be happy for several days every time he saw the clouds. Together with the little beggar who he only knew was Zhao Zhu a long time later, the two children could watch the clouds for hours without feeling bored. Ever since they parted, Su Fengnian was always worried that the little beggar wouldn't be able to find food, and that he might starve or freeze to death on the street one day. He didn't expect to reunite with the little beggar many years later at the Spring God Lake. All these years, the little beggar had been living well. However, the little beggar had suddenly become His Royal Highness, the Lord of Southern Jiang. Su Fengnian suddenly stopped his horse and turned his head to the south. In the distance, 4 riders were heading north. When they saw Su Fengnian's figure, they spurred their horses and headed straight for him. Before they arrived, the commander of the crossbowmen on the white horse came to Su Fengnian's side first. He got off his horse and saluted respectfully. Your Highness, the 4 riders should be Jianghu people who were selected by the Fish Dragon Gang to join the army at the border. Do you want me to stop them? Su Fengnian shook his head and said, No, you can retreat to Huayang Pass first. The commander of the archery team accepted the order without hesitation. Although they were sent by the protectorate, it was obvious who was the most powerful person in Beiliang, and who the 300,000 border soldiers should listen to. Moreover, who was the prince? Did he really need crossbowmen to protect him? However, after the sturdy commander mounted his horse, he said shyly for the first time, Your Highness, if I may be so bold as to say, we've all heard about what happened outside Gourdmouth in Yuzhou. If there's a chance in the future, all of the crossbowmen in Liangzhou would like to fight side by side with Your Highness. Su Fengnian smiled and nodded. The commander of the archery team patted his horse and left excitedly. He was someone who had spoken to the king of Beiliang. If he went back and told the commandant and those bastards, wouldn't they be jealous? After galloping for several hundred steps, the commander of the archery team looked back. Looking at the figure of the man and his horse, he thought, Our prince is really the most romantic person in the world. He's also so amiable and approachable. If he were in the Central Plains, how many young girls would die for him? The commander of the archery team immediately felt indignant. Although he had heard that Mount Qingliang already had 2 potential princesses who had not yet been officially married and had good reputations, it was still too few. Once the crossbowmen were far away, the 4 riders quickly arrived. When they saw Su Fengnian, the leader of the riders was a white-haired but hale and hearty old man. The old man with the sword on his back sized him up and asked with a smile, "Does little brother know where Huayang Pass is?" Su Fengnian smiled and pointed out the way for the old man. The old man cupped his hands and thanked Su Fengnian before he introduced himself. He had a heroic spirit of Jianghu. "I'm from Qingsong County in Jiangnan. My Jianghu friends have given me the nickname Skydrum. May I ask if little brother is like us, someone who has come to the Beiliang border to join the army?" Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "I'm originally from the border army. My father's generation has already settled down in Beiliang." The old man nodded and said, "I see. I've been rude." The old man smiled helplessly and said with some self-mockery, "It's not that I'm a chatterbox. It's just that the 4 of us are unfamiliar with this place. When I heard that the Beimang barbarian army of 1,000,000 was coming south to knock on the pass, I followed my father and master to Jibei when I was young and killed the barbarians beyond the Great Wall. Now, I couldn't hold back my anger and heard that the Fish Dragon Gang, one of the top 10 gangs in the world, could recommend us outsiders to the Beiliang Frontier Army. So I brought 3 disciples to Beiliang. The Fish Dragon Gang only gave us 4 temporary travel permits, and we suffered a lot on the way north." One of the young men with a long sword on his waist said angrily, "Master, when we met the Beiliang Frontier Army, they were confident in their combat power. What's the difference between the way they looked at us and the way they looked at the barbarians?" Su Fengnian's 3 trips to Jianghu were not in vain. He immediately understood the meaning behind it. It must be that this group of people relied on their martial arts and had a conflict with the Beiliang Frontier Army. Otherwise, they would not have used the prefix confident in their combat power. Instead, they would have directly pointed out the latter sentence. However, what Su Fengnian was curious about was that the Fish Dragon Gang had opened their doors to recruit people from Jianghu. This was originally instructed by Wu Tongyan and Fu Shuifang. However, most of them were low-level masters who were opportunistic and could not survive in Liang Jianghu, so they fled to Beiliang to find a place to stay. There were only 16 people who were willing to go to Beiliang's border to join the army, and those who had some foundation in martial arts were clearly recorded in the Governor-General's office. However, this old swordsman, who Su Fengnian had never heard of before, was a real master of the realm of master. This kind of master could easily establish a sect on Liang Jianghu and become a leader in the martial arts world of a county. It was not difficult for him to go to the capital's Ministry of Justice and get a carp bag to hang around his waist. Su Fengnian casually observed the 4 riders. Other than the level 2 master's gaze, the other 3 people each had their own merits. The young man with the sword at his waist had an arrogant attitude. He had long heard that Beiliang had many talented disciples. This stranger who appeared at the border of the Great Wall for no reason, and was not wearing armor, and carrying a sword was most likely one of them. The middle-aged swordsman should be the eldest disciple of the master of martial arts in Jiangnan. He was relatively mature and prudent. He discreetly sized up Su Fengnian's hand, trying to find clues that he had once practiced martial arts. He had a lot of experience in Jianghu, and did not believe that there would be an ordinary person riding alone in the vicinity when hundreds of thousands of Beimang soldiers were attacking Huta City. As for the last woman in black who wore a veil hat to cover her face, she was also curiously examining the man in front of her, who did not look like a Beiliang. He looked more like a young master from a Jiangnan noble family. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "It doesn't matter what other people think. I just have to be myself. If you really want to talk about things with your eyes, haven't you been looking at us, Beiliang, for 20 years since you left Yang Dynasty?" The young swordsman probably could barely stand the arrogance of the Beiliang Frontier Army, but he could not stand the arrogance of a Beiliang disciple of the same age. He immediately became angry. "The 4 of us came to Beiliang in the middle of nowhere to join the army. We came to break through enemy lines and kill the enemy, not to listen to the mocking and ridicule of people like you. If it weren't for the fact that my master and the second guest of Mount Hui, Hong Yu, We're close friends. The old man's expression was stern. He stopped his disciple from continuing to speak without fear. Chonghe. Chapter 14:24. The young man called Chonghe turned his head away and silently sulked. In the Jianghu of Jiangnan, he had always been a cultured and refined gentleman of the sword. He shouldn't have been so rude and disrespectful. However, now that he was outside the barren Bailiang Pass, he often rode his horse for a day without seeing anyone. He was not acclimatized to the environment, and was unbearably sullen. Thinking back to his hometown in the Central Plains, it should be a beautiful season in the misty rain. There would be alleys selling apricot flowers, boating on lakes, and dancing in brothels all night long. Even if he didn't do anything, it was still enjoyable to practice martial arts with his martial brothers and sisters in the deep courtyard of his home. It was better than drinking wind and eating sand and being bullied in the northwest border. Su Fingnian smiled and asked, "How about I lead the way for you?" The young man immediately muttered, being unaccountably solicitous, "He definitely doesn't have good intentions. Isn't he still having bad intentions towards my sister?" The old man glared at his disciple, who was shooting his mouth off. He then turned to Su Fingnian. Without being pretentious, he laughed heartily and said, "That's just as well. When we reach the Great Wall and hand over the travel pass, I'll definitely treat little brother to a few jeans of green ant wine. To tell you the truth, I have long heard of this wine. However, when I tasted it in the past, the taste, I don't dare to compliment it. I didn't think that now that I am in Bailiang, the more I drink, the more I can't put it down. I bought 2 pounds of wine at Longkou Pass in Liangzhou, and it was empty in less than 2 days. Now the wine worm in my stomach is revolting fiercely." The 5 of them traveled together. The old man and Su Fingnian chatted about Bailiang's local customs. They had a tacit understanding not to ask about each other's identities. It was a big taboo to talk about such things with strangers. However, the young swordsman quickly couldn't hold himself back. His voice was neither soft nor loud, just loud enough for Su Fingnian to hear. He said, "Sister, the founding emperor of the Great Feng dynasty once wrote a letter to the master of the grasslands. He said, 'To the north and west of Jizhou, the place where the bow is drawn is under your command. And to the south and east of Jizhou, the crown and belt are to be built by me. Tens of thousands of people will plow and weave. My subjects and lords will live in peace, and there will be no tyranny.'" The young woman's voice was gentle. "Senior brother, didn't you say that when you first entered Bailiang?" In front, Su Fingnian laughed and said, "This is for me, a Bailiang barbarian from the west of Ji province." The old man who was running side by side with Su Fingnian smiled knowingly. "Little brother, you're so magnanimous." Su Fingnian joked, "It's because I've been holding it in bit by bit. Otherwise, I would have suffered internal injuries." That young man named Chong, he was obviously seriously injured. Su Fingnian suddenly said, "The Hongyu you are familiar with, is it the Hongyu who recently became the Deputy General of the Rouge Heavy Cavalry?" The old man hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "That's him." Su Fingnian laughed. "Senior, you've already handed over your travel permit at the Protectorate. You'll have to go south again for a while, to the grave, to find General Hong. At that time, I'll ask someone to lead the way for you. Otherwise, you really might not be able to see General Hong. It's not that we Bailiang are narrow-minded. It's just that General Hong's current position is very special. Not to mention you. Even many of the Bailiang frontier army generals with real power can't easily see those heavy cavalry." Then the old man and Su Fingnian looked at each other and smiled. They didn't need to say anything. Then the two talked about interesting stories of the Central Plains Jianghu. The old man was very knowledgeable and talkative. He talked about the current situation of Mount Hui, about the Rouge Heavy Cavalry's civil and military evaluations, and about the general evaluations. He couldn't suppress his exultation. "With little brother's insight, I'm sure you know why I put the general evaluations at the end. The general evaluations include Liang, Beimang, and Bailiang, while the general evaluations only include Liang. This is probably the most important evaluation since the fall of the Great Feng dynasty. There are 10 people in the general evaluations. There are 4 in Liang, Chen Jibao, Chao Changqing, Gu Jiantang, and Lu Xingxiang. Beimeng has 3, Dong Zhuo, Lu Gui and Yang Yuanzan. Baoyang has Yan Wenwan, Chu Lushan, and great ancestor Gu. At the end of the general evaluations, there are additional comments on Xie Shibian, Ko Jianghuai, Tuoba Chiyun, Zhong Tan, and Song Li. Su Fingnian joked. Yuan Zuozong didn't make the list. I'm not convinced. Perhaps the young swordsman didn't like Su Fingnian, so he couldn't help but argue. Baoyang is still not satisfied. There are 3 people in the general evaluations. If you add Chen Jibao, who rode into Shu alone, there are 4. That's almost half of the rankings. In addition, there's the young king of vassal state who became one of the 4 grandmasters. There's also Su Yambing who suddenly appeared. As for the evaluations, there's also Baoyang's junior guardian Chen Wang and Sun Yin. They're on the same level as Yin Maochun. What else does Baoyang want? Su Fingnian smiled calmly. That's why Baoyang is a good place. Not only do we have barbarians, but we also have scholars who can turn the tide and help the people. That guy instantly suffered another internal injury. The woman in the hat covered her mouth and smiled. The old man sighed. For so many years, this old man has always been puzzled by one thing. With Baoyang's manpower and material resources, how can they support the 300,000 cavalry at the border? Su Fingnian said softly. In order to compete with Beimang, the Liang army claims to have 800,000 cavalry. It's more than the Dafeng dynasty at its peak, half in Baoyang and half in Liang. For some reason, when the 4 of them heard this, their eyes were filled with the monotonous and desolate scenery of the northwest. They couldn't help but have a complicated feeling. As they approached the Huayang Pass, Su Fingnian asked, Senior, if you didn't know Hong Yu, who was a general in Baoyang, would you still come to Baoyang? The old man was stunned and said calmly, Of course not. Su Fingnian nodded slightly. His expression didn't change. However, the old man soon smiled and said, But since Su Zhao's death, the muddled account of unrighteous spring and autumn has come to an end. I believe this old man isn't the only one who thinks this way. Many people of the older generation think the same way. Since that young man surnamed Su said those words in Taiyan City, as long as they didn't have a blood feud with him, many of the knots in their hearts were untied. After entering Baoyang, this old man heard a lot of things and realized that many things were very different from what he imagined. In the future, he'll find time to write to his old friends in his hometown and tell them about a different Baoyang. It turns out that here, there's also the sound of books, the sound of chickens and dogs, and, when the old man said this, he couldn't help but laugh. There's also the wine cellar who makes me regret that I didn't come 30 or 40 years earlier. Su Fingnian said seriously. Cold women are just like the green ant wine that burns like fire in the mouth. Once you're addicted to it, it'll be hard to change to another wine in your life. The young man snorted and said, Then why did your king of Baoyang marry 2 women from other places? Su Fingnian was speechless for a moment. After a moment of silence, he turned his head and said helplessly, This time, I admit defeat because your swordsmanship is unparalleled. At first, the young man looked smug. Then he put on a cold face. But soon the corners of his mouth curled up. When he looked at this abominable Baoyang sun again, he didn't seem so annoying. The Huayang Pass that appeared in the vision of the 5 riders was different from Huta City and Liuyafuling. Since it was named Pass, it meant that one man could hold the pass against 10,000 men. It also meant that once the smoke of war rose, this place would become a battlefield for the military. Most of the passes mentioned in military books were like this. No matter the size, as long as one wanted to cross the border quickly, one had to take down these passes that were built on the roads and strategic locations. Only then could one drive straight in without any worries. On the contrary, there were many majestic cities and huge towns that looked very awe-inspiring, but once the battle began, they could very well circle around the city. There were many such cities in the Liang defense line, but this didn't mean that their appearance was meaningless. On the contrary, although their existence didn't have much of an effect in stopping the enemy's army, their existence itself was a type of deterrent. To the northern Mang, they were a type of chicken ribs. If they attacked, they would suffer heavy losses. If they circled around, their supplies would be in danger. However, all the cities were rooted and unmoving. Generals and military strategies were flexible. When the time came, It would depend on who was stronger and who was stronger. Beiliang was lacking in depth. The most tragic thing about it was that every inch of its territory was a place of death where blood would flow. Since Beimeng attacked Beiliang with the power of the entire country, it was under the premise that Beiliang would force them to fight for territory inch by inch. They still had to rely on their national strength to crush them. At this time, Su Fingnian outside the Huaiyang Pass was a little worried. He wasn't worried about the aggressive Beimeng army. Instead, he was thinking about the farmer's proverb that every second of the wheat in the spring equinox was worth 1,000 gold. He thought about how many Beiliang people would have a shortage of food this year. He thought about the children who were still in private school when he passed through the Tuma Pass. They would probably be even more envious of the thin skin, but filled meat buns. At this time, the graceful woman with the hat on her head held back her shyness and quietly stared at the man whose name she didn't know. There was only one thought in her mind that made her embarrassed. If only he was the young great-grandmaster that she yearned for day and night. If only he was the king of Beiliang that many of her close friends in her hometown adored. When they heard that she was coming to Beiliang, many of the noble ladies who only knew how to do needlework, who were usually gentle and graceful, almost eloped with her. Her master laughed and said that this kind of scene that made all the men in the world beat their chests and stamp their feet was probably only seen many years ago when Li Chungang roamed the Jianghu with a sword. Now how many people didn't miss the beautiful women in Jiangnan? Chapter 1425. During the spring equinox of the second year of Xiangfu, if it was said that no one cared about the increasingly intense war in the northwest, then the situation of Guangling Road, which was originally going well, suddenly took a turn for the worse, making the capital of Liang very worried. All of this originated from the young man at the western border of Xia. After the soldiers on the eastern front of Guangling had gotten used to Ko Jianghuai's mysterious movements, the main general Song Li slowly pushed forward step by step, continuously reducing the space for the West Chu army to perform. Not only did he take back all of the lost land, he also successfully instigated a number of West Chu officers who had rebelled at that time. He compressed the 20,000 infantrymen of West Chu's main force to the front line of Dangyin River and Crow Cry Valley. At that time, not only did Song Li's army have 30,000 Guangling Road infantrymen, there were also 8,000 elite cavalry who were good at fighting as a mobile force. In addition, Song Li had always been steady in commanding troops. No matter how one looked at it, it was a situation where victory was in the bag. The only problem was whether or not they could break into the old capital of West Chu before Lixia. But it was at this moment where victory was at their fingertips that the inferior Xie Shibian suddenly began to exert force, taking the initiative to attack. Afterwards, it was rumored that Song Li's cavalry moved out in full force, wanting to use several thousand cavalry to thin out the enemy's formation. Using the grassland nomadic cavalry's best move, the 8,000 cavalry were divided into 3 groups, and each group was divided into 5 horizontal groups. The nomadic cavalry was at the front, and the elite cavalry was at the back. Facing the enemy's rear, the elite cavalry quickly passed through the gaps and charged forward, launching a projectile attack. Then, under the situation where the battle line was neat and tidy, the elite cavalry retreated, and the light cavalry retreated in turn. But Xie Shibian only had 5,000 strong, heavily armored infantrymen, holding mo swords more than 10 feet long, to form a dense horizontal formation at the front. Ignoring the arrows, they advanced like a wall. When the shrinking Guangling cavalry had no choice but to launch a true charge, facing these heavily armored infantrymen who were like great halberds of West Chu. It was actually a phrase that made the officials of the Ministry of War of Tian City look at each other in dismay. Men and horses will be crushed when they meet them. Then, the scattered remnants of the cavalry could only use their own infantry to circle out of the battlefield. What followed was an even more tragic infantry battle. Although the Guangling infantry, whose morale had hit rock bottom, did not retreat, it was still difficult to stop West Chu's advance. The main general, Song Li, did not hesitate to personally charge into the formation, leading 800 men to break through West Chu's mo sword formation. Even so, in the following battle, Xie Shibian, who had been jokingly called by the Liang imperial court before the battle, "Even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice," repeatedly mobilized troops that had been biding their time to enter the battlefield. There were less than 1,000 of them, but all of them accurately remedied a few dangerous situations. Song Li was not a mediocre general, fighting bravely. Twice, he led troops to within 100 steps of Xie Shibian's formation, and was forced back by arrows. Afterwards, Xie Shibian used the thousands of cavalry hidden in ambush to charge into the formation. Song Li had long prepared for this. Even though the battle was at a stalemate, he still strictly ordered the cavalry that had suffered heavy losses not to enter the battle formation lightly to support his side. He only allowed the cavalry captains to lead 500 cavalry to take turns killing the enemy. This was the only way to prevent the Guangling cavalry and infantry from collapsing in one battle under the charge of the 3,000 West Chu cavalry. The two armies of West Chu and Guangling fought from noon to dusk. Corpses were strewn all over the field. Xie Shibian's 20,000 infantry had suffered more than 15,000 casualties. When Song Li's 40,000 infantry and 8,000 cavalry finally retreated from the battlefield, there were less than 5,000 people left who could still fight. However, the truth that truly made the soldiers on both sides feel a chill run down their spines was that when Song Li took the initiative to retreat more than 10 li away from the battlefield, Xie Shi sent out 3,000 light cavalry that seemed to have descended from the heavens. Meanwhile, the ones who stopped this cavalry from expanding their pursuit were the 5,000 ambushes that Song Li also wanted to use to win by surprise. The Liang imperial court. In the court meeting after the urgent memorials arrived in the capital, all heavily criticized Song Li, saying that he was muddle-headed in his use of troops, and that he had a great advantage but was not able to control the situation. The emperor was furious and ordered Song Li to go to the capital to beg for forgiveness. However, in the small court meeting that only the central government officials met, Son of Heaven Zhao Zhuan was the first to praise Song Li. He said that he was not in the Guangling army, much less Song Li. The second in command of the secretariat, Zhao Yuling, even said that although Song Li had caused the Guangling war situation to deteriorate, because before Lu Xingxiang entered the border, Guangling temporarily had no power to fight on land. They could only place their hopes on Guangling Prince Zhao Yi's navy. However, in the end, they only lost a small battle to test the depth of West Chu's military power. At that time, the old general Yang Xinqing was also included in the small court meeting. He immediately knelt down and begged for forgiveness, sobbing silently. However, he did not absolve himself. Instead, he said that Yan Zhenchuan's death was the fault of him and the old soldiers of Ji province. The emperor Zhao Zhuan did not pursue the matter further. Instead, he comforted this old general who had brought shame to the imperial court. He even appointed his eldest son Yang Huqian, who had lost an arm during the Battle of Guangling, as the deputy general of Ji province, to lead the infantry of Jinan, who had been through hundreds of battles not long ago, to Ji Bei, to make up for his father's mistake. After the spring equinox, the 100,000-strong army of Nanjiang had arrived in Xiangzhou. Yan King Zhaobing fell sick along the way and had no choice but to let Crown Prince Zhao Zhu lead the troops. At the same time, General Lu Xingxiang and the old general of the same generation as Yang Xinqing and Yan Zhenchuan led the troops on two fronts, a total of 40,000 elites. They worked together with the Nanjiang army to pincer the West Chu rebels. Before this, the Liang imperial court seemed to have used a huge loss of 90,000 casualties, and the death of a king to create the fame of Xie Shibian and Ko Jianghuai, these two young men of West Chu. At such a time, West Chu made a sound that shocked the world. After Su Xiao, another king of the dynasty, Qin Jibao, wrote a letter to the capital, saying that he had raised 10,000 soldiers and could assist Guangling at any time, although it was rejected by the Ministry of War. However, the imperial court was still shocked and praised him as the sound of spring thunder. It was enough to see the special position of the white-clothed war saint in the hearts of the people of Liang. It seemed that in Li Yang's eyes those traitors of northern Liang, such as Chen Jibao, the Confucian Grandmaster Yao Baifeng, the imperial relative Yan Jieshi, and Jean Lanting, who was now the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, were all particularly pleasing to the eyes of Tai'an City. Within the Beiliang Governor-General House, Su Fingyan and Chu Lushan led a group of Liangzhou border generals to discuss the victory of Xie Shibian and Song Li. This was perhaps the only entertainment of the Beiliang generals during wartime. Huaiyang Pass Lieutenant Huang Laifu's words were full of disdain. Didn't this Xie family kid learn his military tactics from us? In areas where the battle lines are not fully spread out, he secretly accumulates strength and throws it into the battlefield in batches at critical moments. Our Baelyang Frontier Army's most observant lieutenants all know this. The only thing he can take out is the MO sword array that he learned from who knows where. But it is still alright to deal with the Guangling cavalry, but against our cavalry, hee. It is the same as the West Chu great halberd warriors of the past. Su Fengnian said. After all, this is the first time since the spring and autumn period that a cavalry on foot has been used. No matter how strong Song Li's cavalry is, we should get a feel of it. Do you have the detailed layout of the MO sword formation? As always, Chu Lushan was looking at the various geographical details on the sand table. Hearing this, he raised his head and smiled. I'm still waiting for news from Fu Shuifang. However, based on the rough losses on both sides, Xie Shibian's MO sword formation should be much more complete than the great halberd battle formation of the past. I believe that Gu Jiantang's Tu Liao side will soon be popularized, and he will have to ask for a large sum of money from the Lion of the Ministry of Revenue. The sturdy commandant from Qingyuan Army Town frowned and said, based on the spy report, Xie Shibian and Song Li are not of the same mind. They are both shrewd and cunning, and are very cautious and bold in their use of riding. In the past, I've only heard that Ko Jianghuai of West Chu is adept at long-distance raids without regard for the strength of his legs. Even if his overall strength is less than the enemy's, he can still fight with many on the battlefield. Furthermore, he has never defended or besieged a city. He fights as if his infantry can be used as cavalry. It's very chewy. Chu Lushan laughed cruelly. Ko Jianghuai is using a string of dazzling victories to tell the world how to fight in the Central Plains in the future. It's no longer as simple as you besiege a city and I defend it. All campaigns have the goal of eliminating the enemy's strength. If you hide in the city like a turtle, I'll find a way to force you out of the city to fight. If you have a large number of troops coming out of the city, I won't fight first. I'll find the right opportunity to defeat you once again. In any case, it's just a quick cut of flesh. 1 to 2 jin of flesh each time. After a few more times, you'll only see the bones. If great ancestor Gu's suggestion of fighting outside the city for the first time was enough to broaden the horizons of the military strategists of later generations, then Ko Jianghuai's novel way of fighting is a perfect extension. It can probably be called fighting outside the city to weaken the meaning of the city to the greatest extent. If used well, one can seize the initiative everywhere. Of course, when I was fighting in the hinterland of Baimang, I was already playing like this. It's just that the spearhead wasn't aimed at Liang, so those court officials didn't know how to feel pain. Luya rubbed his chin and said, Guangling Dao finally has a general who understands military affairs like Song Li to support them. That emperor of Liang must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Just like that, he took him to Tai and city to denounce him? It's obvious that Zhao Yi's navy will also be eaten by Cao Changqing. Chapter 1426. Su Fengnian shook his head and said softly, purely from the Battle of Guangling, we shouldn't have touched Song Li. But looking at the overall situation, the imperial court's actions that seem to be destroying their own foundations are actually of the same origin. Back then, the spring and autumn 8 kingdoms were destroyed, and the generals were given out. Now, the Zhao family wants to gather all the military power in the world, so that they can deal with the future war with Baimang. Yang Xinqing and Yan Zhenchuan, and the private armies under their command quelling the rebellion, were one side of the matter. The Tongxi sword immortal Lu Baijie, the Southern Expedition Commander-in-Chief Lu Xingxiang, the Longxiang General Su Gong, the Western Liaoning General Tang Taizuang, and the current Song Li, these people entered the capital one after another to become officials. The imperial court intentionally allowed West Chu to revive the country. Other than not expecting West Chu to give them such a big show of strength from the start, everything else happened as expected. Even the King of Yen sending 100,000 troops up north to support was arranged long ago. Don't look at how West Chu cleared out the Guangling battlefield in one go. In reality, he was just helping the imperial court to kill more people. In the end, the imperial court is using this to weaken the vassals and suppress the power of the local generals. It can be considered an open conspiracy. After Lu Ye had cursed the 2 emperors of the Zhao family for not being good people, he immediately smiled at Su Fengnian and said, Your Highness's way of looking at problems is indeed different from us. It's a tall building. What's a tall building? Huang Laifu hurriedly said. Tall building, his mother, I forgot about it. Chu Lushan rubbed his forehead, feeling a little embarrassed. Su Fengnian smiled and said, from a strategically advantageous position. The two captains said in unison, yes, from a strategically advantageous position. Then they each praised. Your Highness is extremely talented. Your Highness is very knowledgeable. Our Bailiang Protector General's eyes seemed a little melancholic. Su Fengnian joked. That's enough, flattery is not suitable for you guys. You guys should just lead your troops into battle. In the future, when we win a great battle, I can flatter you guys without a problem. The entire hall burst into laughter. After Chu Lushan returned to the sand table of Northern Liang and finished discussing the arrangements with the generals, Su Fengnian walked toward Chu Lushan's residence. After Su Fengnian walked into the cramped courtyard, he said emotionally, it's been hard on you. Habitually, Chu Lushan bent over and said with a smile, although Lucio has been living a luxurious life all these years, back when she was so poor, she would be overjoyed if she could have a hot steamed bun to eat. Later on, she joined the Su family's army. That was how she gained this fat bit by bit. Wang Yi might not believe it, but Lucio was once as thin as a match. Her entire body added up to about 120 caddies of meat. But at that time, her flesh was firm and she could endure hardships. Su Fengnian really didn't know about this. He looked at Lucio, who was as fat as a mountain. I can't imagine what you looked like when you were thin. Chu Lushan sighed. That's right. Even I almost forgot about it. Su Fengnian had specially brought those 2 jars of chess pieces today. Chu Lushan had someone find a finely made torreya wood chessboard. The two sat across from each other after not seeing each other for a long time. Su Fengnian played white, Chu Lushan played black. They started the game. Su Fengnian lost. Chu Lushan finally won. Because Chu Lushan had waited for so many years. Finally, he didn't have to deliberately go easy. Sitting cross-legged on a large embroidered stool, Chu Lushan looked dazedly at the chessboard. He sighed and said, today I finally know the true depth of His Royal Highness's chess skills. It turns out that Lucio was going easy on him back then, and His Royal Highness had never worked hard. Hearing the somewhat unfamiliar title His Royal Highness, Su Fengnian became absent-minded for a moment. He sighed and said, I sent people to Qingzhou to find Lu Su, but the result was disappointing. Lu Su told me that he would rather go to the capital than come to Bailiang. Chu Lushan grinned and said, everyone has their own aspirations. You can't force them. Su Fengnian grunted and said helplessly, I heard that Su Xiao had captured many scholars of the spring and autumn period, but most of the people he liked weren't willing to work under him. He could only let them go. Chu Lushan smiled awkwardly and said softly, foster father did let them go, but many of them were secretly killed by Lucio afterward. Among them was the elder of Yuan Baixiong's best friend. Su Fengnian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No wonder second brother Yuan said he wanted to light your sky lantern. Chu Lushan chuckled. Unlike Mr. Zhao, I came from a poor background like Mr. Li. I was born to be at odds with aristocratic figures. I don't have Mr. Li's magnanimity. Back then, when I saw those arrogant fellows, I couldn't wait to chop off their heads. Now that I think about it, I should have been more lenient and killed fewer people back then. Su Fengnian was speechless. Chu Lushan twirled a cool chess piece between his fingers and said, putting aside the officials of Spring of Eternal Hui, Tang Shi Sword Immortal Lu Baijia, head of the Secretariat Qi Yanglong, Imperial College's Left Chancellor Yao Baifeng, Dongyuan Pavilion's Grand Scholar Yan Jieshi, Southern Expedition Commander Lu Xingxiang, Dragon General Su Gong, and so on. These people were invited by Zhao Dun to the capital to fill the vacancy after the collapse of Zhonglu. As for Song Kelly and the others, they were chess pieces that Zhao Dun deliberately suppressed when he was alive, so that the next emperor could show his majesty. Then Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War Tang Taizuang, New Chess Saint Fan Chongho, Guangling Sec's Song Li, Junior Guardian Chen Wang, Ji Province's General Yuan Tingshan, Sun Yin, and Lu Su are the newcomers cultivated by the new Emperor Zhao Zhuan himself. Chu Lushan sneered, Apart from the unreasonable moves against our Bailiang, the other moves are all in line with orthodox chess theory. Su Fengnian sighed emotionally. Zhao Dun must have thought it through carefully before choosing the fourth prince Zhao Zhuan, and not the first prince Zhao Wu. We can't deny this. So far, Zhao Zhuan has done a flawless job. Chu Lushan suddenly looked at Su Fengnian with a playful gaze. Su Fengnian rolled his eyes. Don't get the wrong idea. There's nothing between me and that empress. Do you think that the imperial family of the Zhao clan is blind? Besides, it's not like you don't know that Yan Dongwu and Li Fuzhen are the same. Both of them ignored me back then. To be precise, they saw me as an enemy. Chu Lushan smiled mischievously. Lu Qiu is just thinking about what's good for her. Su Fengnian scolded with a smile. Do you really think all the women in the world should like me? Chu Lushan put down the chess piece and stretched out both hands, saying with a righteous expression, Your Highness, you don't know, but there are at least 8,000 if not 10,000 young ladies from influential families in the Central Plains who are in love with you. Chu Lushan said leisurely, There's nothing we can do about it. In the 100 years of the Jianghu, there might be quite a few people with peerless martial arts, but there are very few who are handsome and elegant. Counting them, there's only old sword god Li Chenggang, Wang Xianji, that old geezer, Tuoba Bodhisattva, a northern barbarian, Dong Tai. It's true that his swordsmanship is profound, but it's a pity that he can't get past his appearance. Originally, Qi Xianzhu and Chao Chongqing could each be counted as one, but one was a Taoist immortal who never entered the world, and the other was a bookworm who only wanted to restore his country. So only Your Highness lived up to everyone's expectations. You went to Liang Lake twice and had countless interesting stories. You also went to Taiyan City and became the Grand King of Bailiang. You even killed Wang Xianji, and there were countless rare calligraphy and paintings that you identified as fake, circulating in the capital and Jiangnan. At the same time, there was the rise of Xueping and Xianyuan Qingfeng, which was equivalent to creating momentum for Your Highness, who had personally visited Mount Hui. How could those ladies not go crazy? It's really like rain after a long drought. Su Fengnian really didn't know that this would happen. He said self-mockingly, If that's the case, then there will definitely be more people who hate our Bailiang in the future. Chu Lushan laughed heartily. Of course. Let's not talk about the distant ones. Just take those aunties in Yanji County, who don't have to worry about marriage. As long as a matchmaker says which family's man looks a bit like Your Highness, the market will suddenly become hot. Su Fengnian could only laugh it off. After a moment of silence, the atmosphere in the room seemed to change. Chu Lushan suddenly asked seriously, Your Highness, there's something I don't know if I should say? Su Fengnian said, You can ask, but you might not answer. For Lu Qiu, to ask so seriously, it wasn't that Su Fengnian was deliberately mystifying things, but that he really didn't have the confidence to give an answer. As expected, Chu Lushan asked a very tricky question. After Your Highness went to Beimang, especially after returning to Bailiang with Su Huainan's head, Lu Qiu knew that the war with Beimang would be different from what everyone had imagined. So Chu Lushan must ask Your Highness today, if there comes a day when Your Highness has to make the same choice as adoptive father did back then, what choice would you make? Su Fengnian hesitated. Chu Lushan stared fixedly at him and quickly said, Your Highness knows one thing. When the time comes, the person sitting on the dragon throne in the Zhao family might not necessarily be Zhao Zhuan. It might be that Zhao Zhu who was with Your Highness at Dantong Pass. Su Fengnian didn't say anything. Instead, it was Chu Lushan who asked the question, who continued, If that time really comes, the same choice will no longer be the same situation in the world. Compared to the Su family who had no chance of winning back then, in the future, between the Su family and the Zhao family, at the very least, we will be evenly matched. The general trend is in our hands. The chess game between the two was already set. It was already dead. Su Fengnian took a deep breath and said bitterly, Lu Qiu, I've disappointed you. Chu Lushan slowly lowered his head. Su Fengnian also lowered his head and didn't say anything, staring blankly at the chessboard. At some point, Su Fengnian was still sitting in his original spot. Chu Lushan had already stood up and walked over to Su Fengnian's side. With some difficulty, he bent down and reached out a hand to gently rub Su Fengnian's head. He said softly, "Although I'm very disappointed that I didn't hear the answer I wanted, Your Highness. You might have forgotten, but His Royal Highness, when you were young, out of all your adoptive sons, you were the closest to that silly Lucio. I, Lucio, have always been proud of this, happier than winning a battle. If there comes a day when Lucio, who has been alone since childhood, has to give up his 300 caddies of fat on the battlefield, don't be sad. If I, Chu Lushan, have a family in this life, then it's worth it." Chapter 1427. Huta City was a nail that Bei Meng's army had to pull out when they went south. Huta City was huge and lofty. It was known as no other place in the border, no other place in the northwest. It was 4.5 li long from east to west, and 5 li from north to south. Beiliang's road took 6 years to build. It was said that half of the dynasty's northwest was used up. Its south gate was called Dingding Gate, which was criticized by the civil officials of Liang. Just on the north side of the Tiger Head city, there were 12 winches and 12 crossbows with 7 crossbows. The arrows were as big as the rafters of a house, with iron leaves as the feather. The arrows were as fast as thunder, and could reach as far as 700 paces away. At the end of the spring and autumn period, when Gu Jiantang attacked the old southern Tang, he used these crossbows to shoot through the southern Tang Navy's large turreted ships to show the military power of Liang. If it wasn't for these giant ballistae intimidating and restraining them, if northern Meng's infantry were allowed to wantonly push forward the siege weapons, Tiger Head City's defenses definitely wouldn't have had enough strength to spare. Using more than 1,000 stone catapult carts of various sizes to attack a single city, this was something only a madman would do. In history, this had only happened once during the middle stages of Great Feng Dynasty's decline. The city that suffered disaster at that time was precisely Great Feng Country's capital, whose scale wasn't inferior to Great Peace City. Of course, although Bei Meng's central line had the same number of catapults, the only difference was that the weight of the catapults was 20 to 30 jin more. Therefore, overall, the power of the catapults was far less than that of the attack in the middle of Defeng Dynasty. Huta City was easy to defend and hard to attack. It also had Liuya and Fuling to help restrain Bei Meng, so that Huta City wouldn't follow in the footsteps of Xiongfan's 10 years lonely city. In addition, there were 6,000 cavalry in Huta City that could take the initiative to attack at any time. They could also coordinate with the elite cavalry of Liuya and Fuling. The defense line of Huaiyang Pass was also less than 100 li away from the front line of the 4 towns. All of them were elites of the Beiliang Frontier Army who dismounted to defend the city. If it wasn't for the fact that northern Meng's central line of defense had sufficient military strength and possessed an absolute advantage in numbers, northern Liang would have launched a large-scale cavalry battle at any moment. Therefore, in the spring of the second year of Xiangfu, Huta City became the only main character, attracting most of the attention from both sides of Liangmang. After the Beiliang Protectorate, or perhaps one should say Su Fengnian, personally decided to defend Huta City to the death for a year, under the leadership of Deputy Administrator Song Dongming and Liangzhou Provincial Governor Tian Peifang, more than 10,000 infantrymen were sent to Liuya and Fuling, 2 towns within Liangzhou. Of these, 4,000 were youths from Liuzhou, carrying a large amount of equipment and supplies. They traveled north and under the strict escort of the White Feather Guards personally led by Qi Dangua, they entered the 2 towns. For this reason, Bei Meng symbolically sent out 20,000 cavalrymen to bypass Huta City and try to intercept them. However, in the end they didn't fight to the death with the White Feather Guards, and only 2 small-scale battles broke out. After this, Bei Meng should have guessed Beiliang's strategic intentions and increased the intensity of the attack on Huta City. Their siege techniques were mainly derived from the gourd mouth of Yuzhou. However, compared to the simple and crude attack on Huta City, Bei Meng attacked Huta City with a lot of new ideas. In addition to the catapults, the craftsmen of the southern dynasties also created a large number of towed carts for Bei Meng to fill up the trenches, and flying towers for archers to shoot from high altitudes and destroy the battlements on the city walls. They also tried to build a mountain near the city, and even sent cave masters to explore the terrain, digging tunnels day and night to collapse the city walls, or to enter the city. For this reason, Huta City made all kinds of responses. Beimang's infantrymen were unafraid of death. They rushed forward, wrapped the soil with straw and branches, and threw it into the trenches. Huta City shot the red-hot iron balls into the trenches and into the crevices of the straw. In the end, the ashes and soil only increased by a few inches, which was far from Beimang's expectations. Huta City dug trenches inside the city walls and used fire to attack the trenches. Nearly 1,000 Beimang soldiers suffocated in the trenches and died miserably. Tiger Head City had long been prepared for the continuous assault of Northern Mang's 1,000 catapult carts. Lu Jinu's plan was meticulous. He had long ordered people to prepare more than 400,000 earthen blanks, using them to reinforce the city walls before the battle. Even though they were not as sturdy as the original city walls made of rammed earth, they made the catapult carts that Northern Mang had originally used to obtain victory merely look like decorations. When Beimang used the stupidest method to turn the soil into a mountain outside Huta City, Lu Jinu used his own method to counter Beimang. He dug a tunnel to hollow out the foundation and sank thousands of Beimang's enemy soldiers. When the mountain collapsed and the earth cracked, dust flew everywhere. Even the Huaiyang Pass Governor-General House could see it. Even Chu Lushan, who rarely praised others, could not help but exclaim, "Lu Jinu is good at both offense and defense." As for the Northern Mang high-ranking officers who had suffered enough, towards this Northern Liang famous general whose reputation had long spread far and wide, everyone wanted to eat his flesh even more. After Liuya and Fuling each obtained 5,000 infantry to help defend the city, the light cavalry of the two towns could completely let loose. At the same time, Su Fingyan personally ordered the Xianli Ranch's horse farms in Inner Liangzhou to change or replenish war horses for Liuya and Fuling, who originally needed to take care of long-distance raids. Instead, they had to focus on explosive power. Su Fingyan and the Governor-General House set a rule for Liuya and Fuling. The next battle was to be separated by 200 miles. As long as they found the right opportunity, they did not need to report to the Governor-General House, and could go out of the city to find Beimang cavalry to fight. The only requirement was that they could preserve their main force after the battle, regardless of the outcome. This was an unbelievable military order for the Beiliang Frontier Army. There was actually such a good thing as not being punished after losing a battle? Fu Ling and Lu Ye even went to Huaiyang Pass to inquire about this matter, fearing that there was a mistake in the transmission of the news. However, the answer they received was positive. Afterwards, when the two cavalry generals met for a discussion, they were somewhat sullen and resentful. They felt that the Prince and Protector General Chu were looking down on the battle prowess of their two garrisons. The 4,000 Northern Mang cavalry were unable to fight to the death, fleeing towards the west. A cavalry officer called Qihilong Pass, the town commander of the advice army, Wei Liang, told him not to give chase. Wei Liang didn't listen to the advice, chasing after them for more than 30 li, setting up an ambush for the 8,000 Mang cavalry. At the final Qihilong Pass, at the most crucial moment, he led 500 cavalry to break through the enemy formation, directly charging into the Northern Mang's main banner. Moreover, he vowed to bring up the rear, buying precious time for the Fuling cavalry's main force to withdraw. Qihilong Pass armor had more than 6 arrows embedded in it, the 500 troops only having less than a single arrow left. In this battle, even though Northern Mang's losses were greater than Northern Liang's, the Fuling cavalry at Liangzhou's second line of defense was almost completely wiped out. Even though there were still 5,000 infantry defending the city, without the cavalry, one of the two wings of the defense line that were originally flying together would be broken. Because of this, Wei Liang went to Huaiyang Pass to offer a humble apology. However, Su Fingyan did not punish this Fu Ling general. He only promoted Qihilong Pass, who he had casually thrown into the Fu Ling military town as a junior commandant, to the position of inspector general above commandant and below commandant. He would lead the 1,000 cavalry after the quota was filled and set up the Zhanyan camp. He allowed this camp to increase the number of troops every time it achieved a merit. In the end, the maximum number of troops would be 3,000. This was another major event that attracted people's attention after the withdrawal of the Huluku Infantry Army's Hupong camp and the establishment of the Yuzhou Cavalry's no-retreat camp. Qihilong Pass, a nobody from Beimang, began to amaze the Beiliang frontier army with a single brilliant feat inside the Beiliang Protectorate. Chu Lushan was discussing with the generals whether or not they should transport troops to Huta City. The two sides were arguing fiercely. The focus of the argument was whether or not the huge cost of opening up this road was meaningful. Now, everyone knew that Huta City could accommodate another 15,000 people. The real problem was whether or not they could get in. Luya and Fu Ling's cavalry could only temporarily prevent Beimang from launching a stable offensive in the south of Huta City. This was a world of difference from the Beiliang frontier army boldly supporting Huta City from the south gate. The insistent side believed that the cost of sending 15,000 people into Huta City would be the loss of about 10,000 cavalry. The opposing side insisted that this loss was underestimating Beimang's combat strength and determination. This kind of desperate action was exactly what they wanted. Beimang was worried about not being able to open up the situation. This was the northern barbarians dozing off, and Beiliang was sending them a pillow. When the time came, not to mention losing 10,000 cavalry, even 30,000 people would not be enough to fill up the big hole in the south of Huta City. Then, someone suggested that Fu Ling and Luya should attack at the same time. They should boldly push forward and harass Beimang's army stationed on the Longyan Plain. This would provide cover for the transportation of troops in the direction of Huaiyang Pass. But soon someone objected. With the brains of Dong Zhuo and the others, this kind of seemingly well-intentioned but actually bad idea was no different from taking the initiative to greet the northern barbarians. They were afraid that they would not know that Beiliang had made a move. Chu Lushan, whose ears were filled with noise, said calmly, "With the reinforcement of Luya and Fu Ling, Beimang must have guessed that we want to use Huta City as a support point. Otherwise, they would not have set a trap for Fu Ling's cavalry a few days ago. Therefore, Beimang is now guessing when we will support Huta City, not if we will support Huta City. There is no doubt about this." When Chu Lushan opened his mouth to speak, the whole place immediately fell silent. Every one of the unruly generals of the border army naturally pricked up their ears to listen attentively. Chu Lushan continued in a neutral tone. "Then we will strive to find a time when they will not expect to do this. If there is no such opportunity, then we can only not do it. Everyone, Huta City must be defended. But don't forget why we are defending Huta City in the first place. We are defending Huta City not for the sake of defending, but to protect our line of defense in Liangzhou as much as possible. As for the matter of exchanging troops, it is meaningless even if one of our border army's lives is exchanged for 2 Beimang barbarians. Of course, during this period, we can take the opportunity to lure a few Beimang cavalry away from the main army. We can even directly place 15,000 soldiers behind Huaiyang Pass and not move. However, we can mobilize all the troops on the front line of the grave and launch a large-scale battle that Beimang will never expect. After winning, we can retreat." Chapter 1428. At this point, Chu Lushan tapped his own head with a finger and said with a fake smile, "Huta City has Lu Jinu. He will defend the city well. Everyone other than our 2 legs. We still have the 4 legs of our war horses to help us run. Don't go down a single path. In the end, right now, we and the Northern Mang army are just staring at each other in the area of Huta City and Huaiyang Pass. Both sides are scheming against each other, and the only thing left to do is to see whose Dao arts are more unexpected." Although there was no clear conclusion on the matter of Huta City's reinforcements, after Chu Lushan spoke, the generals present had no more objections. After that, Chu Lushan accompanied Su Fengnian for a stroll around the Governor-General Manor. Chu Lushan sighed softly and said, "What a pity. We tried to be clever, but ended up making a fool of ourselves." Su Fengnian laughed softly and said, "Perhaps this is what they mean by man proposes but God disposes. Just treat it as me shooting myself in the foot." Chu Lushan shook his head with a regretful expression. When Su Fengnian gave the military order to Liuya and Fu Ling, Wei Liang's rash pursuit and Beimang's ambush were all within the Governor-General Manor's expectations. In reality, once Wei Liang's cavalry fell into a desperate situation, they would only last for an hour at most before a long-distance Qingyuan cavalry would join the battle and wipe out Beimang's bait cavalry and subsequent ambushes in one go. However, the sudden appearance of a small governor-general with a sense of danger and the courage to fight to the death destroyed all their plans. Su Fengnian and the Governor-General Manor had no choice but to suffer in silence. This kind of opportunity was like a lost opportunity. Bei Meng must have thought that Bailiang wouldn't repeat the same mistake and charge into the ambush. Bailiang also lost a great opportunity to set up a trap for Bei Meng. Chu Lushan suddenly laughed. The Ministry of War in the capital finally remembered to ask us about Bei Meng's attack. Su Fengnian sneered. Just ignore them. If those guys at the border of the Ministry of War dared to go to Gourd Mouth of Yuzhou Province or come to Huaiyang Pass, I wouldn't stop them from watching the battle. Now that they've ket off, there's no such thing as lying down and enjoying a good life. Chu Lushan nodded, taking a bit of joy in his misfortune. That mad dog Yuan is now in a difficult situation. Wang Jingchong and Great Ru Shiwei, these two generals, have given him a great victory with both hands. Right now, the entire court is looking down on Northern Meng's military strength with disdain. Yuan Tingshan has also become Ji Province's general as he wished. I reckon that Gu Jianting really wants to hack this son-in-law who only cares about his own promotion to death. The more vulnerable Northern Meng's easternmost battlefront is, the more difficult it will be for our great General Gu to obtain money, provisions, and weapons from the Ministry of Revenue and Ministry of War. When the two Liao brothers said that they wanted to build a 6,000-man Modeo infantry formation, the Minister of Revenue didn't say anything, but the Assistant Minister gave a straightforward answer. I have a life, but I don't have any money. Su Fengnian sighed. Looking back now, when Yuan Guo was promoted from the Ministry of Rights to the Ministry of Revenue, which was in charge of the imperial court's purse, it seemed that he was favored by the emperor, but in fact he was not. Zhao Zhuan's real trusted subordinates were the Ministry of Rights, followed by the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of War. The Ministry of Revenue was only slightly higher than the Ministry of Punishments and the Ministry of Works. When it rains, it pours. Later, Yuan Guo made another mistake when he stood on the side in the small imperial court meeting. The only suspense was whether he or Liu Baijie of the Ministry of War would leave the 6 ministries earlier. Chu Lushan sneered. In the end, it's because the new emperor doesn't trust Gu Lu's disciples from the bottom of his heart. When he changed the Liang edition, he was testing Yuan Guo and the others. Isn't there a rumor that he's going to set up Jidushi deputy governors in the vassal territories? I reckon that Liu Baijie and Yuan Guo will both have to get out of Taiyan City. One will go to Nanjiang to discuss the king of Yen, and the other will go to a newly established vassal. Su Fengnian nodded. There will definitely be someone in Nanjiang. Most likely, it will be Tangxi Sword Immortal, who disappointed Zhao Zhuan greatly and didn't see him as one of his own. Yuan Guo will be relatively better. He will probably go to the king of Han, who has always been at odds with Zhao Zhuan. If his performance is good, Yuan Guo will have a chance to return to the center of the imperial court. Liu Baijie, on the other hand, will definitely have the fate of moving around in the local areas for the rest of his life. Moreover, without the Minister of War, there is bound to be a series of promotions and changes. The imperial court will also be able to appease some of the local generals, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After all, the posthumous title is only given after death, but the official position in the Ministry of War is real. Chu Lushan sneered. Apart from the chaos in the imperial court when the Zhao family of Liang was in a remote corner, there hasn't been such a dazzling upheaval in many years. Su Fengnian shook his head and said, Actually, it's not quite the same. The chaos now is only seen as a mess by the common people. In fact, there is order amidst the chaos. The officials in the capital all know what to do. Chu Lushan nodded and said, That's why Qi Yanglong still has some skills. No wonder he's the old guy that Zhao Dun used to replace Bai Yin. Su Fengnian chuckled softly and said, Zhao Zhuan is willing to put Tantanon in an important position. This proves that this young emperor who is busy using his, but to warm up the dragon throne hasn't lost his mind. Chu Lushan and Su Fengnian had unwittingly walked to the corridor of the yamen where Yu Luandao had once worked. The two of them stood under the eaves, one with his fingers crossed and the other with his hands tucked into his sleeves. These two most important figures in Bailiang standing side by side like this looked rather comical. Chu Lushan gently exhaled and watched the mist slowly dissipate in front of his eyes. He said, The Yuzhou cavalry has produced Yu Luandao, and Xiaoguang City has produced Lu Haojian, who has repeatedly performed meritorious deeds. Now Liangzhou at least has a Chifu Dragon Pass. This is a good thing. I'm just waiting to see which of the 100,000 refugees in Liuzhou will emerge first. And that Hong Yu seems to be pretty good. His temperament is a bit like Huang Fuxi's. This kind of person is born for chaotic times. Su Fingnian helplessly said. Beimeng also has people like Zhong Tan. In the future, they will also gradually surface in the general trend. Chu Lushan was just about to speak when a commandant of the White Horse Guard suddenly strode into the courtyard, his expression somewhat strange. He cupped his fists and said, Your Highness, Protector General, there's someone requesting an audience. He claims to be Guangling Circuit's Ko Jianghuai. Even Su Fingnian and Chu Lushan couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. What kind of play was this? Chu Lushan smiled and asked, Are we going to welcome him with open arms, or are we going to ignore this famous general of West Chu? Su Fingnian said to the White Horse Guard, Bring him over. Very quickly, a tall and sturdy young man appeared in their field of vision. This also seemed to be tantamount to brazenly barging into the field of vision of the entire Beiliang frontier army. Ko Jianghuai, who had entered Beiliang Circuit alone, didn't carry a sword or saber. He also didn't have the scholarly air of a scholar. And he wasn't even as refined as many scholars who traveled to Liangliang. Instead, he seemed more like a local scholar of Beiliang. He looked like the kind of person who had read the sages and could ride a horse to kill enemies. Ko Jianghuai shot a glance at the Protector General, who was indeed difficult to not notice. Then he stared at Su Fingnian and got straight to the point. Su Fingnian, I Ko Jianghuai can serve Beiliang, but I have a condition. If there comes a day when I have to bring 10,000 Beiliang cavalry to Guangling Circuit, you don't have to worry about what I have to do. Ko Jianghuai is confident that I can match up to 10,000 cavalry. Chu Lushan laughed and said, Even those courtesans in the brothels raise their own statuses, but they aren't as thick-skinned as you, Ko Jianghuai. If you, Ko Jianghuai, were at Guangling Circuit, I would be able to accept 20 or 30,000 cavalry, let alone 10,000. But here, where do you get the confidence to be worth 10,000 Beiliang cavalry? What is it from fighting Zhao Yi and Song Li? Is it because of the outstanding fighting strength of their cavalry? Are they worthy of carrying the shoes of my Beiliang cavalry? Ko Jianghuai's face was ashen. He was still staring at the northwestern vassal king, who was younger than him. Su Fingnian shook his head and said, If you want to use the Beiliang cavalry to break the situation, I won't agree. Ko Jianghuai had a mocking smile on his face. I didn't expect that the most powerful vassal king in the Liang dynasty would only have this much courage. You, Su Fingnian, don't know that the more Guangling Circuit makes the Liang imperial court suffer, the more the Zhao dynasty will rely on your northwestern Su family? When the time comes, as long as you, Su Fingnian, are willing to lend me some troops, let's see if the imperial court will dare to use the two issues of censorship and transportation to make things difficult for Beiliang. To say the least, even if I borrow troops, I won't openly use the Beiliang cavalry's banner. To say the least, wouldn't it be more advantageous for Beiliang to change the imperial surname from Zhao to Jiang? Whether it's the princess, Chao Chongqing, or me, Ko Jianghuai, we're all destined not to be the Zhao dynasty of Liang. Not only will we not be a burden to Beiliang, Su Fingnian said calmly, To be honest, I've thought about this in private when I was bored. I'll grit my teeth and give you 20 to 30,000 cavalry, and you'll take down the Guangling Circuit. But if you want to help West Chu fight for the world, not to mention 20 to 30,000, even 50,000 or 100,000 would be a drop in the bucket. Do you really think that Western Chu's Chen Jibao and Liaozgu Jiantang are just two wooden stakes? Do you really think that the hundreds of thousands of elite border troops in Nanjiang are just there to watch a play? When the time comes, don't even talk about waiting for your Jiang surname to become the emperor, and then fully supporting the Northwest. I'm afraid that Beimeng would already be marching south. Ko Jianghuai, you said that my vision is not big, and I don't deny it. But your vision is even smaller. Su Fingnian held back his laughter and said, Moreover, your clumsy persuasion, especially this method of not giving up until you've shocked people to death, really isn't very clever. When I, Su Fingnian, roamed Jianghu in the past, I pretended to be a fortune teller and pretended to be a ghost. Every time, I could at least swindle some copper coins. As for you, don't even talk about 10,000 cavalry. You can't even bring one out of Bailiang. Chu Lushan laughed uncontrollably. Ko Jianghuai didn't show any anger from embarrassment. On the contrary, he looked somewhat regretful and relieved. This young man stood silently in the courtyard, appearing somewhat lonely and bleak. Su Fengnian walked down the steps and asked, "Do you know why Chao Chongqing didn't let you lead the troops?" Ko Jianghuai said in an indifferent tone. He felt that I was only a talented general, not a talented commander. He felt that I should be able to see the distant Tai and city and not the gains and losses of the Guangling circuit. This time it was Su Fengnian's turn to be surprised. He asked curiously, "Then what were you thinking?" Chapter 1429. Ko Jianghuai calmly replied, "I only know one thing. With the strength of West Chu itself, so what if we attack Grand Peace City?" Chu Lushan clicked his tongue in wonder. "Kid, you're not stupid either. It's just that compared to the cautious and conscientious Xie Shibian, your Ko Jianghuai's appetite is even bigger." Ko Jianghuai gazed at this small mountain and asked back, "As a general, between the Su Xiao who suffered defeat after defeat, and the Yi Baikue who won every battle and was only defeated once in his life, who would you choose?" Chu Lushan nodded. "That makes sense." Ko Jianghuai laughed self-deprecatingly, and then he turned around and left. Su Fengnian did not make a sound even after he had left the courtyard. Chu Lushan whispered, "Are we really going to let this flood dragon slip away?" Su Fengnian softly replied, "Compared to Ko Jianghuai, I still admire the hard-working Xie Shibian more." Chu Lushan grunted in agreement. Xie Shibian is easy to use, but it's hard to say about Ko Jianghuai. Su Fengnian suddenly yelled, "Ko Jianghuai, come in. You're walking so slowly out of the courtyard. Who are you trying to impress?" Ko Jianghuai really did turn around and appear at the entrance to the courtyard. Su Fengnian laughed and said, "How many Bailiang cavalry you can take away will depend on your own ability. Starting from today, not only Huayang Pass, but also the cavalry in Liuya and Fuling towns will be under your command. Excluding Bailiang's losses, however many Beimeng soldiers you can kill, I'll give you any cavalry other than the Great Snow Dragon cavalry and 2 groups of heavy cavalry. But let me say this first, those cavalry troops are not for you to use to attack Tai'an City. They are just helping you to preserve some of West Chu's vitality. Then you have to bring everyone back here. In fact, you and I both know that Guangling Road is not suitable for you, Ko Jianghuai. Bailiang is just right for you. Do you want to make this deal?" Ko Jianghuai's expression was uncertain. Su Fengnian pointed at him and said, All right. It's just a cheap trick. I, Su Fengnian, am also your senior. You, Ko Jianghuai, have been planning for this since the beginning. I didn't try to bargain with you, so you should be content." Ko Jianghuai laughed. "I'm not good at acting, but you, Su Fengnian, shouldn't take advantage of us for granted. Once West Chu is defeated, it's over. Can you really abandon our princess and not save her? Won't you still have to lead your troops to rescue her? I'm just helping you find a way out." Su Fengnian nodded seriously and said, "Well, it seems like neither of us are good people." Chu Lushan looked at the sudden turn of events and was somewhat speechless. Young people these days. Ko Jianghuai, who was covered in dust, said indifferently, "Is there a place to sleep? I'll sleep for a day and a night first. As for leading troops to kill Beimeng barbarians, I'll talk about it after I've had enough sleep." Chu Lushan laughed and scolded, "You're the boss." After Ko Jianghuai was led away, Su Fengnian looked up at the gray sky and fell into deep thought. After walking down the steps, Chu Lushan did not say anything to disturb him. He stood quietly to the side and closed his eyes to rest. After a long while, Su Fengnian said slowly, "Even if Ko Jianghuai uses an alias, it's still hard to say what the pros and cons will be in the future." Chu Lushan was somewhat puzzled. "We don't have to worry about the imperial court. The current situation is pretty much the worst. One Ko Jianghuai can fight against 10,000 cavalry. Actually, that kid isn't bragging. There's Zhou Kong and Great Ancestor Gu overseeing the front line at Qinghe Tomb, so there's nothing to worry about. But if there really is a big battle at Huayang Pass, Huang Laifu and the others won't be able to handle it, so I'll have to personally take the field. With Ko Jianghuai, we'll have a much easier time." "Why do you say that?" Su Fengnian said bitterly. Maybe I'm thinking too far ahead. Chu Lushan quickly understood and sighed. It's a bit far. But distant water can't quench a present thirst. Su Fengnian nodded and laughed. That's true. Let's use Ko Jianghuai to deal with the urgent situation first. Chu Lushan hesitated. Su Fengnian patted his shoulder and walked out of the courtyard. Chu Lushan stood in place and muttered to himself. Is it because he's afraid that Chu Lushan will really throw 300 caddies of meat onto the battlefield that he agreed to let Ko Jianghuai stay behind? Qingming Festival was approaching. At this time of year, there was no rain in Beiliang. The morale of Beiliang Road was also stabilizing. Liangzhou's Huta city was as stable as Mount Tai, and Xiaoguang city, which was on the verge of collapse, was also defended. The youths of Liuzhou entered the border army one after another, and a general with the surname Ko suddenly appeared above the heads of the two towns of Liuya and Fuling. In name, he was the deputy general of Liangzhou. With Yozhou's languishing Yuan Saber's illustrious military exploits, Liangzhou's border army was not surprised by this. This also indirectly proved that the young king's control over Beiliang's military and politics was growing. This was definitely not something he could do just because his surname was Su. The Qingming Festival was a festival that occurred between the middle of spring and late spring. It was a time when the qi was clear and the scenery was bright, and all things were visible, hence its name. In previous years, Beiliang and the Central Plains had more or less the same customs. Other than the tradition of sweeping the tombs and offering sacrifices to the ancestors, there were also night lanterns praying for blessings, and planting willows to ward off evil spirits. However, this year, Beiliang Road's various provincial and county officials had specifically ordered that planting willows was not allowed, and no explanation was given. Qingming Festival was one of the ghost festivals, and it was also the time when willows sprouted and turned green. As a result, the saying, "When a willow branch grows on the door, 100 ghosts will not enter the house," was very popular. It was just that many of the troublemakers in Beiliang had already left the country, or they had been dealt with until they were docile and obedient. Thus, there was no disturbance or objection to this kind of small matter. In the second year of the auspicious talisman, Liangzhou was bright and clear without rain, and the weather was mild and excellent. However, there was a kind of speechless solemnity in the provincial capital where Mount Qingliang of Liangzhou was located. There were constantly important people rushing into the city with their personal cavalry. Other than the head of the Beiliang Protectorate, Chu Lushan, who stayed at Huaiyang Pass, the commander of the cavalry, Yuan Zuozong, who did not go down south, and the commander of the infantry, Yan Wenwan, who oversaw the border of Yuzhou. The other generals at the border almost all rushed to this provincial capital without exception. Zhou Kong, great ancestor Gu, Hezhonghu Qinyunchui, Yuzhou provincial governor Hu Kuei, Yuzhou general Huang Fuqiu, and even the administrator Li Gongda and Lingzhou provincial governor Su Beiji all arrived one after another. This was the first time that Mount Qingliang's royal residence had gathered so many generals after Su Fengnian was overthrown as the king of Beiliang. It was an unprecedented grand occasion. The next day was the Qingming Festival. Two riders from the northern border of Liangzhou quietly entered the city under the curtain of night. After entering through the southern city gate, they followed the main street and headed north, heading straight for the legendary Beiliang Palace of the Liang Court. The deputy general of Liangzhou, Ko Jianghuai, who used the alias of Ko Beishang, slowly rode his horse. He turned his head and smiled at Su Fengnian. Are there still people going to the royal residence to assassinate you? There shouldn't be. One of the 4 great grandmasters of the world, Su Fengnian. Regardless of whether he is the king of Beiliang or not, no one dares to seek trouble. Su Fengnian dismissed it with a smile. Chapter 1430. After getting to know this Ko Jianghuai, Su Fengnian realized that despite this guy's cold and unapproachable appearance, he was actually a chatterbox. Once he started talking, he couldn't stop talking. During their journey together, Ko Jianghuai asked almost everything about Su Fengnian's first trip to Jianghu. On the other hand, Ko Jianghuai never took the initiative to ask about Beiliang's military affairs. Occasionally, when he talked about Guangling's military affairs, which could affect the hearts of the people, he always had a sloppy attitude. This was an eye-opener for Su Fengnian. It turned out that there was such a kind of general between the unparalleled valiant general, who could break through enemy lines, and the scholarly general, who only had a feather fan and a silk headscarf. Ko Jianghuai, who had been practicing the sword, had seen that Su Fengnian had not only traveled Jianghu with Li Chungang, but had also interacted with Dong Tai. He wanted nothing more than for Su Fengnian to know clearly what the two sword gods liked to wear, and what they ate. Therefore, when Su Fengnian told him the truth about the old man wearing a sheepskin fur coat who liked to pick his feet and dig his ears, Ko Jianghuai, who had collapsed on the spot, was silent for about half a day. With great difficulty he pulled himself together and rambled, "So that's the style of an expert. Not wallowing in the mire with the world. No wonder he could practice the world's best sword. It seems like I also have to wear a tattered fur coat." In the end, when Su Fengnian also said that the peach blossom sword god's appearance was not at all like jade, and that he was actually more approachable than Ko Jianghuai fell silent again. When Ko Jianghuai had finally finished healing his injuries, Su Fengnian said that he had only practiced martial arts for 3 or 4 years, and that he had relied on luck to become a great grandmaster. This made Ko Jianghuai, whose swordsmanship was actually quite good, grief-stricken and completely shut his mouth. When they entered Liangzhou city, Ko Jianghuai finally came back to his senses. When they could vaguely see the lights of Mount Qingliang, Ko Jianghuai suddenly said as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, "Although you deliberately made it sound easy, I know that it was not easy for you to have your current glory." Su Fengnian smiled indifferently and said, "If this can make you feel better, then you can understand it that way. Let me make a rough calculation. Since I started practicing the saber in Wudong, I started from level 2 Master Realm to the Celestial Realm, which is above the Earth Immortal Realm. If I really count, there are 6 realms. It seems that I broke through more than once a year. Oh right, you are still a master and not at Vajra Realm. If you are lucky, 4 to 5 years later, you might be the top expert in the world." Thus Ko Jianghuai stopped talking. When this Liangzhou deputy general entered the majestic palace, he was still sickly. 2 young tiger kuei excitedly ran over to welcome Su Fengnian. The one nicknamed Vajra directly jumped into Su Fengnian's arms. The older sister, Bodhisattva, also intimately bit Su Fengnian's robe. Then, Su Fengnian left Ko Jianghuai at Tidehark Lake and took the 2 happy young tiger kuei to Wutangan. The second sister, Su Weisheng, and Lu Qingyan were naturally there. They were busy with the young women who had the reputation of female Hanlin. The second sister only looked up at Su Fengnian, and then lowered her head. Su Fengnian walked to Lu Qingyan's desk. What surprised him was that Wang Chudong also had a place in Wutangan. Her desk was right next to Lu Qingyan's. She seemed to be writing a collection of Baoyang heroes that was destined to not be noticed by the literary circle of Liang. When Su Fengnian moved a chair to sit between them, the little girl was still in a daze. Her serious and playful look made Su Fengnian and Lu Qingyan look at each other and smile. Not far away, Su Weisheng finished writing a spy report. She put down her pen, rubbed her wrist and said softly, "Lu Su will enter the capital in a few days. You should have let me Feng Jie and Fan Xiaochai kidnap him, and bring him to Mount Qingliang. That way, Deputy Administrator Song would have an easier time." Su Fengnian raised his hands and begged for mercy. "Didn't I kidnap Ko Jianghuai back? It can be considered as making up for my mistakes." Su Weisheng glared at him. Ko Jianghuai didn't come to Baoyang because it was forbidden. However, if Lu Su, who helped Zhao Sun present the plan, came to Taiyan City and was used by Zhao Zhuan, it would harm Baoyang. It's a loss. How can you confuse the two? Su Fengnian's face was bitter, but he didn't dare to refute. Lu Qingyan also didn't help him out with words. She just smiled at him. That great writer Wang Dongxiang, who was slow to realize that Su Fengnian was sitting very close to him, was so frightened that he leaned back and fell back with his chair. Su Fengnian gently reached out and pulled the chair back to its original position. Wang Chudong, who had made a fool of himself, was ashamed and seemed to want to find a place to hide, like a panicked little fox. Su Fengnian made a face at her. She immediately smiled brightly, her eyes narrowed into crescents and her cheeks dimpled. Su Fengnian said with a smile, "Don't be too tired. Remember to strike a balance between work and rest. You can also practice the Wudong Mountain Fist technique when you have time." Su Weisheng said unhappily, Don't just stand there and talk. Su Fingyan carefully rolled his eyes at Lu Qingyan and Wang Chudong. The Wutongyan maids at the table couldn't help but secretly laugh. Su Weisheng was about to continue lecturing when Su Fingyan hurriedly stood up and said, "I'll go to Teacher Song's place to take a look." Looking at the king of Bailiang who ran away with the 2 tiger kuei, the atmosphere in Wutongyan unconsciously relaxed a lot. Su Fingyan's treatment at Song Dongming's place and Wutongyan's side was of course like heaven and earth. Now the officials who served as the subordinates of the deputy administrator were mostly outstanding young scholars in Bailiang. They each had their own strengths. However, compared to the younger generation of Jianghu who worshipped and envied Su Fingyan's identity as a great master, these scholars were more in awe of Su Fingyan, the leader of 300,000 iron cavalry, after in-depth understanding of the current situation in Bailiang. Therefore, when Su Fingyan and Song Dongming, who was taking a break from the busy drinking tea, these young people were all paying attention to the young king's every move. Song Dongming held the teacup that Su Fingyan had personally brewed and poured tea for him. He was not in a hurry to drink tea. He was only using it to get rid of the spring chill. He said softly, "All the scholars who went to Liangliang have arrived. The family members of the soldiers who died in battle have also arrived. There are certainly some rumors among them. I hope you don't take it to heart." Su Fingyan nodded. Some of the rumors were the same as many people who heard that he had gone outside the Calabash Gate, and felt that he was showing off his bravery. Su Fingyan really did not want to pay attention to them. Some of them were extremely bitter and sobbing. Su Fingyan did not dare to listen to these. After chatting about Bailiang's government affairs, Song Dongming stood up and walked out of the room with Su Fingyan. This middle-aged man who was once groomed by Yuan Bunshi as the prime minister hesitated and said, "In the past, I wanted to be the administrator so that it would be easier for me to show off my skills. After getting along with Li Gongda, I feel that I still hope that he can continue to be the administrator. I am in Liangzhou and Sir Li is in Lingzhou. It won't be a problem." Su Fingyan nodded and said, "Since Sir Song has said so, then there is no problem." Song Dongming stopped and said with a smile, "I still have a lot of business to take care of. I won't see you off." Su Fingyan smiled and said, "Of course." Song Dongming said to Su Fingyan's back, "In the past, I only knew that Bailiang was a place where martial artists use soldiers. Now, Song Dongming and many scholars have discovered that Bailiang is also a place where scholars can write. I want to thank you on behalf of these people." Su Fingyan turned his head and smiled happily. Song Dongming suddenly blinked and tried hard to hold back his smile. He said, "Your Highness, there are a few women of the younger generation in the Song family. They are all virtuous and have written to me. They said that even if they steal, they want me to send back a few small items such as your seals and copybooks. The most courageous one has always wanted to travel the Jianghu and be a heroine since she was young. She said that it would be best if I sent her a piece of your clothing. If I didn't send anything back, she would cut ties with me, her uncle." Su Fingyan rubbed his forehead awkwardly. Song Dongming laughed heartily and said, "I don't care about the clothing. Your Highness can just casually write 4 or 5 characters and send me a few copybooks." On the night before Qingming Festival, Su Fingyan sat alone on the top of the mountain. He watched the city lights at the foot of the mountain gradually light up and then extinguish. He finished a jug of green ant wine. Chapter 1431. At dawn, Su Beiji slowly walked to the top of the mountain. He looked at Su Fingyan, who was draped in a thick fur coat. He walked to the stone table and sat down. He shook the empty wine pot and said softly, "An ordinary man will die because of his treasures, and 100 ghosts will look up at him." Su Fingyan, whose alcohol smell had long been blown away by the cold mountain wind, sighed and said, "Last night, I was thinking that if someone else becomes the emperor, even if that person used to be my good friend, would he tolerate someone with a different surname holding hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers?" Su Beiji shook his head and said, "You'd better not have any hope, or else you'll be disappointed. Because even if that person can tolerate it, the people around him won't agree. How to sit on the dragon throne and how to sit on it are 2 completely different things. Bailiang always felt that the 3 emperors of the Zhao clan of Liang were the same. They all liked to cook the hound after the cunning rabbit had outlived its usefulness. This opinion wasn't wrong. However, not to mention Zhao Zhuan, who had just ascended the throne, Zhao Yin and Zhao Dun were destined to be wise monarchs in the history books of future generations. They naturally had their own strengths. Ordinary commoners would have to rack their brains if they wanted to take care of a household and live a comfortable life, let alone a huge dynasty. Zhao Yin might believe that Su Xiao won't rebel against the Zhao clan, but Zhao Yin wouldn't believe that Su Zhao's son would willingly guard the northwest. Zhao Dun might know that your bottom line isn't low, but he also doesn't believe that the next Su clan's prince with a different surname won't be arrogant and uncontrollable. He must be wondering if there's a possibility that the king of Bailiang might one day run off to destroy the Zhao clan on a whim. The outspoken Su Beiji glanced at Su Fengnian, who wanted to say something but was hesitating. He sneered and said, "You might say that Su Xiao won't rebel, but I, Su Fengnian, won't rebel either. The same goes for my descendants in the future." Su Fengnian smiled bitterly and said nothing. Su Beiji's words were still harsh. There's no knowing what's in a person's heart. No one can read Su Fengnian's mind. No one in the world has to believe anyone's reason, especially those who were born in the royal family. If they weren't suspicious by nature, how could they sit on the throne? How could he compete with the vassal towns, the relatives of the emperor, the eunuchs, and the civil and military officials of the imperial court? Besides, he would rather have his grandson squander away his family business than let it be snatched away by an outsider. This kind of dark mentality was not unique to the emperor. Do you, Su Fengnian, dare to say that you don't have any? Su Fengnian smiled and said, "That's true." Su Beiji suddenly asked, "Aren't you one of the 4 Grand Masters? Why, are you also afraid of the cold?" Su Fengnian said self-deprecatingly, "After the battle at Liuzhou, my strength fell greatly, and I feel cold in my bones all day long. Actually, the fur coat can't keep out the cold. The only reason I wear it is because it's better than nothing. It's just like how many retired swordsmen of the Jianghu like to look at their dusty swords on the shelves. Retired generals also like to touch their armor and sabers." Su Beiji asked, "What's up with that Liangzhou Deputy General Ko Beishang?" Su Fengnian joked, "He's a new lover." "What's up? Tangerine, is this old lover of yours here to denounce you?" Su Beiji stared expressionlessly at Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian could only put away his joking expression and said helplessly, "It's that Ko Jianghua from West Chu from Guangling Path. He made a deal with me, and we're both getting what we need." Su Beiji's expression softened, and he said in a low voice, "Liuzhou only has 3 incomplete military towns to rely on, but they have to face Lu Gui's 100,000 soldiers and Tuoba Bodhisattva's 10,000 elites. They have 30,000 Long Xiang army's 2 deputies. Wang Lingbao is only a valiant general. Although Li Mofen is a talented general, there's a huge disparity in strength between the 2 sides at Liangmang and Liuzhou. Li Mofen is also not an immortal who can make soldiers out of beans. The Long Xiang army is still in a perilous situation, and we need Ko Jianghua, who has the potential to be a top general of the spring and autumn period, to help us in our hour of need." Su Fengnian nodded and said, "When Ko Jianghua makes a name for himself at the Huayang Pass defense line in Fuling, Liuya, and Huayang Pass, I also have plans to let him become a general there. In the northern pass of Liangzhou, the space for us and Beimang to maneuver our troops is limited. In the end, it's just a fight to the death. Therefore, we have to defend multiple passes and garrison troops, and both sides have their hands tied. However, Liuzhou is like a blank piece of paper. It has plenty of blank space for Ko Jianghua to display his military talents to the fullest." Su Fengnian suddenly laughed and asked, "Juzi, you're actually afraid that something will happen to Qin Shiliang in Qingsong City, right?" Su Beiji asked back, "Do I have to scheme against my colleagues every day for you, the king of Beimang, to feel at ease?" Su Fengnian slammed the table and glared at her. "Juzi, you can't vent your anger on me just because you were bullied in Lingzhou and scolded by others, okay? Let's talk nicely, okay?" Ko Jianghua, who was casually strolling around Mount Qingliang, coincidentally saw this scene and heard these words. For some reason, he felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that Su Beiji had an affair with that Su Beiji? Otherwise, how could a provincial governor without any foundation make the king of Beimang feel so wronged? Ko Jianghua quickly turned around and was about to retreat. However, he was stopped by Su Fengnian. Then, the three of them surrounded the stone table and formed a tripartite formation. Ko Jianghuai's expression was as if he was deaf, blind, or mute just because they were flirting. Su Fengnian looked at Ko Jianghuai, who was pretending not to look. He pointed at Su Beiji and introduced him with a smile. Lingzhou Provincial Governor Su Beiji, praised by Mr. Song Dongming as the kind of person who can slaughter commoners and stabilize the country. Unfortunately, his alcohol tolerance is poor, and his alcohol tolerance is even worse. Once, when he was drinking with the Fish Dragon Gang in Lingzhou, I had to personally carry him back. Ko Jianghuai said seriously, "Greetings, Provincial Governor Su." Su Beiji also regained his usual elegance and said with a smile, "General Ko's arrival in the Beiliang Frontier Army is like adding wings to a tiger." Su Fengnian said mischievously, "Aren't you helping the tiger do evil?" Su Beiji laughed coldly. "Oh, impressive, scolding all three of them at once. You don't even let yourself off." Ko Jianghuai also said seriously, "You hurt yourself by hurting 1,000 of your enemies. It can be seen that the king of Beimeng is very lousy at using troops." Chapter 1432. Su Fengnian said proudly, "Just by talking, he can destroy Ko Jianghuai and Su Beiji together. How is he not qualified? If we fight? Why don't we give it a try?" At this time, a large group of people who had just reached the summit of Mount Qingliang began to jeer. "Give it a try. You must give it a try. General Ko, I have high hopes for you. If you win this battle, you'll be one of the few great grandmasters in the world. Not to mention Liangzhou's deputy general. You'll even be Liangzhou's general. If you still think your position is too low, I, Chen Yunchui, will give you the position of deputy general of the infantry." "General Ko, we've been unhappy with His Highness for a long time. We're old, so even if we win, it's an unfair victory. Today you're the same age as His Highness, so you must help us vent our anger. If worse comes to worst, I, He Zhonghu, will personally carry you down the mountain." Turning his head to look at this large group of Beiliang's most powerful officials, Ko Jianghuai, who had just arrived in Beiliang, felt his mouth twitch. For a moment he was not used to it. In Guangling Dao, whether it was in his early years at Shangyin Academy or later in Dechu's court, there would never be a scene like this where old men ganged up to trick a young junior. While he felt that it was ridiculous and funny, Ko Jianghuai also felt an irrepressible emotion in his heart. Perhaps it could be described as intense passion. Among these old men, there was the #1 general of the old southern Tang, Ancestor Gu, the partridge Zhoukong He Zhonghu, who had defeated 40,000 later Sui infantry with 8,000 cavalry, and Chen Yunchui, who always put on his armor and charged into battle. Behind the 4 deputy commanders of the Beiliang Frontier Army were the administrator Li Gongda and the deputy administrator Song Dongming, dressed in civil official robes, and Huang Shang, who had the reputation of being the conscience of the Lianyang imperial censor. Other than them, Ko Jianghuai recognized the Liangzhou provincial governor Tian Peifong, the Yuzhou provincial governor Hu Kuei, the Lingzhou deputy general Han Laozhan, and the others, based on their official robes and decorations. It was a pity that Ko Jianghuai never got to see the commander of the Beiliang cavalry, White Bear Yuan Zuozong, or the infantry commander, Yin Wenwan. Of course, he didn't get to see the Yu family's proudest weapon, Yuluan Dao. Ko Jianghuai couldn't help but feel some regret. One had to know that when Ko Jianghuai was studying at the Shangyin Academy, he had spent countless nights reading through great ancestor Gu's theory of war, and deducing the classic battles created by Zhoukong, He Zhonghu, Chen Yunchui, and the others. It was soul-stirring, enough to go with wine. Ko Jianghuai saw that there were 20 to 30 generals standing behind them. Most of them were relatively young, around 34 years old. They should be the high-ranking military officers with real power after Beiliang's reform. For some reason, Ko Jianghuai couldn't help but stand up and salute these people with cupped fists. He Zhonghu was the first to return the salute. After that, everyone else also smiled and cupped their fists. Ko Jianghuai inadvertently discovered that even a scholar like Tian Peifong didn't hesitate when he cupped his fists with the generals. Then everyone went up the building and looked down at the city. As time passed, they gradually dispersed. By noon, Only Su Fengnian, Su Beiji, and Ko Jianghuai were left, as well as the 2 young tiger kuei that were jumping around Su Fengnian. In the end, Su Beiji also went out of the building to Song Dongming's half-waist official residence to discuss matters. Ko Jianghuai, who had nothing to do, also followed him down the mountain, and went to the Tide Listening Pavilion to enjoy the scenery. Su Fengnian was waiting for a group of people in the building. There were 5 of them. Su Yambing, a family of 3, and a Beimeng youth. Su Fengnian looked at the Beimeng martial grandmaster, who already looked like a commoner from Liang. His expression was complicated, and he said, "It really is you." It was the middle-aged man from Huyan Temple. He grinned and didn't say anything. His daughter, on the other hand, opened her eyes wide and stared hard at Su Fengnian, the young master she had appointed as her master. She raised her little head and stared at him for a long time, seemingly disappointed. She sighed like an old man and muttered, "So he's just like my father. He doesn't seem very powerful." Su Yambing said calmly, "We fought twice, and there was no clear victor. For the last battle, neither he nor I were in a hurry." Su Fengnian felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He smiled and said, "There's no need to be in a hurry." Su Fengnian looked at Tai Madai, who was often mentioned in the spies of the Fu Shui chamber. He looked at the ordinary sword at his waist, and said with a Beimeng accent, "Good sword." Tai Madai, thought it was just a polite remark and only nodded with a cold face. However, this young man's expression was still somewhat uneasy. After all, this vassal king with the strongest military force in the Liang dynasty was not only the mortal enemy of Beimeng, but also the martial grandmaster who had defeated Wang Xinji of Wuwu City. In the corridor outside the building, Huyan Temple supported his daughter, and let her stand on the railing. When Su Fengnian saw a figure, he said goodbye and went downstairs. Su Weisheng sat in his wheelchair and glanced at the people upstairs. He said softly, 10 days ago, Shishu sent a message to Wutong'an, asking you to go to the border of Lingzhou. I ignored it." Su Fengnian frowned and said, "He wants to see me?" Su Weisheng said calmly, "Right now he's Xie Guaniying, and the girl from the Spring Invitation Cottage have entered Lingzhou. He said he will wait for you at the border between Lingzhou and Liangzhou." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Then let's meet." Su Weisheng nodded and said, "Bring Uncle Su and Tantai Pingjing. If Huyan Temple is willing to go with us, that would be the best." Su Fengnian nodded and said, During the Qingming festival of the second year of Xiangfu, at dusk, tens of thousands of people were dressed in mourning clothes at the back of Mount Qingliang. The king of Beiliang, Su Fengnian, led nearly 100 civil and military officials, and offered wine to the Longxiang army who died in Lu province, the Serenity Cavalry who died in Jibei and outside Heluku, the Border Army who died in Heluku, and the Border Army who died in Heluku. In the Forest of Steels, there were 300,000 nameless steels, and 36,872 names were written on them. In the night, wishing lanterns rose slowly in the city of Liangzhou. After the 5 riders left the city, Su Fengnian stopped his horse and looked back. He took off his wine pot and drank a mouthful. 1 year later, how many people in the Beiliang Border Army would not be able to drink this wine? A few years later, how many of the millions of people in Beiliang would miss this green ant wine before they died? At this moment, the scene in Su Fengnian's eyes was like fire spirits rising in the city. Chapter 1433. Su Fengnian, Su Yambing, Huyan Daguan, Tantai Pingjing, and Tai Madai. 5 riders headed south to Lingzhou. 3 of them were in the top 14. Tantai Pingjing was now the most famous qi cultivator grandmaster in the world, and the other was the most promising swordsman in Beimeng. It was only a matter of time before they were on the rankings. This was an unprecedented lineup. Compared to the 9 swords of the Wu family that had defeated Beimeng's 10,000 riders, they were much better. Tai Madai, did not know why he had to make this trip south. Deep in his heart, he did not like that young king. However, Huyan Daguan wanted him to come along, so Tai Madai, could only follow. It was rumored in Beimeng that Su Fengnian had not only inherited Li Chuangong's azure dragon sleeves, but Dong Tai had also taught him the flying sword technique. Although Su Fengnian was used to showing people his sword, Tai Madai, or did not doubt that if Su Fingnian really used a sword, he would not be his match. Tai Dai, or was silent along the way. There were many times when he wanted to ask Huyen Daguan, who was not willing to admit to being his master, if he could surpass Su Fingnian in swordsmanship. Tai Dai, or did not realize that he, who had little desire to win since he started practicing swordsmanship, was different now. The 5 riders galloped along the Lingzhou post house known as Jiangnan. Tai Dai, or had been carefully observing Su Fingnian's words and actions. It was not that he did not find any clues. For example, although Su Fingnian wore his cold sword on his left waist, this king of Bailiang was actually secretly left-handed. When he fought an enemy, whether he wielded his sword in his right hand or his left hand would make a huge difference. Then there was Su Fingnian. Although his qi seemed to be flowing slowly and dry like it was dry season, the water surface was very shallow, almost reaching the bottom. However, Tai Dai, or knew that if his qi was flowing like a river during flood season and looked fierce, then Su Fingnian was the Guangling River in Liang. The more dry it was, the more lofty it was. The depth and width of the river was terrifying. The 5 riders stopped at the northernmost part of Lingzhou and turned off the post house. They followed a small path and turned into a mountain range. On the mountain path, there were many strong Liang men under the protection of Bailiang soldiers, carrying stone and stone slabs out of the mountains. Under the protection of the Bailiang soldiers, the person leading the way for the 5 riders was a spy from the Fushui chamber, who had been waiting at the entrance to the mountain for a long time. He was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He did not have the shrewdness that a spy should have. He gave off the rough aura of someone who lived close to the mountains. The man's surname was Liu, and he was a small spy leader in the second-class branch of Wuxia society. He only knew that he was going to pick someone up, but he didn't tell him who he was going to pick up. When he met the 5 riders with different accents, the spy wasn't sure where they came from. However, since the leader of Lingzhou's spies, the first-class branch of Wuxia society, had said a few harsh words for the first time, he carefully accompanied the 5 riders into the mountain. Along the way, the man carefully explained the history of the quarry to them. He said that the place was called Jianyu Mountain in the local area, but the scholars of Lingzhou like to call it Diyu Paradise. Ever since the Great Feng dynasty established the protectorate of the western regions further west of Bailiang, most of the stone used to build the military towns in Qingcang Linyao was cut from this place. Later on, it was the same for the construction of the prince's manor on Mount Qingliang. It was even more so for the construction of Huta City, which took 6 years at the border of Liangzhou. In the end, Su Fingnian and the other 4 had no choice but to lead their horses forward. They came to the top of a mountain and looked down at the mountain range. After the beginning of spring, the scenery was lush and verdant. However, as far as their eyes could see, it was as if the peak under their feet had long been an empty shell. Ever since the Great Feng dynasty, after nearly 500 years of stone mining, this Diyu Paradise, which was one of the 36 blessings of Taoism, had truly become a paradise in name. It was made up of 16 large caves and nearly 1,000 caves. Looking down from the side peaks, the winding plank paths climbed all over the mountain range. On the main peak, there were occasional Taoist temples with flying eaves hidden in a cage of greenery. Day after day, year after year, tens of thousands of stone miners in Bailiang worked hard to make a living here, while people who sought immortality were born here to cultivate Taoism. Su Fingnian stood on the top of the mountain and was lost in thought. Diyu Paradise had been brightly lit since the beginning of the year. It had welcomed the peak of stone mining. Because of this, even the Taoist priests in the temples who usually did not care about worldly affairs could not sit still. They were afraid that the young vassal king would be determined to completely empty the entire mountain range. When that time came, where would they find a paradise? On the eve of the Qingming festival, 3 elderly Taoist priests jointly visited the Lingzhou provincial governor's manor. They tactfully raised objections to Su Beiji. They even did not hesitate to use the reason that this move would harm Bailiang's foundation and fate. Su Beiji treated them with courtesy, but the government still carried on with the stone mining as usual. As the main culprit, Su Fingnian certainly knew the secret. He spread the word that another Huta city would be built behind the 3rd line of defense at the Heavy Tomb. It would only take 3 years. The administrator Li Gongda and a Mahis master would be the supervisor. Su Fengnian would personally be the deputy supervisor. The new unnamed city would be built facing the Songshan mountain. Its scale would be even bigger than Huta City. When the time came, it would become the new largest city in the northwest. Would the city be built? Of course, Su Fengnian wanted to tell Beimang, Baiting, and Shijing, especially Dongjua, the king of the southern courtyard, that even if they succeeded in destroying Huta City, Liuya Fuling, and the Heavy Tomb, Baliang still had to break through another city before they could enter Baliang's Taoist territory. Would Baliang's tax revenue, which was not rich to begin with, be cut off because of this? The answer was of course, but Su Fengnian was staking everything on this one throw. In the entire Liangzhou, other than the 3 border armies and the army guarding the pass, everyone else had to rush to the Songshan mountain area to contribute to the construction of the new city. All of this was actually a cover for the final battle at the mouth of the Calabash a year later. Su Fengnian had to force Beimang to have no choice but to focus on Liangzhou's front line. To this end, Su Fengnian and Chu Lushan even discussed a desperate plan where Liangzhou would win and Liuzhou would lose. This was because Liuzhou only had meaning if they won or lost. In a stalemate, Liuzhou had no strategic value. Of course, even if Liuzhou lost, it would only allow Beimang and Lu Gui to win. If it was a Pyrrhic victory, then Ko Jianghuai would become an important chess piece. It was precisely because of Ko Jianghuai's arrival that Chu Lushan came up with the idea of being even more ruthless to the enemy than to himself. Then Su Fengnian agreed. This meant that the 30,000 Longxiang soldiers, the 3 towns of Liuzhou and Qingsang, and the 100,000 refugees who had not yet moved into Baliang would definitely be in danger. And Su Fengnian's younger brother, Su Longxiang, would be the first to bear the brunt of this. Therefore, when Su Fengnian agreed, Chu Lushan's expression was complicated. Later in Wutong and on Mount Qingliang, Su Weisheng did not treat Su Fengnian well. This was probably because she was conflicted about Su Fengnian's decision. Su Fengnian pointed to a cave in the distance, then turned to Tantai and asked calmly with a smile. After I heard about the stone quarrying in the grotto heaven of Lanyu, I couldn't understand why the grotto heaven was so majestic, but the entrance was so narrow. Back then, I only heard from my master that quarrying in the grotto heaven was actually not as difficult as outsiders thought. To use the words of those who followed in their father's footsteps, it was like cutting soft tofu with a knife. However, after the stone was hung out of the grotto heaven, it would quickly become as hard as iron. Sect Master Tantai, do you know what's going on here? Tantai said softly. Many tombs and antiques that have been preserved for thousands of years will vanish when they see the light of day again. The stone in the mountainside hardens when it comes out of the mountain, probably because of the same principle, but a different manifestation. It's the result of the fusion of material and gas. Su Fengnian wanted to say something but stopped. He tried to hold back his laughter. After a long time, he finally could not help but say, "When I was young, I was unscrupulous and spoke without thinking. After pondering for a long time, I finally came up with an explanation. I felt that the stone turning from soft to hard was actually like a fledgling taking off his pants after seeing the world in the brothel. As a result, I went to Tide Listening Pavilion and was punished by my master to copy tens of thousands of words of the sage's classics. At that time, I even wanted to die." Tantai, who was dressed in white like an immortal, took a deep breath. Huyen Dagwan smirked and told the real fledgling Taimu, or about the general idea. The latter rolled his eyes. Su Fengnian turned his head and asked, "Master Tantai, can I ask one more question?" The Qi cultivator sneered. "Can I not answer?" Su Fengnian had to be thick-skinned and asked, "Is it possible for a person to stay at the bottom of the lake without eating or drinking for 10 or 20 years? Is it possible for the best Taoist to abstain from food and gas, or the Buddhist to meditate in meditation? Do you Qi refinement warriors have any similar skills?" Tantai Pingjing kept silent. It was Huyen Dagwan who said, "As long as it's not at the bottom of the lake, it's possible." Su Fengnian fell into deep thought. How did Chu Kuangren with the clavicle chain and the saber do it? This was something he had been curious about since he went to Wutang Mountain to practice his saber. At that time, he thought that his realm was not enough and did not understand the power of a first-rank martial arts master. However, when he reached the Vajra realm, He realized that even if he reached the Vajra realm, it was impossible. After that, he advanced to the Xian Finger realm and Celestial Phenomenon realm, but Su Fengnian still could not get a reasonable answer. Later, when Gao Shulu was unsealed and they fought, he achieved the celestial body. Only then did he know that to reach Chu Kuangren's level, only a land immortal who was good at qi cultivation could barely do it. However, in Su Fengnian's eyes, Chu Kuangren's martial arts realm was not too high. He was at the first rank, but he was definitely not at the celestial phenomenon realm. This was enough to make Su Fengnian puzzled. Back then, the suppression of the old man with two sabers who came from the Beimeng princess tomb like Helian Wuwei was done by old Huang. However, the real mastermind behind the Tide Listening Pavilion's top floor was the master behind it. However, the master did not give any clues until his death. Chapter 1434. Su Fengnian suddenly lamented. The wise man devises his strategies, the brave man exerts his strength, the benevolent man spreads his benefits, and the faithful man is loyal. The civil and military struggle, the monarch and his subjects live in harmony, and he can rule with his head bowed. Rule with his head bowed. Heh, it sounds easy, but in the past dynasties, except for those emperors who enjoyed the peace of the world, they wanted to expand their territory in prosperous times, but in troubled times, they wanted to protect their ancestral lands. Taking a step back, if both civil and military are used, then who is the wise man scheming for? Is it for the monarch or the people? Isn't Zhang Julu's death the price for the nobility of the people and the monarch of the people? If the brave man exerts his strength, will he be greedy? A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Will he be addicted to sitting on the dragon throne? The benevolent man nurtures his hopes, and the mud and sand go down together. Is he fishing for fame? For example, like this old man of the Song family, who steals copies of memorials to the imperial calendar in order to leave his name in history. If the faithful man is loyal, will there be officials who are foolishly loyal and actually bring disaster to the country? Su Fengnian mocked himself. Who doesn't want to be an emperor? When I was young, I often thought that other than the dream of being a hero, which is now gone, the next dream was to be an emperor. Once I had the power of the dynasty in my hands, I could kill all the eyesores in the world, and all the women in the world would be mine. How refreshing would that be? However, as time passed, I realized that being an emperor really wasn't easy. Zhao Zhuan's grandfather wanted to kill Su Shao. Zhao Zhuan's father killed the Han family of Ji province, and before he died he had to kill Zhang Julu before he could rest in peace. Zhao Dun and Li Yang didn't accept Li Xiaoxin's new calendar from the two Zen temples, and didn't choose to let the world have 60 more years of peace. Instead, they let the descendants of the Zhao family have a few more years of imperial power. I think it was also at that moment that Zhao Dun and Zhang Julu, a pair of wise monarchs and famous officials who could have been immortalized through the ages, began to truly part ways. Only then could Zhang Julu make up his mind to seek death, and Zhao Dun forced himself to let Bai Yin die. I ask myself, if one day I finally become the emperor, would I feel more and more guilty when faced with so many choices? Would they kill Su Beiji, Chen Xiliang, Chu Lushan and Yuan Zuozong? Would they break up the Beiliang frontier army, and let the old men who wanted to die on the backs of the horses beyond the Great Wall die on their beds in the misty central plains? In the future, the sons and grandsons of Su Fengnian, will the men fight with each other for a seat? When they are young, they will make solemn vows and talk cheerfully, but when they are older, they will hide daggers behind their smiles and turn against each other. Will women marry people they don't even love? Su Fengnian looked at Su Yambing and asked with a smile, Uncle Su, is this considered soft-heartedness? Su Yambing nodded but said, there is a saying that soft-heartedness doesn't lead an army, but it doesn't mean that those who lead an army have to have a heart of stone. The four great generals of the spring and autumn period who are equally famous as the great general, whether it's Yi Baikue or Gu Jiantang, are usually very amiable and approachable when leading an army, training an army for 1,000 days to use it for a single day. The time when one is truly ruthless and merciless is when one uses the army. On this point, Chu Lushan did very well. Su Fengnian gently looked to the south. Over there was someone who did even better than Chu Lushan. The five of them led their horses down the mountain. The spy surnamed Lu, who had been standing far away from them, continued to lead the way. At the foot of the mountain, they happened to run into a large group of quarrymen who had come out of the depths of the mountain. The mountain path paved with crushed stone was only wide enough for 3 or 4 people to walk side by side. The smaller stones were tied up in layers on wheelbarrows and transported out of the mountain. The larger stones were placed on donkey carts and ox carts. There were also many quarrymen carrying stones in groups. Compared to Nanzhao's red sandalwood, which was worth an inch of gold, and could be transported by river, the transportation of stone was even more clumsy. When Su Fengnian was about to mount his horse and leave the mountain, he saw a white-haired but tall old quarryman who was physically exhausted. The long piece of stone on his back suddenly tilted, and the old man fell along with the stone onto the path of crushed stones. Fortunately, the old man's body was still healthy and did not hurt his muscles or bones. He sat on the ground awkwardly and smiled bitterly. A Lingzhou quarry supervisor wearing armor and carrying a sword turned a blind eye. He did not arrogantly crack his whip like the government's lackeys in Liang. He allowed a young, dark-skinned quarryman to secretly stop and hand the old man a jug of strong wine. The nearby Bailiang soldiers wanted to go forward and stop them, but the supervisor, who looked like a deputy captain, gently shook his head and used his gaze to stop his soldiers from going forward. However, when Su Fengnian approached, 7 or 8 soldiers simultaneously held their swords and glared at him. The quarry was currently not open to the public. The outsiders who could enter were all people who were close to the government and had a clean family record in the whisk room. After all, the large and small Taoist temples in Dayu Paradise still needed the support of incense. The Great War of Liangmeng had begun, and more people came to pray for blessings. The most prosperous Lingzhou naturally had a lot of incense. Regardless of whether they were rich or poor, they all asked for something like a protective talisman. Su Beiji set an unwritten rule for the large and small Taoist temples in Lingzhou. In the past, they did not have to hand over incense money to the government. They had to take 2 or 3 or 4 out of every 10 miles. For a forbidden land like Dayu Paradise, because the government was lenient, they had to take 4% of the incense money. Therefore, after Su Beiji bought the rice provincial governor, he had the reputation of being a popular provincial governor. It was only when Spy Lu stepped forward that the Lingzhou soldiers in charge of transporting the quarry retreated. However, their eyes were still alert. The quarry old man who drank a mouthful of strong wine raised his head and looked at the handsome young master in front of him. He did not have stage fright. He was probably a talkative person. He took the initiative to smile and said, "This young master is going to Chongshan Temple to burn incense, right? It's not that I want to put in a good word for Chongshan Temple, but the marriage fortune sticks there are very effective. These years, I have seen many young masters and ladies come back after making their wishes." The old man's outrageous grandson also managed to find a pretty good granddaughter-in-law for the old man after winning the lottery at the monastery. Nowadays, people in Lingzhou say that other than Wudong Mountain's fortune sticks, everything else is the most effective. In terms of marriage fortune sticks, it will be Chongshan Temple's turn. Speaking of which, the extremely hospitable old man unconsciously raised his hand as if he wanted to invite the young master to drink a mouthful. However, he quickly pulled his hand back. It was clear that he realized that this kind of green ant wine that could be bought for 20 copper coins was expensive for quarrying people like him. But how could a young master like him drink it? Su Fengnian was originally going to take the wine pot, but when the old man pulled his hand back, he could only give up. He smiled and squatted down. Soon, Su Yambing took a wine pot from the horse's back and threw it over. Su Fengnian reached out to catch it and handed it to the old man. "Old uncle, drink mine. If you don't mind, you can take it all." The old man was not polite. After taking the wine pot, he opened it and sniffed it hard. He laughed and said, "It's both green ant wine. They have the same name, but just by smelling it, I know that young master's wine is more valuable. I like to drink all my life. If someone gives me wine to drink, I won't refuse. However, I'll just pour a few mouthfuls into my grandson's wine pot. I won't have the face to ask for more." The old man really poured a few mouthfuls of wine into his own wine pot. After pouring the wine, he shook the crude wine pot before returning the exquisite wine pot to Su Fengnian. The old man did not forget to say, "This old man will say something." Young master, don't be angry. Although young master looks like a rich person from a large family, you can't be so extravagant. No matter how big your family business is, you have to be careful with your spending. If young master doesn't like to hear it, just treat it as this old man farting. Don't ask for the wine back. The dark-skinned young man was a bit nervous. Compared to his grandfather who had spent his entire life dealing with rocks in the deep mountains, he had been to many more counties in Lingzhou and knew the severity of the situation. He had also seen many rich young masters dressed in fine clothes, and had heard many rumors about the arrogant young masters. Although everyone in Lingzhou knew about the embroidered roaming cavalry that had locked up many rich young masters, this young stonecutter was still quite nervous when he was in close proximity to someone of the same age who had a high family background. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "The person in charge of the family has to have a way of managing the family." "That's right, old uncle. I heard that your Big Fish Mountain quarry can only mine 80 pounds of rocks a day. Although there are 25 miles of mountain roads in 2 trips, it shouldn't be too tiring. Why does old uncle have to carry 100 pounds of rocks in one trip?" The young stonecutter did not want his grandfather to say too much to an outsider, so he reminded him, "Grandfather, we need to move." With the help of his grandson, the old man knelt down and tied the leather rope that was used to tie the rocks. After he slowly stood up, he turned his head to Su Fengnian and said with a smile, "The provincial governor did have such a rule, but young master might not know. The quarry also said that after completing a mission of 120 pounds of rocks, if you carry an extra 10 pounds of rocks, you will be rewarded 1 copper coin. This old man, my grandson, and my 2 sons, the 4 of us together can carry an extra 400 to 500 pounds. That is 40 to 50 copper coins. For our family this is not bad. This old man still has some strength, and my sons and grandson are filial. They only let this old man carry 1 trip. Isn't this because they want to carry 20 to 30 pounds of rocks in 1 trip? It will be slower, but it will also be good to earn 2 or 3 copper coins. The government has also been very straightforward in paying the bill, so we have more motivation to work." Su Fengnian smiled and nodded. Chapter 1435. Perhaps it was because the old man had drunk a few mouthfuls of good wine, and still wanted more. His smile was simple and honest. In the end he said to Su Fengnian, "However, this old man is already so old. Whether or not I earn those 2 or 3 copper coins doesn't really matter. It's just that when I heard that the prince wanted to build a large city in the north of Liangzhou to fight the Beimang barbarians, this old man thought that even though I won't have the chance to go north in this lifetime, at least I still have some strength left, so I can carry 20 to 30 caddies a day. Not only can I earn 2 or 3 copper coins, but I also feel that when the city is built in the future, perhaps the extra stones I carry will be able to block a few more arrows from the northern barbarians." When I think of this old man's heart feels comfortable. Many of the young children in the village don't quarry with their fathers anymore. They've seen the sights of many cities in Lingzhou and their hearts have grown bigger. They don't think it's good for nothing to dig for stones in the mountains, so they've all gone to become border soldiers. Us old men can carry several tens of thousands of caddies of stones. The sooner the city is built, the more likely they'll be able to come back for the new year. The old man suddenly paused and looked into the distant sky. He murmured softly, "I heard from the officials and soldiers in the quarry that half of the 300,000 stone tablets behind the prince's house are made from the stones of our Big Fish Mountain. Those old fellows who have children in their families who joined the army all say that if there's a day when someone in their family can't come back, and they want to carve their name on the tablets, then using the stone from our hometown is also good." The old man had already begun to walk forward. Suddenly, the young master of the wealthy family called out from behind him, "Uncle, wait a moment." Then the young stonemason was surprised to see that person take off his fur coat and hand it to the white-clothed woman who was as tall as a man, but looked like an immortal. That person walked to his grandfather's side and untied the rope without any explanation. He carried the stone on his back. He didn't look like a young master who knew how to do rough work, carrying over 100 caddies of stone. He was actually calm and composed. Behind that person, there were 4 people with extraordinary auras who leisurely led their horses forward. It made that person's head seem to be a bit off. What was going on? The dark-skinned young stonemason was momentarily distracted. Could it be that the hedonistic young masters of Bailiang were all so easy to talk to? On the other hand, the old stonemason was more at ease than his grandson. He lived to 70 years of age. Perhaps the more he spent time with dead things, the more he could see the black and white of people's hearts. He didn't know if the young master who gave him the wine was a good person or... The old man couldn't figure out why the young master beside him would help him carry the stone out of the mountain, and he was too lazy to think about it. It was just like the stone quarrymen of Mount Big Fish had passed down from generation to generation that there was a cave in the mountain, and there was a pond in the cave. In the pond, there was a spiritual creature that looked like a fish or a snake, waiting for the day it turned into a dragon. It was just that no one had seen it with their own eyes. Nowadays, the young people with broader horizons didn't quite believe it, but the older generation was still willing to believe it. Tutu was two. Unfortunately, the handsome guy said that he already had a wife, which made the old woman feel very regretful. In the end, after the young man removed the stone, he said something inexplicable to the old man, saying that he would do his best. The old man didn't understand what he was saying, so he could only nod with a smile. Tai Mu Dai originally thought that Su Fengnian, the king of Bailiang, had nothing better to do and was bribing the hearts of the people with the stone quarrymen. It was inevitable that the Lingzhou spy would, accidentally, reveal their identity. He never thought that after Su Fengnian put on his coat, he would directly come out of the mountain. Even the spy was kept in the dark from start to finish, and did not know their true identity. In the end, Tai Mu Dai could only feel that this young king was really boring. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to reason with him. 5 riders came to the grotto heaven of Diyu. In the end, 4 of them left the mountain first. The tall woman who joined forces with Su Yambing to cause fatal trouble to Tai Mu Dai, and the others said that she wanted to go back to the mountain. Tantai Pingjing rode into the mountain alone, and finally led the horse to the mountainside of another side peak of the grotto heaven of Diyu. However, she did not enter the cave. She stood at the entrance of the cave and waited. In the twilight, night, and dawn, she finally waited for 2 foreign Taoist priests. A young Taoist priest and a young Taoist priest. Their Taoist robes were obviously different from the Taoist priest of Diyu Mountain that the stone quarrymen often saw. The young Taoist priest greeted Tantai Pingjing gently. "I'm Li Yufu from Wudong. Greetings to Senior Tantai." The young Taoist priest followed his master and bowed. "I'm Yufu from Wudong. Greetings to Senior Tantai." Tantai Pingjing looked at the master and disciple who walked out of Wudong Mountain and walked into the grotto heaven of Diyu Mountain. She said indifferently, "Master Li also saw the great opportunity?" Li Yufu smiled and said, "I'd like to thank you for waiting." Tantai Pingjing seemed to be standing at the entrance of the cave, but in fact, she was blocking the entrance of the cave. Her tone was not very kind. "This fate first started between us. We watched the white snake transform into a flood dragon, and then we watched it go upstream. Now it's us, it's him who triggered the vision." The young Taoist priest said seriously, "The great way under our feet is accessible to everyone." Tantai Pingjing looked at the child who pretended to be a master and smiled. The young Taoist priest blushed slightly when he was stared at. Soon his momentum weakened and he whispered, "Master said so." The young Taoist priest who was the current chief of Wudong Mountain had a warm look in his eyes. He raised his hand and touched his disciple's head. "You said so." Tantai Pingjing looked at the master and disciple with a complicated look in her eyes. She concealed it and said, "Earth Lung Mountain and Guangling River. You also form 2 fates, but..." Li Yufu waved his hand gently and smiled. "Master Tantai, you can rest assured. We didn't come to the grotto heaven of Diyu Mountain to fight for anything. I just wanted to take Yufu around and have a look." Tantai Pingjing shook her head and said, "You Taoists don't fight but you fight." Chapter 1436. Tantai Pingjing looked at the young leader of Wudong who was not anxious and said slowly, "In the past, the Great Qin dynasty has always advocated the same kind of celestial beings. Your Taoist sage took the lead in proposing that heaven and earth are heartless. My master once commented, the true meaning of this is that heaven and earth have no kindness or malice to people. It can be said that heaven and earth are shocking thunder. Later generations, based on their preferences, misinterpreted it as being able to become a sage and treat all things in the world as dogs. At the end of the Great Qin dynasty, the Confucian sage advocated that human nature is good, and that heaven and earth are connected. However, the root of it is only a tendency to return to the same kind of celestial beings. Huang Sanjia called it removing the clouds to see the moon, instead of removing the clouds to see the sun. As for Buddhism, it is a foreign religion. Let's not talk about it. Tantai Pingjing's eyes suddenly sharpened and stared at the leader of Wudong. You Li Yufu, want to make decisions for the world by your own will. Do you really dare to say that you are not wrong? Li Yufu said calmly, doing things by yourself, right or wrong, is more reasonable than others, asking you to do good or bad things. Li Yufu no longer looked at the leader of Guanyin sect, but looked up at the sky as if he was talking to the sky. The living of heaven and earth are neither sad nor happy. The dead of heaven and earth are carefree. In between life and death, how can we control those superior people who have already transcended life and death? Born and dying in heaven and earth, we should not ask how to live forever. We should ask why we were born and how to live better. The courtesy of Confucianism, the purity of Taoism, or the mercy of Buddhism. In the 100 years of self-questioning and self-answering in this life, some people will gain and some will lose. Later generations will eventually have self-knowledge, self-respect, self-improvement, independence, and freedom. Although life is short, the noble spirit will last forever. Tantai Pingjing stared at the young Taoist who dared to ask heaven, and smiled helplessly. She stepped away from the path of the cave and stepped forward to leave. It was like something, no matter how much she cherished it, if she could not own it, then she would not look at it. The little Taoist boy bowed politely to her back and said, "Thank you, senior." Tantai Pingjing looked back and asked with a smile, "Lu Dongxian? Qi Xuanjin? Hong Xixiang?" The little Taoist was stunned. "Senior, my name is Yufu." Li Yufu led the little Taoist boy into the cave, and lit the torch he had prepared beforehand. After walking for an hour, they arrived at a deep green pond. He placed the torch between the walls of the mountain, and then took out several oil pots and an ancient oil lamp from his bag. He sat down cross-legged and bent over to light the lamp. Yufu also sat down. After waiting for a long time, the little Taoist boy did not see any movement on the mirror-like surface of the pond. He could only look at the wick and asked in puzzlement, "Master, what are we doing?" Li Yufu laughed softly. "When I'm bored, I'll recite the classics." The little Taoist boy nodded and began to recite the Pearl Sack Catalogue. After an hour, his mouth was really dry and he turned his head with a bitter expression. Li Yufu said softly, "Rest if you're tired." The little Taoist boy smiled happily. After that, Li Yufu refilled the oil lamp. Yufu, who had eaten some dried dates to fill his stomach, was already sleepy. Li Yufu let the child rest on his lap and slowly fell asleep. Li Yufu also closed his eyes to rest. The surface of the pond rippled slightly. Then a small fish with half red and half white jumped out. The shape of a carp could be vaguely seen, and its two whiskers were extremely long. It swam to the edge of the pond, and its whiskers swayed gently. The fish scales on its body were shining like dragon armor, shining brightly. Li Yufu opened his eyes and smiled. "After we parted at the Guangling River, you and I meet again." It swayed its whiskers and white tail cheerfully. Li Yufu said softly, "I'm willing to protect you from the river to the sea and help you become a dragon. If the future generations suffer from a drought, are you willing to create clouds and rain for the world? If there is a king who is heartless, are you willing to warn him on behalf of the heavens? If you feel lonely, will you still not stir up trouble? If you can't overcome each other, will you live in peace with the world?" It was still and motionless. Li Yufu laughed. "As the Baoyang of the place where your dragon rises, you don't have to worry with him. The hearts of the people and the power of heaven and earth." It swayed its tail slightly and broke through the water surface, floating above the pond. Li Yufu gently pinched his fingers. 3 days later, you and I will go down the mountain and enter the river. We will say goodbye at the mouth of the Guangling River." It seemed to nod and slowly dived back into the pond. Li Yufu sighed slightly and looked down at the little Taoist child who was drooling. He listened to the child's vague ravings and murmured, "Youngest uncle, when you are enlightened, before Li Yufu cuts off heaven and earth, I will ask her to come back." After that, there will be no afterlife. Li Yufu closed his eyes and smiled. In fact, if there is an afterlife, how good would it be if I could call you youngest uncle again? Unfortunately, there is no such thing. In the spring of the second year of Xiangfu, 2 Taoist priests of Wudong Mountain left Beiliang and began to walk eastward along the Guangling River. Wherever they went, there was a spring rain that was as precious as oil. When the mistress of Shishu's spring invitation cottage heard that the young vassal king's trip to Lingzhou was actually so cowardly that he had to bring several martial arts masters with him before he dared to leave Liangzhou, she sneered at him. Before they even met, she already looked down on the young man with the surname Su. Naturally, she felt more and more resentful towards the man beside her who rode into Shu alone. However, when she accompanied 2 of the most legendary men in the world, and saw the 5 riders appear in her sight with her own eyes, there was no reason for this woman to recognize that person at first glance. At that time, she knew that the young man seemed to be really qualified to let the current king of Shu return to Lingzhou. He was qualified to let Mr. Xie go to Shu to catch a dragon and raise a dragon to deal with him. Of course, she also hated that guy called Su Fingyan more and more. However, the beautiful Xie, who had been on the Rouge reviews twice, was not only disgusted, but she even had the intention to kill. Because the first thing that guy said after he got off the horse was, "Aunt Xie, right? Why didn't you bring the child with you to Lingzhou? The red packet is already prepared." Chapter 1437. Compared to the 2 prefectures where the smoke of war was imminent, Lingzhou, which was the backyard of northern Liang, still had many handsome men and beautiful women going for a walk in the spring. Many young children in the city were happily flying kites, and the children of the wealthy would string colorful lanterns on the kite string. For example, near their courtyard, there were no less than 10 kites flying in the sky. The children's laughter unknowingly diluted the tense atmosphere after the 2 groups of people met. However, Su Fingyan's unexpected opening speech seemed to spoil the mood a bit. As the most beautiful woman in Western Shu in the past 20 years, Xie of the Spring Invitation Cottage had entered the Rouge Review at the age of 14. She was known for her skin as white as mutton fat jade, and her hands as soft as lotus buds. 10 years later, she won the Rouge Review for a second time. Although her real age was 26, it was not an exaggeration to say that she was a 16-year-old beauty. Xie's figure was like most women in Shu. She was thin and delicate with an extremely thin waist. Xie's skin was especially white. No wonder she had the nickname of the Moon Palace Fairy. Many men in Shu dreamed of her. Su Fingyan was far away in Beiliang. He heard that the Western Shu administrator had been coveting her for a long time. If Chen Jibao had not been the vassal of Western Shu and became the guest of honor of the Spring Invitation Cottage, Xielingzhen would have become a caged sparrow in the administrator's mansion after she died at the hands of Su Fingyan by the spring god lake. After Su Fingyan teased him, he led the horse forward. He did not immediately look at the man in white standing in the middle of the 3 people at the door. Instead, he looked at Xie Guanying, who looked like a middle-aged Confucian scholar. His courtesy name was Xu Yang, and his nickname was Flying Fish. He and Li Yishan were once called Northern Xie, Southern Li. They commented on each other's romantic life. Of course, what interested Su Fingyan the most was not this person's extravagance in catching and raising real dragons, but his identity as the father of White Fox. For some reason, White Fox Face said that he was dead. Moreover, he did not take Xie Guaniying's surname, but Nangong. Naturally, this was another matter of confusion. As for why Chen Jibao wanted to meet him, Su Fingyan could guess a little. This was because the 3rd son of Heaven's favored son who had the potential to sit on the dragon throne was the king of Yanqi, His Royal Highness Zhaozhu, the little beggar from back then. If Chen Jibao wanted to legitimately walk out of Western Shu, he would have to make use of the situation in West Chu and become the key figure who would break into the capital of West Chu before the southern Xinjiang army. Beiliang would have to play a key role in this matter. If Su Fingyan was determined to contain Western Shu's military forces, then Zhao Zhu's chances of success would be far greater than Chen Jibao's. Of course, this time Western Shu definitely did not come here to beg for help. Instead, they wanted to make a hidden exchange. As long as Beiliang did not drag Western Shu's entry into the Central Plains, then Western Shu would not cause trouble for Bailiang's backyard during the Great War of Liangmang. This would test the tacit understanding between the two sides. If both sides agreed, then everyone would be happy. However, as long as either Su Fengnian or Chen Jibao was unwilling to take a step back, then after today, the two sides would completely fall out and fight to the death. Bailiang would be attacked from both sides, and Western Shu would also miss the opportunity to seize the throne in the Central Plains. Perhaps this would be an awkward situation where one steps slower than the next. This deal could very well decide who the entire Central Plains belonged to, or even the surname of the entire world. Otherwise, given Chen Jibao's nature, why would he return to Bailiang and take the initiative to meet with Su Fengnian? Moreover, it was most likely Xie Guaniying who instigated this white-clothed military saint to leave Shu and enter Liang. It was probably because Xie Guaniying was Chen Jibao's trusted aide, and understood the importance of this meeting. Thus, even though Su Fengnian's teasing made her seethe with anger and hammered her weak spot with a hammer, she still didn't show any displeasure. The group entered the luxurious Jiangnan-style residence. Su Fengnian and Chen Jibao walked side by side at the very front, followed by Tantai Pingjing and Xie Guaniying, and finally Xie Guaniying and Su Yambing. Huyan Daguan and Tai Mu Dai, didn't follow. Huyan Daguan said that it didn't look like he was going to fight immediately. He had to go to the streets of Lingbei City to buy some strange objects for his wife and daughter. Then this Beimeng martial grandmaster directly left. In reality, on this trip to Lingzhou, Huyan Daguan had already made it clear to Su Fengnian on Mount Qingliang that he wouldn't help Bailiang kill anyone. However, if Su Fengnian's life was in danger, he would step in to save him. Su Fengnian naturally wouldn't ask for anything. For a martial artist like Huyan Daguan who was extremely close to Wang Xianji's realm, unless it was someone like Su Yambing and Chao Chongqing who had too many things that they couldn't let go of, no one would care about the world. For example, although Dong Tai was a relative of Su Fengnian, he was also unwilling and disdained to care about the trend of the battle between Liang Mang and Liang Mang. It was the same for Sui Xiegu. The reason why he stayed in Bailiang was probably because he wanted to occasionally show his face to Tantai Pingjing and get scolded. Putting aside the weak Xie Guaniying, on Bailiang's side, there was Su Fengnian whose realm was damaged, Su Yambing who was half a step away, and the number 1 Qi cultivator, Tantai Pingjing. On Shishu's side, there was Chen Jibao who was uncertain whether he had already transcended mortality and entered the divine realm, and Xie Guaniying who was ranked first on the Immortal Land painting. They should be evenly matched. The 6 people sat down in the quiet courtyard. As a woman who had been on the ranking list twice, Xie Guaniying really had too many praiseworthy, unique skills. Among them, the tea she made was called Yuhua tea. Xie Guaniying's hands had the reputation of lotus buds, and she was proficient in the tea ceremony. Countless Taoist immortals in Shu praised her tea as neutral and clean, with high charm and tranquility. When you drink it, the wind blows in your armpits, as if you have become a feather and fly. The tea leaves that Xie Guaniying used to make the tea now were the number 1 treasure of Mount Fire, the Priming Spring Tea. The tea utensils and tea sets that she brought from the Spring Invitation Cottage were scattered, and there were as many as 18 of them. They must be the set of priceless 18 scholars. Even Su Fengnian had to admit that the tea made by this Western Shu woman in front of him was indeed pleasing to the eye. Her every movement was graceful and most importantly, it contained a kind of meditative and forgetful feeling. No wonder the Western Shu Taoists praised her so much. Xie Guaniying was the first to drink a mouthful of tea. After putting down the cup, she was the first to break the silence. Without any superficial pleasantries, she went straight to the point. Chao Chongqing is well aware that if West Chu wants to attack Tai and city in one go, they cannot lose a single battle. Otherwise, the entire Guangling Road situation will rapidly take a turn for the worse. At present, the Mo sword formation, which was born out of the great halberd warriors, has already surfaced. Several of the main forces of field battle cavalry have also appeared. Excluding the Navy's 60,000 soldiers, West Chu has 170,000 soldiers on land. On the surface, they can be considered to be evenly matched with the Imperial Army led by Lu Xingxiang in the north and the 100,000 soldiers in the south. However, war has never been a battle of numbers on paper. Zhao Bing's army in the south is overall far more powerful than West Chu. Chapter 1438. Su Fengnian took a sip of tea. It was refreshing. His fingers swirled the rim of the cup and he said with a smile, "The situation is still equal. Chao Chongqing's navy will definitely swallow up Prince Guangling Zhaoyi's navy. After they merge, the Guangling River with the Guangling Navy will block the advance of the southern border army to a great extent. Xieshi has West Chu's 170,000. Against the inferior Lu Xingxiang, they have a great chance of victory. After that, it would depend on whether or not the Qing province navy could help the southern border's army cross that natural moat. Otherwise, Chao Zhongqing would fight his way all the way to Grand Peace City, and Gu Jintang's two vast border armies would also take advantage of the situation and head south. This was also the reason why the imperial decree of peace allowed Northern Meng's two easternmost generals to hold their bowls, and why they had to feign weakness in front of Ji Bei's Yuan Tingshan. In this kind of rapid development, other than Gu Jintang, the other factions are distant water that cannot quench the immediate thirst in the eyes of the court. Xie Guanying seemed to have a card up his sleeve. He shook his head and said, "The Qingzhou navy may not be unable to fight. Lu Xingxiang is not ordinary." Su Fengnian looked at the middle-aged man with white hair on his temples. For a moment his mind wandered. He was indeed the father of White Fox Face. He was already so old, but he was still able to move the hearts of women. In terms of aura, it seemed that only big officer Chao Chongqing could compete with him. It was not a lie to say that one had a scholarly aura. On the other hand, those true Jianghu people, the old man with the sheepskin fur coat, Dong Tai, and Huyan Dagwan, were worlds apart. Of course, when old Manli was young, he was invincible in both sword and person. Xiegua laughed involuntarily at this young vassal king who was distracted. He glanced at the calm white-robed man next to him and thought, no wonder Zhao Chongling had chosen him, who was surnamed Chun, and not His Royal Highness who was surnamed Su. Su Fengnian smiled apologetically and then asked curiously, "It is not strange that Mr. Xie has long made plans in the Qingzhou Navy. However, if I remember correctly, when Lu Xingxiang left the Guangling Spring Snow Building, it was Yuan Bunchi who instructed him to do so. When the time comes, will he agree to give up the merit of entering and leaving the city? That means whether or not Lu Xingxiang can be promoted from Great General Liang to Minister of War. After all, in the future dynasty, Great General is just a nicer name. Ministers with real power are the most popular." Xie Guanying smiled and asked, "Even if Lu Xingxiang wants to be the king of Beiliang who established the Central Plains, can he do it just because he wants to? What's more, today is different from the past. Even if he successfully besieges the city, he still needs to be busy fighting with that young heir of the southern border." Xie is keenly aware of the man she admires, and he frowns quietly. She could forget herself when making tea, but she could not forget him. Most women in the world were like this. No matter how otherworldly they were, there would always be a man who would bring them back to the world, and they would be willing to cook for him. Su Fengnian laughed softly and said, "In that case, the previous emperor Zhao Dun died early. Otherwise, Mr. Xie would not be so distressed." Xie Guanying nodded and said, "If the previous emperor was still alive, I would not be in Lingzhou right now, but in the Qingzhou Navy." Everyone knew that Zhao Dun was very fond of Chen Jibao. Naturally, if Zhao Dun was still alive, he would not be like the current emperor, Zhao Zhuan, who tactfully rejected Chen Jibao's offer of only 10,000 men to go out of Shu to quell the rebellion. There were two emperors in the Zhao dynasty, and some things were passed down from generation to generation. For example, Zhao Zhuan treated Beiliang the same way as the previous emperor, which was to exhaust Beiliang's military power as much as possible without affecting the stability of the Central Plains. Otherwise, as long as the Su family of Beiliang was still around, removing the vassals would be a big joke. But some things had quietly changed, such as his attitude towards Chen Jibao, the Prince of Shu. Zhao Dun trusted and admired Chen Jibao almost to the point of being paranoid. As a self-proclaimed enlightened emperor, he was incomparably intoxicated by the feeling of, the country has no equal capable generals who are willing to serve me. On the other hand, Zhao Zhuan's attitude turned into fear and suspicion. Xie Guanying, who had been speaking warmly like an old friend, shook his head and refused to continue pouring tea. His aura changed abruptly and his tone turned cold. Previously, the king of Shu and I had deduced the situation of Beiliang. If we evaluated you as an ordinary official, you would only be below average. If you had built a big city south of North Zhongzhong in Liangzhou, you wouldn't even be below average. Su Fingnian smiled and did not say anything. Xie Guaniying continued. Beiliang's best plan is to rely on more than 100,000 of the world's most elite field cavalry to succeed in one battle. Su Fingnian asked calmly, Mr. Xie, do you mean to let Beimang's million troops stationed north of Huta City in Liangzhou and reenact the Battle of West Rampart? Xie Guaniying smiled and did not say anything. Xie Guaniying, who acted as the icing on the cake, was a little surprised. This repulsive young vassal king was not stupid. Mr. Xie was not trying to be an alarmist. He and Xie Guaniying had once stayed up all night to make a sand table deduction. However, at that time, the deduction was based on the fact that Xie Guaniying was in charge of Beiliang, not this young man with the surname Su. Under this premise, Beimang did not dare to divide its troops to attack the border from 3 fronts. It only dared to do it in one battle and make a big bet with Beiliang. To be precise, it was with him and Chen Jibao, who was standing next to Xie Guaniying. Mr. Xie acted as Dong Zhuo, and Chen Jibao acted as the defender of Beiliang. Both sides mobilized their troops, and it was very similar to the Battle of West Rampart. Both sides kept losing troops and increasing troops, competing to see who would be the first to be defeated. In the end, Mr. Xie tried his best, but still lost to Beiliang, who only had 30,000 cavalry and infantry left. In that shocking armchair war, Liuzhou, Yuzhou, and Lingzhou were all reduced to watching a show. All the tragic, treacherous, and exciting battles only happened in the north of Liangzhou. However, this was only the first move of that deduction, and it had not even reached the middle game. Next, it would be Beiliang forcing the heavily wounded Beimang to turn its spearhead to the Tu Liao. Beiliang would go from being Liang's vanguard to an idler, who had several years to recuperate. After consolidating the refugees of Liuzhou, they would join forces and break through the western regions in one go, and take over western Shu and Nanzhao. In the same tripartite balance, Liang and Beimang were constantly depleted, and Beiliang would quickly recover to a strength of 150,000 pure cavalry after regrouping. Then, Nanzhao and western Shu would raise 150,000 infantry, and once again have a total of 300,000 troops to participate in the struggle for the world. At that time, he chose to go up north from Liangzhou and Jizhou, and chose to flatten Beimang and Nanzhao before coveting the central plains. Finally, after becoming the master of the 6 major territories, Beiliang, Nanzhao, western regions, western Shu and Nanzhao, he would occupy the high ground and directly bypass the already heavily wounded Gu Jiantang's 2 Liao defense lines. He would fight a decisive battle with Liang's army in Huainan Dao territory, and then go down south to Guangling Dao. He would not need to pay any attention to Tian City, and then fight the Nanjiang army. At that time, whether Gu Jiantang's 2 Liao border armies fought or not, it would no longer affect the overall situation. Thank You smiled happily. Su Fingnian could probably only think of the first move of that deduction. How could he guess the soul-stirring feelings of the middle game and the ending game? Then she was stunned. She only heard that guy ask with a smile. According to Mr. Xie's deduction rules, won't Gu Jiantang be the Minister of War of the new dynasty for another 20 years? Tan Taiping calmly glanced at Thank You. This great Grandmaster Qi cultivator also smiled. The king of Shu, who had been completely aloof, finally looked at Su Fingnian seriously. This could be regarded as the king of Beiliang, whom Chen Jibao had watched coldly for many years, growing up little by little. Xie Guaniying raised his hand. Thank You immediately poured tea. He smiled and drank a mouthful of tea. This tea seemed to have the taste. Only in this way could the two sides be considered to be on equal footing. Before this, Xie Guaniying did not regard Su Fingnian as a real opponent at all. Chapter 1439. Xie Guaniying said softly, His Highness wants to defend Beiliang, and is willing to draw a circle around it. Whether outsiders understand it or not, it's a choice he has no other choice. I don't appreciate this, but since he's the son of great General Su Shao, I understand. Thus, after this choice, even if Beiliang and Western Shu can't become allies, they won't become mortal enemies. It's pointless to fight over personal feelings. It's meaningless and meaningless. Xie Guaniying stared at Su Fengnian and said with a smile, "It's just like how the six of us are drinking tea today. The aftertaste is endless and not wine. If a jar of strong wine is opened and finished, we'll be dead drunk. We'll drink to our heart's content, but we'll have a headache the next day." Su Fengnian only asked one question. Has Sir Xie ever thought that millions more people will die in the Central Plains? Xie Guaniying fell into silence. After a long while he asked in return, "Then have you ever thought about how to truly inherit Su Zhao's deep will to destroy the foundation of the powerful clans?" Su Fengnian laughed coldly. Sir Xie wants to say that from the great Emperor Qin's state to the great Feng dynasty, and the 9 kingdoms of spring and autumn, there hasn't been a single legitimate emperor of the Central Plains born from humble beginnings? Only with such an emperor can Su Xiao trample over the Central Plains be considered a success? Su Fengnian put down his teacup and said slowly, "Or according to Sir Xie's words, it's meaningful?" Xie Guaniying countered. When the Great Qin was hegemonic, Luoyang was China's land. When the Great Feng dynasty was in power, Qingzhou was the Central Plains. When it came to Liang, Jiangnan was the Central Plains. If one day millions or even tens of millions of people die, but we can annex all of Beimang and make the northwest of Beiliang become the Central Plains, what's wrong with that? After we succeed, we'll win hundreds of years of peace under the heavens. The more people who die today, the fewer people who die in the future. Shaking his head, Su Fengnian replied in a deep voice, "There are some accounts that can't be settled like this." Xie Guaniying didn't get angry because of Su Fengnian's rebuttal. Instead, he said with a relaxed smile, "It's said that His Highness never makes a losing deal. It's the same with the 6 Pearl Bodhisattva in Mount Lantua in the western region, Xianyuan Qingfeng in the Great Snow Plateau in Mount Hui, Ko Jianghuai, the Deputy General of Liangzhou under the pseudonym Su Fengnian, and even more so with the little girl named Lu Nerong from the Fish Dragon Gang. Before coming to Lingzhou, I made a bet with King of Shu on whether or not you would let Huyan Dagwan appear openly, and in the end I lost. From this, it can be seen that although His Highness's trip to the south looks aggressive, it is actually quite sincere." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Mr. Xie is a schemer, but not a shrewd businessman. You don't understand how I do business with people. Moreover, Mr. Xie is not as good as Huang Sanjia. All these years, you've only learned from others. Huang Sanjia treated the spring and autumn period like a field of crops. Mr. Xie, in the end, you are just a book reader. In the first half of your life, you are far from being a writer. The strategist of the spring and autumn period, Huang Sanjia, my masterly Yishan, Yuan Bunshi, Nailan Yusi, and even Zhang Jiulu who isn't strictly a strategist. They are all more, less restricted than Mr. Xie. After all, it's better to have no books than to believe in books. Of course, when Mr. Xie was born, you couldn't stand the loneliness and tried to make up for yourself. Therefore, you looked all over the world and flipped through the pages of the spring and autumn period books. Only then did you come to the Western Shu that hasn't been successful since ancient times. You wanted to start something new." Xie Guaniying's expression froze. Xie Guaniying felt as if he had fallen into a fog. He didn't understand what this person surnamed Su was talking about. Why would Mr. Xie, who was good at maintaining his composure, get angry? Su Fengnian suddenly turned to look at her and asked with a naughty smile, "Aunt Xie, you don't understand, right?" Xie Guaniying's chest suddenly felt stuffy and short of breath. Tantai Pingjing smiled knowingly. As the person best at observing energy in the world, she only needed a few clues to find the secrets of the heavens. For example, Huang Sanjia's identity as a writer, and Xie Guaniying's responsibility as an endorser. Huang Sanjia did not change the overall situation, but changed the small details. In the end, he did not die early, but endured until he was 70 years old. This could be called a good death. This was enough to make Xie Guaniying, who had been diligently endorsing books, feel angry. It was like 2 examinees in the same year. One had used a loophole in the imperial examinations to easily become a jinsher, while the other had taken the exam, and thought they were of equal talent. How could he not be angry? Now there was another chance in front of him. So the latter wanted to fight. He didn't just want to beat Huang Sanjia, he wanted to beat Sun Ping, Yuan Bunshi, Li Yishan, Nalin Yusi, and Zhao Chongling. He wanted to win with a clear conscience. Saint stood at 30, did not have doubts at 40, knew destiny at 50, listened to at 60, did as the heart wished at 70, and did not overstep the rules. The reason that Tantai Pingjing had left Liangzhou to Lingzhou was because she and Xie Guaniying, who was half a peer, were on the opposite side. She thought that Xie Guaniying's actions were overstepping the rules. As to Xie Guaniying's capture of the Western Shoe Serpent Dragon, that was just a subtle sign that the two would part ways. However, she had not expected this day to come so quickly. Xie Guaniying, who had been exposed, laughed and said in a casual tone, "Wang Yi says Zhao Dun died early. I want to say Zhao Chongling died early." He added, "Li Yishan died late." Su Fengnian said expressionlessly, "As strategists, Yuan Bunshi died late." Xie Guaniying looked at this young person and laughed. He asked, "Then dare I ask, did I also die late?" Su Fengnian did not speak, but Su Yambing and Tantai Pingjing stood up at the same time. Xie Guaniying did not fear this tense atmosphere at all. Instead, she felt the pleasure of wanting to see the world in chaos. As to her own life, she did not care about it. Also, she did not feel that standing next to him, she would be in danger. She had missed this man's spring and autumn. She did not want to miss any of his games to fight for the world. Xie Guaniying thought that Su Yambing and the master of the Guanyin sect of the South Sea would fight. She guessed wrong again today. Tantai Pingjing, who was also a woman, looked at her like she was an idiot and asked, "Wait here for death?" Xie Guaniying was about to speak when she was carried out of the courtyard by the tall woman in white like a chicken. What shocked Xie Guaniying even more was that the person who left with them, and the person who should have stayed in the courtyard for that family, Su Yambing, who was supposed to be their helper. Could it be that the one surnamed Su wanted to fight one against two? Was he crazy? Tantai Pingjing casually threw Xie Guaniying aside and looked at the courtyard. She asked, "Is there really no problem?" Su Yambing said calmly, "The worst situation is for Huyan Dagwan to rush back." Tantai Pingjing said emotionally, "Personally, this is the worst situation, but for Bailiang, this is the worst situation." Chapter 1440. Su Yambing nodded and did not deny it. However, he turned his head and smiled. "However, don't you think that a king of Bailiang like this will vent your anger?" Tantai Pingjing said helplessly, "Disregarding everything else, the impact of this anger on the world is definitely unprecedented." Su Yambing smiled. "The more it is like this, the more it is worth it for someone like Su Yambing, who doesn't understand the court and doesn't understand the situation, to choose to stand in Bailiang." Xie smiled coldly and said, "A martial arts grandmaster who has dropped a lot of realms and doesn't live up to his name is showing off his bravado. Does he really think that he is invincible?" Su Yambing, who had never argued with a woman, scolded for the first time. "What does a woman like you know?" Xie was flabbergasted. She could not argue that she actually knew nothing, right? The trip to Lingzhou this time had indeed left a shadow in the heart of this great beauty, who had all the men in Shu bowing down to her. If it were not for the fact that that man was also from Bailiang, she would have cursed him for being a Bailiang barbarian. In the busy market, Huyen Dagwan, who had been busy picking out a few exquisite items for his wife and daughter, rolled his eyes. He stopped bargaining with the shopkeeper and left the shop angrily. He did not care whether or not he would attract the shock of the people on the street. He grabbed Tai Madai's arm and leaped up. In the blink of an eye, the two of them silently landed outside the house. She complained to Su Yambing and Tantai Pingjing. "What is going on? You can even fight over this?" Xie finally found her place and sneered. "Oh, a capable helper is here. Are there going to be thousands of Lingzhou soldiers rushing over in a hurry?" Huyen Dagwan could not be bothered with this woman. He looked in the direction of the courtyard and made a sound of surprise. He muttered, "That works too?" Tai Madai wanted to say something but stopped. She probably wanted to ask but was too embarrassed to. Huyen Dagwan raised his head and stared at the sky above the courtyard. He instinctively used the language of the Central Plains to say, "Back then, I gave you 2 words. You were very stupid and could not understand it after so many years. That is why I had you follow Su Fengnian. I hope that you can get close to this grandmaster who is about the same age as you before walking out." Dai, who did not understand what Huyen Dagwan said, was confused. Huyen Dagwan quickly realized his mistake. He switched to the northern Mang accent and said angrily, "Let me teach you a word, outrageous. If you want to surpass Su Fengnian one day, you have to get rid of him first." Back then, whenever Li Chungang competed with others, Wang Xianji would shamelessly watch from the sidelines. Many people did the same, but not only was it not outrageous, but they also admired Li Chungang more and more, and then stood at the foot of the mountain to look at the scenery at the top for the rest of their lives. Only Wang Xianji gritted her teeth and followed suit, walked to the top, and finally defeated Li Chungang. Oh no, it was a tie back then. Li Chungang was disheartened and gave his position to Wang Xianji. After that, Wang Xianji was even rarer. She didn't stop, and her cultivation rose by leaps and bounds. When one reached the peak, one still had to climb the mountain. Actually, I also understood this principle, but I didn't have the heart to do it. There is a young man called Fuding in Liang. He has inherited half of Wang Xianji's legacy in Eastern Sea's martial emperor city. However, after he lost to Su Fengnian, he has not reached the level of ridiculous yet. But you are not much better. There is nothing you can do about it. Compared to me, your comprehension really makes one feel despair. Hearing Huyen Dagwan's long-winded ramblings, Dai smiled. In this world, the only thing that made him feel more intimate than the cheap sword at his waist was this old man's self-praise and belittlement. However, when he saw this man fight for the first time, after receiving 2 strikes from Su Yambing, Dai had to admit that Huyen Dagwan was the most wasteful person in the world. Huyen Dagwan suddenly sighed softly, "Silly boy, I don't expect you to surpass Su Fengnian in this life. But you must follow closely behind him." Dai held it in for a long time. Finally, he mustered up the courage to say what was in his heart. "I, my sword, my swordsmanship, from the very beginning, was the only one in the world. I don't need to learn from anyone." Huyen Dagwan was stunned. He turned to look at this young man who came from Beimeng like him. He patted his shoulder and said, "I underestimated you. Very good." Huyen Dagwan rubbed his chin and said seriously, "No wonder I, Huyen Dagwan, chose you. It turns out that our temperaments are similar. You made me ask myself from time to time when I was in Liang, was I blinded by lard and blind to give you advice back then? Just based on this, you will definitely be number 1 in the world." Xie, who was not far away, was completely stunned. This shameless and attentive fellow was that Northern Mang great grandmaster who was respectfully referred to as one man, one sect. The martial arts genius who was said to have the potential to replace Tuoba Bodhisattva and compete with Wang Xianji for number 1 in the world? Then he felt a little dispirited and powerless. He felt that it was better to return to the land of Shu as soon as possible. The men of the outside world, from the one surnamed Su to Su Yambing, to this Huyen Dagwan, were all bastards. In the courtyard, Chen Jibao still did not move. Xie Guaniying sat upright and still. However, this scholar who had reached a high realm did not show any signs of facing a great enemy. Su Fengnian looked at the tea in his cup. With a thought, the water rippled. There was once a Beimeng whose sword aura was close to yellow and green. He delivered more than half of his sword and 16 Buddhas were born. Su Fengnian said sarcastically, "So there is such a scholar." Then he gently raised his cup and drank the tea in one gulp. Then Xie Guaniying, who could be said to have seen the vicissitudes of life, could not help but gasp in amazement when he saw this scene. Countless guests appeared out of nowhere in the courtyard. There was an old man wearing a sheepskin coat who seemed to be standing on top of a mountain and shouting, "Sword, come!" There was a middle-aged swordsman riding a donkey and holding a peach branch. His flying sword circled around him. There was a burly old man with snow-white hair standing with his hands behind his back. An old man with a pair of long eyebrows sat cross-legged and looked like he was eating a sword. There was a short old man with missing front teeth who walked with a box on his back. There were 3 Taoist priests who were different in age but had similar expressions. They stood side by side. There were 3 Wudong Taoists who wore the same Taoist robes. One of them lowered his head and frowned to interpret the lot. One of them looked at the same level and stretched out his finger to break the river. There was an old man with empty hands. His sword arrived as soon as he came. There was someone standing in the middle of the thunder pool, where purple gas rose. There was a talisman general in red armor, who looked solemn. There was a woman in a green robe who seemed to be leaning on the railing and looking into the distance. There was a stalwart man who held a spear and faced the north. There was an old man in a python robe with his sleeves wrapped in red silk. There was a tall old man who wore a cold saber on his waist. There was a continuous stream of people appearing. The courtyard could be considered spacious. The ground was full of people, and the air was also full of people. In the end, there was even a sickly and haggard scholar sitting on the stone bench beside Xie Guaniying. He seemed to be mocking Xie Guaniying. These dozens of people spoke together about the free and easy style of the spring and autumn period.